Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ. Hey, you looking at the champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
안녕하세요.
Welcome.
네,
Hello.
분석 데스크 2020
We are back after our first week of LCK Spring Split, and now we're heading to week number 2. We're going to be having a pre-match analyst task with Bittori and Lyra, and I'll be helping with the translation. So we've seen a lot of changes coming in this season. So it's a new season, new patch, but also in game. We've seen a lot of live stats and also so many cool graphics during the analyst tasks. So I hope we enhance the viewers' experience. When also Lyra wanna talk about how the pro players adapted to the new meta. With these new changes, we had a lot of issues. So let's go through it with the highlight clips. Africa Genji DRX had a clean week number 1. The darlings of Caspa Cup, Africa showed a very promising performance with Keen and also other players as well. They also were willing to try a lot of different cards like Rumble Support, Pantheon, and Karthus. And Genji also had a very good score 2-0 so far. However, their game was a little bit dragged and boring, but in the end they got what really matters, the victories. And DRX, they played with their mechanics really well around the rookie players in their team, Keria and Pusic especially. Keria got the first support POG, and also Pusic is proving himself as a professional player. Maybe they are performing even better than the fans' expectations. Pusic picked up 2 POGs in a row, also followed by Clid.
예상 외였어요.
And the Korean G2, Hana Life Esports had an excellent game on Soraka, Olaf, Yumicom. It was in the Hana Life versus T1 game number 3. In this decider game, Hana Life actually played the first top Soraka game in LCK, and they finished the competition with Olaf, Ornn, Aphelios, Yumi. So with this infinite healing from Soraka and Yumi, Olaf never fell and even picked up a quadra kill. And we had a really nerve-wracking game as well from Daman Gaming. After a very hard laning phase, Nogri was in an angry Nogri mode, and this Fat Rise pushed 70% of the turrets and ended the game with a backdoor with a perfect combo on his skill shots and also the auto attacks. So Nogri answered the key was the bonus spell attack speed from the rune. And speaking of the pick and ban raids, Akali Aphelios set scored 100% rate so far. Akali was banned in all 26 games. Aphelios is showing great success in LCK so far, 16 wins and 8 losses, which is twice the loss. And also Set is banned for a lot of games, but even when it's picked, it is not showing a great success. And we also have some strap cards as well. Elise and Leona. Elise is on a 2-7 record so far, and Leona is also facing only one victory in out of the 7 games. Pyosik was the first one to get the win on Elise with the Hex Flash Elise. And Tusin and F4's Leona was quite disappointing for the fans to watch.
So
these were the issues of last week. And so we want to talk about the draft in depth. So let's check out some of the pick and ban stats in LCK.
저희 조금 더 자세히 뱀픽률에 대한 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 만나보시죠.
As you mentioned, Akali was biting the dust for the entire week number 1. But Aphelios was able to hit the rift quite often and also managed to find a lot of success. But Set is really showing a very interesting stat because, well, Set was banned in so many games, but even when it was let through, it's not really having a very high win rate. However, Elise is in a very bad situation. It's on a 2-7 score, and also we wanna talk about how LCK teams really kind of put Elise on a high priority despite this very low win rate. And a lot of people expected that Aphelios and Misfortune will be the top 2 AD carries in the current meta, so teams will be trading those cards. However, Misfortune is not having a very good time on the Rift yet. So especially about the Elise, maybe the players are pulling off quite okay, a great performance during the scrims and practice game. However, in competitive games, we actually haven't seen a very powerful early game Elise. Then let's compare the pick and ban rates with other regions. Strangely enough, LCK just overlooks Senna. Well, in LEC, Senna is above 50% win rate, and LCK, well, the win rate is not really high. However, we've seen a very frequent Senna games. However, Senna is about the late game, so maybe LCK is preferring the champions with burst damage. So LCK maybe putting all the champions that can do a high burst damage in the mid game and also in the late game. So the teams cannot just wait for the Senna to have a power spike in the very, very late phase of the game. And also, Elise, once again, the priority is too high, but it haven't found any meaningful success yet.
이어서 확인해
And
보시죠.
let's move on to the standings in LCK.
자, 기분 좋게 출발한 아프리카 젠지 DRX입니다.
Genji Africa DRX already started the win streak. Damwon is on the 4th place, and Sandbox was expected to be the stronger teams. They're in the 1st place, but there are a lot of potential yet, and Hana Life Esports showed a very unique team style, and followed by T1. However, Griffin, APK, and KT Roaster, they are having a very hard time. Griffin used to be on the top for the entire last year, so it's really weird to see them on the bottom in the beginning of the split. Faker and Nuguri got 3 POGs already, which means Faker is still in form, so we can be excited for the upcoming T1 matches as well. And also Nuguri is still powerful in 2020 LCK, but it's really interesting to see that junglers are on the ranking, because a lot of people have been saying that it is not a jungler meta. Jungler will be having a very hard time in this season. So on Fleek, Split, Pusic on the ranking is a very meaningful outlier here. And also on Fleek got 2 Rek'Sai POG, Split got 1 Listen, 1 Rek'Sai POG, and Pusic got Rek'Sai and Elise POG.
조금 더 전의를 불태웠기 때문일까요?
Clear wants to talk about the junglers getting the POG because still junglers can do a lot of work. They can have a lot of impact in games. So people just shouldn't just overlook the junglers, how powerful they are. So especially with the junglers, Rek'Sai was the common champions that the 3 POG players shared, though it will be one of the key champions in the pick and bans as well. Let's go through the schedules for this week. Today we have APK versus Africa for match 1, and match 2 will be Griffin versus Sandbox. We've got so many exciting matches this week. KT versus T1, the old Telecom War will be coming in tomorrow, and Friday it's Griffin versus APK, 2 teams with no victories yet. So this can be a huge momentum, huge turnaround for either team. And Saturday, Africa versus DRX will be really a big match, because those 2 teams are on a 2-0 score, so one team will get their first loss as well. This will be it for today's pre-match analyst desk, and let's begin with APK versus Africa, our match number 1 for today.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the translation, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I am Atlas, this is LS. We're up to week 2, another 5-day week for LS. The eGym update is that he's not here yet. So it's just going to have to be more and more Lasnack as we go on. Are you ready? Are you prepared?
I'm something.
You're something?
I'm something.
You're moving your microphone closer to your mouth. That's what because we can't hear you. We want to hear those dulcet tones.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Much better. Much better. Got to iron out some of the kinks here at the early stages of the LCK, but we got some big matches. The first one, largely going to be a speed run here for Africa Freaks, I think is the expectation for everyone, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they've adjusted as far as draft is concerned, because it felt to me like they were forcing weird picks. I mean, we've got 3 picks of the Kennen for Keen. There's some really strange stuff that's being reinforced for this team. I think DRX is another squad that has been almost rewarded for bad drafting. And we're looking forward to this week seeing a bit of an evolution of what our LCK teams think is like the meta draft. Because even in that the opening analyst desk section, we were discussing, the fact that the meta here in Korea is very different, and also we've got high priority on very losing champions, which is very strange.
Korea, as a region, it's very slow to accept change, and it's very slow to adapt. So what has been tried and true, even though it hasn't really been going that true, is definitely going to probably stick around longer than it should. And coming into today's match, like you said, we're expecting it to go one way, and this is sort of very akin to the Jin Air Green Wings of old, where whenever teams go up against them, they're considered the heavy favorite, although APK looks even weaker than that, so we'll see if they do something interesting here today, but like you're mentioning, they are gimping themselves, or Afrika, with some of their picks, as we're going into the points of the match. Freshman APK here, going up against the LCK favorite, and really is David versus Goliath, except
it's the classic cliche at this point. The Afrika Prince is what we have here. We'll see whether Afrika can show us a little bit more. Of course, did drop a game last week. It's not like this team is perfect by any means, and still has their own things to get through, their own trials. Got some really interesting things happening when it comes to what these players have been practicing as well. Spirit's still on 75% support games. I have a feeling that we're going to see Afrika evolve into a squad where Spirit is going to be their main support. That's what I'm feeling. Because Afrika's always been this squad that's relied on Spirit for his shot calling, and that's what's helped them look so fluid and so cohesive throughout the Kesper Cup as well as here in the LCK for 2020 Spring. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the evolution is and what the best final form of this Afrika Freaks squad is going to be. So we check out some of the stats. Damage per minute, certainly extraordinarily high. I think this has a lot to do with Keen putting people in the dumpster and doing ludicrous things. Like his Aatrox 38% damage share game, I believe that was Keen, was just disgusting.
That was a really big game. But Keen has, fortunately, been finding himself with some teammates this season, as
he's
he
needed to be
definitely
carried
has,
too.
Yeah, he's been carried across the finish line a couple of times, which is not what used to happen for Afrika Freaks. And you know, the other point of the match that I think was really interesting is Ixu is really running the gauntlet here against top laners.
He really has not had an easy start. He certainly has not had an easy start. It's okay. Now he goes up against Keen. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm actually, I'm looking at Ixu as well, because he's been the guy that normally is known for picking Volibear and Singed and doing weird stuff and trying to confuse his opponent. He straight up has not done that so far today. As we're going to check out some of the highlights here, as looking for them for APK is difficult, but they have had some early games that have worked.
And APK, remember, they did get CLG'd in one of their matches. That was extremely unfortunate. Nuguri able to find that back door, or a front door. I mean, it was pretty upfront about it. So.
He was definitely upfront about it. He was murdering people while he was doing it.
That's actually so surprising that we've seen endings like this now several times in different regions. Happening in such close proximity.
Welcome to Aphelios, by the way. He landed the Q, which is why he's just able to shoot chakrams at people from a million miles away. I think a lot of the highlights being about this Karthus pick is a really good pickup from the LCK, because that game was an evolution, shall we say, of the Afrika Freaks throughout the series, because their other drafts weren't as cool as that one. And that one they actually nailed, apart from the cannon being on the team.
That was some really good movement there by Keen.
Oh, the sidestep of the play. Stunning stuff. This was Mystic's mega outplay. You missed the beginning of it, but even the beginning of this fight was really beautiful to watch. As so good to see Mystic here in the LCK, and especially on his world-famous Ashe pick. It's not going to be the 80 carries that we're going to be looking at, though. It's going to be the jungle. Flawless versus Spirit. Flawless had been falling out of favor in the LPL before he came over to APK, but before that he was a man with a lot of hype behind him. Sort of reminds me of Crash a lot. You remember Crash? Both of them, Lee Sin players. Crash, extraordinarily hyped, especially when he was back here in Korea, but really falling from grace. And I think that Flawless is going to have to do a reverse Crash in order to get back up here in the LCK. But the players around him aren't necessarily there, and it's been a rough start for Flawless.
Yeah, it really has. And Spirit, with that damage per minute, he's first in the league right now. I actually wonder how much Karthus is bolstering that stat. Generally, when
probably almost 100%.
Yeah, when you play that champion, it really just tends to carry that statistic.
Yep.
Very high to the top.
It doesn't even matter if it's also boosting your death statistics, because actually, oftentimes, that means that you just can't be CC'd out of your abilities to do even more damage. We'll see whether Spirit's going to get a little bit of attention on his Karthus. I know if you guys were paying attention to what T1 was throwing around on social media this week, Cuz has been putting in a lot of time on the Karthus as well and having a lot of fun on it.
Yeah.
So I think that it will certainly prove to be a bit of a flavor of the week pick up here, even if it was only picked once last week. Certainly drew a lot of heads. But this is going to be the matchup, APK versus Afrika, David versus Goliath, most definitely. But, you know, in the David versus Goliath story, it was about getting out your slingshot and really finding where to hit him. I don't know where you hit this Afrika Freak squad in order to knock them down. I just, like, there's no eyes present. You know how you're, like, looking at a final boss and you're like, well, here's the weak point. I don't know where that is.
And I think that also APK's almost win came from a lot of different problems that was going on for their opponent inside of that game, but the fact that they ended up losing in the way that they did,
just depressing, really.
Yeah, and we'll see if it ended up affecting them at all, but also coming into this game, where is their headspace at? Because even though they've only played 2 matches right now, the manner in which they've lost, you have to wonder how it's affecting them. And as splits draw on, if you just keep losing, it's really hard.
It's hard to drag yourself back up.
Yes.
I think we've been seeing a lot of this internationally as well. I mean, Crown, after having a decent year last year, is having a woeful one now, and it's only getting worse as the season goes on, because it can just be sort of this compounding effect. So we have a look at our starting rosters. No changes here on the side of APK. Cover not coming into the mid lane, which I think if you guys were watching both promotions and anywhere else that he's been playing on any sort of competitive stage, that's probably a good thing. Kaini even looked like he was doing a bit of 1v9ing on the APK side. So looking forward to seeing whether he can stand the test of the Afrika Freaks. Fly having a great season thus far. Keen having some ups and downs, but the ups have been hella high. And Spirit here as well, finding some success on Elise, unlike everybody else, as well as pulling out that Karthus. Very exciting to watch, and Mystic and Jelly also having some time in the sun. A difficult roster for this APK, struggling APK Prince squad to go up against, but we'll see whether they can do it here today. A reset of a couple of days here, so possibly some time to get themselves together, get back into a better headspace. See a little bit of worry here on Flawless, but maybe that is just killer instinct. Maybe.
Maybe that is
preparation.
Atlas, yeah.
My glass is half full for Flawless, okay? Half full.
Well, I am hoping to see some more exciting picks today out of Afrika. I'd like to see Karthus again.
Oh, yeah.
It's always a pleasure.
I mean, that's always what you want to see. You just want to see Karthus at all stages of everything. If we could just go all for one versus all for one Karthus on everyone's side.
And then everyone just dies together and stays in passive.
I know, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
It's like a togetherness thing. It's just double ace every single time.
I like it.
Which, if you're playing Texas Hold'em, you'd be pretty psyched about.
There you know? Yeah.
Everyone wants 2 aces. And everyone also wants to get into ban and pick for game number 1 here of week 2. LCK Spring 2020. APK will be on our blue side. And let's see what they're going to be prioritizing here in this draft, as Afrika almost banned the Kiana at the same time as the Lucian ban.
Yeah, that was a very fast decision. I'm actually really surprised that we're not on 10-3.
Yeah, we're not.
I thought this would be...
Nope. Otherwise, you would have seen a lot of discussions about Rumble, I believe. That Scrap Shield situation might be pushing him out of every single role in League of Legends at the moment. Aphelios also getting a nerf of let's take away infinite range on his Calibrum Q. Seems like a good idea, everyone. As our set is going to be the last ban here on APK and Afrika. They banned their own Pantheon. Fly's sick of it. He's done.
He's done, yeah.
He's played 4 games out of his 5 on the Pantheon, and he's like, this time, I don't know about it.
Champion's really strong, able to be flexed into multiple roles, even able to do some big cheesy stuff still down in bottom, so perhaps other teams, especially inside of scrims, are beginning to pick it up. As APK, no surprise there, Aphelios is going to get B1.
Yep, there's the Elodios. I'm going to do my best to not say the wrong things here, as is the Wombo combo, the Elise that we were talking about before, and the Rumble to come down as well. The Rumble likely to be flexed into 3 roles at this stage, but Afrika loves support Rumble. They absolutely adore it. And it might mean that we're going to see Senna here in the LCK as well, because Rumble Senna has been a pretty gross combo.
Rumble Soraka. Okay,
Oh,
that's the original combo that was causing
Let's just
Rumble.
make sure that we've only got magic damage in every single role.
Exactly.
That's what we need. And if it is Rumble Soraka, that's like, if you then put, you know, say, Vladimir Syndra or something like that, you've actually just got straight damage everywhere. Because Soraka does surprisingly large amounts of damage. As the Ornns being looked at, that are not actually locked in just yet. I want Ixu to get some sort of counterpick. So I hope this is going to Kaini so that Ixu can bring out some of his craziness, because that's how APK promoted. That's how they got here. Keep doing that. Keep doing what worked, because nothing else is.
And Afrika, they're going to have to respond to this as if Ornn is able to be flexed.
Oh, Ash Rumble, also a decent lane. That's a lot of Wombo combo. Plus you've got the fire and ice situation going on. I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that.
One thing about this, though, is that there's already incentive for the enemy team to have Merc Treads. And so in that regard, the Ash Arrow as well as the slows just get hit a little bit.
That being said, that means they're building Merc Treads and not Ninja Tug.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Blitzcrank.
Yeah, glad.
Gonna be banned away. I don't know if this is suggesting that it might be an R4 Thresh, or that Soraka could still end up being picked up, but definitely a bit less likely. As APK now, they have to decide what they want to ban away. It's looking like Aatrox.
I just don't think you can pinch Keen, though. He's got too many champions.
Yeah, there's still way too many physical damage champions.
He is very, very, very good on Aatrox, so I guess just get rid of the ones you definitely don't want to deal with. There's the bottom lane. Hook champions being taken away. The Thresh still available, like you were talking about, and might be something that APK considers banning at this point. Renekton, though, is where they're going to go. I wonder what that means as far as what Ixu is deciding to bring towards that top side. It's likely that he will have to blind pick it, just because already Afrika have a lot of flexibility as to where this Rumble is going to go. Rumble, a great pickup for that reason, as Fly going back to an old favorite here. His Orianna in the Casper Cup was actually fantastic.
The really scary thing about this, though, is yes, the enemy team's not really going to have any armor, and so Mystic is going to be enabled, but you have 3 champions building pure magic damage on the right-hand side. The Orianna has to come in blind because there's very few mages that can go against the entire field without just finding themselves in a pretty awful matchup, but Victor's coming in, and paired with the Ornn, he does end up getting the Rabadon's death cap usually.
Yeah,
and that
the
helps.
mega death cap.
Yeah, it helps bring Victor back in line with the Victor of old.
Oh, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for, an Ixu champion. Because he's not going to win if he's not playing an Ixu champion. This is why you've got to be yourself, everyone. Stay true to who you are. Don't be playing these meta champions like Set and Mordekaiser.
What?
No. As that's Leona. So we're doing something very different here, and with the Victor being locked in, it would have had to have been Ornn support, and Secret was not willing to reveal that one just yet.
Could be Rumble support here, and this could be a Fiora counterpick.
I guarantee that that is Rumble support. That was already penciled in my notebook, in my diary. Because Afrika love it. They think it's really strong, and I also think that it pairs very well into the Ashe. Now Keen wondering how greedy he can be, and the Gangplank is going to come down. Happy to have that decent laning phase at the beginning and trying to scale alongside the Ornn. I really like Cannon Barrage as a response to the Ornn Horn as well, meaning that you can control part of the battlefield yourself, even if the knock-up is very powerful. You force your opponent to reposition, and you can also split push on the other side. So Afrika, the composition has come together, and this is a lot of AD damage that's coming down now in AoE for this squad. So you do see all of that magic damage, and APK are incentivized to build a lot of magic resist. Then if you do that, Mystic and Keen will destroy you.
Yep. Side of the team fights. The Gangplank obviously going to be able to scale up. and find advantages up there in the top lane. Ashe is going to be a huge component to this team composition, but APK, they do have a lot of scaling themselves. They have the Ornn, Rek'Sai, Victor, Aphelios, and Leona. So this team composition really comes online at 2 items, and then it continues to keep getting stronger from that point forward. So the early and mid-game transitions for Afrika is going to be really important for them, and going super late game at 4+ items, the team comps just really do favor APK, Gangplank Elise, Orianna, Ashe, and Rumble. The Elise obviously going to fall off and start decaying, as will the Rumble. So we'll see what the first 20 minutes of the game have in store, because that's going to dictate what's going to end up happening.
Well, here we are on the Rift for game number 1. Unfortunately, still no fans allowed. Coronavirus is a real thing and something that we want to avoid here in the LCK. And therefore, until further notice, there won't be any fans in LoL Park. Flawless takes first damage of the week. Volatile Spiderling from Spirit. There's Jelly looking for some harpoons. I think both of these compositions are interesting when it comes to scaling. I think Rek'Sai and Elise both do similar things, although I guess Rek'Sai sticks around in relevance for a little bit longer than the Elise would.
The other thing is Rek'Sai will be more relevant than the Elise because of the way that APK will end up itemizing. Yep. Elise won't find herself being able to do that much damage. Sweeper Lens comes in here. Everyone's just going to share a little bit of XP. Put down a little bit of a zombie ward right there.
Mystic trying to defend his zombie ward. Secret will come over and bop it. Takes a harpoon. Actually a fair bit of damage here as Secret. You may not have wanted to do that as the ward does come in. Down to 100. Oh my god, the flash comes in late, but still has to be used as the red buff spawned, and already APK well and truly on the back foot. Was that zombie ward worth it, Secret?
Well, you got 1 gold, so I do believe that's a hashtag worth in my book, Atlas. I'm not sure about you.
I often do flash to get a gold.
Yeah.
That's generally what I do.
He has 1 more gold than he would have had he not ate it.
That's true.
That is the way that the math works
and
out.
Also, if he never killed it, where does that gold go?
That's a good point.
Does it sit on the floor? Because if you walk over it, it's not like it goes, there's the gold that you found after the ward died.
I've never heard a truer statement in my life.
Or what?
What, mate?
I didn't.
Okay, whatever.
No, it was supposed to be a nice or what?
Sure.
Yeah, you know how it's multifaceted. Secret's in again. Has himself the Aftershock, but not anymore. Mystic cancels that auto attack. We'll go back to these minions. Level 2 gathered.
Hawkshot.
Yeah, taking level 2. Standard.
Hawkshot coming out, and now with all these spellcaster minions and the cannon arriving, Mystic and Jelly, they could just hard shove this wave and do a cheater recall. And given that Leona has no sustain, coming back into lane with either you pick up a call or you pick up another Doran's Blade on Ashe off the recall would just be a lot more favorable for them to do, but instead they're going to try to crash the wave and they're going to try to endlessly poke, as it looks like Spirit is going to eventually make his way down.
Vision is going to be spotted here, so Spirit knows that they know where he is, but Flawless is still down here. Oh, there we go. Scryer's Bloom spots out Flawless. And now Mystic and Jelly have all the information that they need. This APK bottom lane, everything's just going wrong. A Leona without flash, and now being pushed in behind a level. It's just terrible news for the bottom lane of APK. All right. Still, that one last Raptor, the lonely one, going to be taken here by Flawless. As I haven't seen an Elise with a lead against the Rek'Sai as far as farm is concerned this large in a really long time. Rek'Sai does get around the jungle very effectively, as now Tremor Sense spots out the Elise, but level 4 to level 3. It's going to be a smite fight most likely. Preyseeker's going to miss as there's the teleport. Flawless going to have to get the hell out of there. Is the teleport used to get Fly back to lane? And also denies the Rift Scuttler as well. Actually, I think that is definitely worth it. 4 Fly there, gets himself that cheetah recall. The teleport coming in from Kaini anyway, so no advantage to be had there for the Victor.
And The other thing about what's happening this early on is the Elise, all of our camps are still up. We got a semi-trade going on here.
Yep, the onslaught coming in. Q does miss there from Hybrid, and now Secret down to about 100. Autos to slow down. Frost Shot working here onto Hybrid. Severum being utilized, trying to get that health back, but the flash is going to have to be used. Volley comes down, Secret blocks it, and had the Eclipse to make sure that he survives as well. I believe Mystic just popped his potion. Time Warp Tonic maybe utilized there, because he got a lot of health back at the beginning.
And also this bot lane for Afrika is just so far ahead right now. They're already up 25 CS. At the end of this, they're going to be up 30, as well as Crash the Wave, and I do believe they're going to end up getting a plate as Spirit now going to turn his attention to the Ocean Dragon.
Should very easily be able to get this one as well. This is a flow-on effect of not only denying Flawless, but also the amount of control the bottom lane has. As this one's going to get pulled out. Flawless's control ward will remain, but Spirit's quite low, and Keeney's coming around. So they are going to stop the Drake for the moment, prioritizing Mystic's recall timing above anything else. As he has the Berserker's Greaves on his first back. An interesting first choice. Will mean that he's able to get around this lane quite nicely. Sidestep things like Zenith Blades.
Movement speed converts into the ability to deal more damage, especially while kiting.
Especially as Ashe, right?
Yeah.
That's what she does. That's what she's doing right now. And Lethal Tempo actually allows the attack speed to scale even more as well. So I don't mind it from a pure mathematical standpoint. Keen, underneath his turret, taking a fair bit of damage. Just shows that Ornn is just a cool champion. Ixu going to be getting rid of some of these barrels at the same time. That Q does miss. But Keen probably just looking for a back right here. Flawless. His position, I think, was sussed out by Keen.
Keen finally going to end up recalling, but he's down in gold inside of the lane. Or he's down in CS, not necessarily down in gold, as Gangplank is a bit of an interesting champion. As Ixu now is going to get a free recall off, and Keen is being outlaned right now in this matchup.
Yeah, Ixu actually doing a great job. We haven't actually checked in with the matchup so much this game, so we're not entirely sure how, but might have just been lane manipulation, utilizing Ornn just being good as a champion for the first few levels. As Kaney doing his Doinby impression, just Chaos Storming the wave to make sure that he can clear that one out and secure a blue buff. But it looks like Flawless is actually going to be taking his Wolves first, and he'll collect it on his way back. Hex Core upgraded. And the Sapphire Crystal there as well. Looks like it's going to be the Luden's Echo second here on the Victor. Build that we're completely okay with, because it's not a forbidden book.
That is true. Everything else so far going extremely slow. Not a lot of action. Bot lane just completely content to just keep coasting ahead, as Rek'Sai is going to come down here.
Being double the CS at 8 minutes into the game is just silly. That's a great stun to come down. Flawless finds his way in there, looking to try and get the easy kill here as Cannon Barrage comes down as well. Mystic, can he actually get this 1 versus 3 inside the Cannon Barrage is the question. Spirit going to come round. Mystic has the cleanse, but doesn't have a second one, as now Secret in trouble. Flash forward onto Spirit, who goes up into the sky and avoids death. Now Hybrid, can you get the work done? Level 6 was gathered by Mystic, and now trying to get the aggro off from these minions. In goes the Xenoblade, double kill for Spirit. Can he make it a triple now as Secret trying to run through the alcove, and the level up is pretty nice here from Spirit as well. Secret, I have a feeling you're going to go down as the Q avoided, but gets that CD refunded and will be able to grab the eventual triple as Fly throws down the Shockwave. Keeney gets ignited, but will be able to make it to relative safety, and the action just never ceases, it appears, after we were talking about a lull state.
And so, yeah, we were mentioning the lull state, obviously really heavy trade down there in bottom, and then it pans to mid lane, and looks like there was maybe almost going to be a solo kill. But take a look at how this all transpires. Hybrid loses enormous amounts of HP. Eladios doing a lot of things. Locking up Jelly. And the heal doesn't end up coming out until pretty late. The Ignite already down onto him as Spirit eventually arrives in. Secret takes the Zen's Blade onto him. And then at that point, they try to immediately burst down the Elise, but eventually she's able to get up into the rappel. Mystic Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but super close range, doesn't have a lot of duration on it, and then Spirit ends up getting the level up off a minion here, which does certainly help out. Misses the cocoon, but doesn't quite matter.
Yeah, and then Q's a couple of times here. So you do need to be in vision for that one to go off. The Aphelios actually got the kill. I thought that it was Secret that picked up that kill there. So the fact that out of those two kills that did go down, both of them are now on the Aphelios. So probably one of the best news stories for APK that they could get out of that moment, despite not necessarily coming out on top as far as kill score is concerned. So goes back, gets himself a few swords, a big one and a couple of small ones. So he's going to be doing a fair bit of work now. See how Hybrid does convert.
And also in mid lane, it was a little surprising that Fly, who has Spellbook, didn't want to trade Flash for Flash against Victor. It would have made him a much more vulnerable sitting duck than Fly would be.
Yep. Oh no. Spirit's going to miss the cocoon. Chaos Storm comes down, does have the repel.
Spirit needs to drop down sooner.
Yeah, well, the heal does come in. Thankfully, there are Spiderlings to tank up this turret. But that was an odd one. He really wanted to come down on top of Kaney there, but isn't able to. Hybrid going to be using his Severum pistol. Help keep him together here in this lane. Having a look at the damage dealt, certainly Mystic doing a great job, and the fact that everyone stood in the cannon barrage helped Keen's statistics out here. As he's also seeming to have found himself in this lane, able to get the shove, and you know, big power spike in the Sheen just in general, but he's now ahead, or was ahead in that goal.
3.5 minutes until the next Infernal Dragon, or well, the next dragon's going to come up. It will be Infernal. And if we get Cloud Soul, that will be a little bit of a party pooper.
It will. But Mountain Soul, is that much better?
Mountain Soul is pretty valuable if you're APK.
That's true. The Ornn certainly going to be able to utilize that one very, very well. As Arrow comes down, immediate cleanse, but the Equalizer's there as well. Teleport to come forward as Secret's going to deliver himself. He will be the first one to go down, but can they get more as Fly teleported in? 4 people invested and only the support to fall. Still probably worth it. Cannon Barrage also utilized as the Global's putting into full effect here for Afrika in this early game. Keen still with control of his lane.
Looks like Victor may be looking to move up to top lane, but just going to take a quick detour and path immediately back to mid. Only 2 turret plates down here in bot, so APK right now currently down about 2,000 gold, but all things considered, that's really not the end of the world for them. Ornn is about to hit level 11, so he's going to be 1 level away from getting an ornament.
Yeah, we're not looking at this game as a guaranteed Afrika win or anything like that. And APK need to be a little bit further behind before we're riding them off with the current composition that they have. Because I think the ease of use, like just front-to-back team fighting with this particular roster is very comfy. Ornn, fantastic at reliable engage. Secret can do the same thing, non-committal. And now APK are lying in wait. They're looking for Spirit. Can he even get into the sky? The answer's no. Just chain CC'd and destroyed. And Flawless is going to put down Shelly. They'll break open the outer turret in the mid lane. And this is what we were talking about. APK still with some strings on their bow.
The thing that we were mentioning inside of the draft phase, we talked about the early and mid game was extremely important. And even though Afrika found themselves so much success, okay, well, Keen should die here.
Yeah, he gets the board delivered. Bellow's breath to come down, and Flawless is barely even necessary in this fight, but he's still going to be able to take that kill away from Ixu and gather some plates here as well. Afrika, they had their moment at the beginning, but it's already turning around. Keen does have his teleport available. Trinity Force was completed on that back, and look, it's not like Afrika are going to definitely lose or anything like that, but this game is certainly not over for APK.
Take a look at this as Jelly just looking for wards or anything along with Spirit. And then right here, Keen has to know that if Ixu is positioning the way that he was with that HP, that mana value, something probably should have been aloof.
Yep, and Keen deciding not to put his flash into that one either. Torque shot from Mystic will just skirt over, have a look at where Flawless is, finding him there, as you can see. Still, Afrika with a slight gold advantage, largely to do with the fact that the bottom lane is still behind by a lot of minions. And a few extra turret plates also going down on that side as well. Having a look at the amount of gold picked up for those turret plates, there's still a couple that were picked up on APK's side, and in fact getting those 3 in the mid lane with Shelly's help put them ahead as far as the turret plate gold is concerned.
Spirit now.
Moment of truth, LS.
Yep. Well,
are we having fun with the Dragon Soul? The answer is no.
The answer is no. We are going to end up getting a Cloud Soul this game, regardless who ends up picking it up. And you can just see the itemization. The Merc Treads have already come in. Now, interestingly enough, Ornn does have the Ninja Tab Eye.
He doesn't necessarily need Mercury Treads just because you can use...
He also has his W.
Yeah, exactly. So you can use the Bellows Breath to get out of the way there as Hybrid. Getting the slow Mystic. Going to cleanse. Zenith Blade going to go wide. Remember, you get the extra tenacity after a cleanse, and that is exactly what kept Mystic alive there and out of range of the Zenith Blade. Still very, very close. Didn't have to use his flash.
Gold score is only 300.
We're going to land onto Flawless here. A lot of damage going down as the ram does land onto Jelly. Secret was lying in wait, but Afrika playing on the back foot, as you can see. Keen up towards the top side, not having to invest the ult just yet. Getting the local gold here for the Gangplank will be important, but he's not going to on this push, I don't believe, as he just walks away. I believe the minions are going to kill it. Never mind.
I am completely unsure why he didn't just take the turret.
He just wants to leave it for a little bit. Put Ixu into a false sense of security as King gets knocked up. And I don't know whether it's false, actually, because he's got a pretty cool cape. And it's going to keep him pretty alive. This scenario is now they're looking for the dive. You can see the parlays are not going to get answered. Keen still has his flash, trying to turn it onto Flawless, and Spirit is coming in. There's the red carpet. Walk down it, gentlemen. As Flawless, down to 400 health, has to flash out of the way. Chaos Storm was used in the mid lane once again to clear minions. And Mystic just by himself on the bottom side. Secret walks on over, and Mystic's going to have to peel for himself. As APK doing a lot of damage, and finally the turret does go down.
Mystic's advantages are slowly fading away, and this is mostly due to the fact that Jelly is constantly roaming and they weren't able to achieve anything more down in bottom lane. As Afrika, they're going to end up picking up Shirley here on the map. 2.5 minutes until the Cloud Dragon will end up coming up. That'll put him to Drake Point. As Afrika, they're having Fly rotate down, but...
oh my god, the damage. As, yep, Hybrid able to get some work done here. Fly not able to get there quite in time. You can see Mystic, he was trying to go for some sort of bait play, still had the flash available, but wasn't even able to use his Blade of the Ruin King at that stage. There's the Shockwave. This one's going to land on Dakini. As Fly gets underneath the turret, the Ornhorn going to come in, actually helped out. No, didn't actually do any damage onto Fly there, but it will be a 1-for-1. Jungler for mid lane. APK well and truly still in this. In fact, finally with a gold lead for themselves.
APK is actually quite far ahead right now, which the gold score and the Dragons would not suggest, but Ornn is about to be level 13. He's about to complete his second Ornn item, and so you have to factor in the gold stats that he's getting from just that item, and then in addition to that, Flawless is going to be able to get Obsidian Cleaver probably as soon as Ornn levels up.
Yeah.
Take a look at this replay here, and Mystic just ends up being killed really quickly. And the thing about this is, this team composition will not have a lot of damage, Afrika, because 3 of their champions are not really going to be able to deal damage because of the itemization on APK, and then Gangplank's ultimate dealing magic damage is not going to be that impactful. You see double Merc Treads, Luden's Echo almost completed by Keeney, And then that'll end up being upgraded. The Infinity Edge going to be upgraded by Hybrid. Hybrid also has the Cleanse, which scales against Afrika. And so, all things considered, Atlas, it may only be an 800 gold lead, but it's going to feel a lot more than that, especially because of how the champions all conduct themselves within one another. Afrika is so far behind.
Oh, Shockwave under 2. Cannon Barrage is in as well as Fly survived for a really long time. Multiple teleports to come in as he got Keen, trying to fight on his ultimate. Spirit wrapping around looking for an area of attack, but couldn't actually get in. The rest of Afrika too slow to react. And Flawless is still pushing in the mid lane. Equalizer just to try and buy some tempo back on Afrika's side. And yeah, this is an APK that looks reforged from their disappointing week 1.
Looks like they're even going to be able to pick themselves up the Cloud Dragon. All of them must be sitting on a lot of gold. Phage and Kindle Gem has been in Rek'Sai's inventory for so long.
Yep, just needed that extra 950. Should actually have that after this, as the Cloud Drake, like you were talking about, is going to be gathered. Hybrid in the mid lane, just pushing. Mystic going to be able to pick up the wave, avoids the Q, which still has infinite range on the Calibrum. Great. No 10.3 just yet. It's probably going to be next week. Most likely. Is Arrow going to land onto Secret? This should just be a free pickoff, as the slows are going to be infinite, despite the Merc Treads that have already been completed, and Fly is going to grab it with a Dissonance.
Mystic is going to end up being the only hope inside of the sustained team fights that are going to break out a couple of minutes from now.
Aside from Keen being able to land like multiple barrels in a team fight, it will be all on Mystic. As a lot of that death ray damage also now needing to be respected. Keeney with his perfect hex score and Luden's Echo, which will likely be a Luden's big Echo. I don't know, loud Echo?
I like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually Echo?
Yeah, actually Echo.
Luden's. You know, not even an Echo anymore, it's just Luden's.
Yep.
Straight up as, there it is, the Ornn item comes in, and also Ornn is 14, which means Luden's plus Obsidian Cleaver or Eye Edge able to be given over right away.
Now the big brain move would be to upgrade the Molten Edge now and hope that Kaney accelerates towards a Death Cap faster, so that he can upgrade that instead. Just a lot more damage availability, as the Infinity Edge is, of course, ready to be moltenized.
The other thing about this is we're at 20 minutes. The game is virtually even in terms of gold, and nothing is too awful. The other problem is that a Decaying Elise is the one with all the gold on the side of Afrika, and that's the worst spot for the gold to be allocated, because this champion is falling off pretty fast. You look at the base levels on everyone else in the game. Keeney, 15, Ornn, 14, Elise is 10. And then in addition to that, she built Zanya's Hourglass first. So you're talking about now needing to acquire a Void Staff, but when the game state is as even as it is, your carries are going to be the ones that are taking your jungle camps. Spirit's gold per minute is going to be extremely low. They don't have a Cloud Soul to threaten because APK ended up getting the most recent Drake, and things just feel awful.
Well, now it's a lot of damage landing onto Secret. The Ornhorn going to come back, and can APK actually turn this teamfight? Fly avoids a lot of the damage as the ultimate comes out of Aphelios.
Moonlight Vigil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got C.
I almost said Moonfall, and I'm like, wait, there isn't a Diana in
Look,
this game.
I've been doing a little bit of my homework.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
what is this?
Well,
you're not an Aphelios caster. That's
Vedius told me that he would sub.
Really?
If I knew some Aphelios things, so, you know.
All right, so give it to us. You got to earn that Twitch Prime, my friend.
I said Moonlight Vigil.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you just calm down now.
Come on, he's got a Q for every one of his weapons. I know like 2 of them, I think.
One ability per sub, you know?
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Okay, there we go. That's fair enough. I know Severum is Onslaught, and there's like Moonshot is the Calibrum or something, I think. As we've got an ult to come down, Spirit avoids it, flashes over to get away from Secret, as the red buff is stolen, and they get themselves a free flash on the back end. Hybrid, speaking of free things, is just going to be able to take that turret as another equalizer comes in, but bit of miscommunication between Afrika, as that equalizer was sent into the void. basically.
Okay, well, Luden's Echo and Infinity Edge picked up, as it looked like Victor, I think he wants to go into Banshee's Veil, which isn't that bad. Stack more magic resistance, have the ability to not get hit by Enchanted Crystal Arrow or an Elise Cocoon. It's definitely a completely fine purchase, as I think APK, I really think they're going to win this game, Atlas.
It's not looking good for Afrika. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, there is, you know, theoretical late-game team fights that they can win, but it's just going to take so much more finesse than what APK's team fight needs. APK, they put Ixu in the front, they get Flawless to jump onto Mystic somehow, and then kill him with his ultimate, and then allow Secret to land a pseudo-decent ultimate, and then you've got so much AoE damage out of Hybrid and Kaney that it doesn't even really matter. So throw all the pieces together and you should be all right. And here's the Ornhorn. Kane gonna flash early and avoids the second part of the ram.
And well, 10 seconds now. Cloud Dragon going to be coming up again, likely going over to APK. And interestingly, these Cloud Drakes, as they come in the later stages, they are actually going to be quite big because it's stacking over and over for the Leona and the Ornn.
Yeah.
And the last I checked, Flash isn't a 20-second cooldown, Atlas. So.
No, not so much. Not so much. And it's going to be pretty necessary as well, as Kane putting down some barrels. Flawless and Ixu off on the side. Ixu with his ultimate still on cooldown as Kaney very early flash away from that arrow. Knew that that one was likely going to land true, and now with Victor flashless, maybe an opportunity for Afrika to step a little bit further forward, is now Flawless behind enemy lines. And Afrika grouped as 5. Jelly in there does have the equalizer back up again. Spirit doesn't find the cocoon. This is so scary. Afrika looking like they're posturing like they want a fight here, but not entirely sure whether they're favored in that moment. As now Flawless going to start up this Cloud Drake. APK have grouped themselves back up again. They are going to lose the Cloud Drake, but can we find an ensuing fight? It's Flawless just going to wait for that tunnel, and the Ornhorn going to be called. Mystic in trouble, gets knocked up, has cleanse, has flash. Hasn't used any of them just yet. Eventually uses it, but it's way too late. As Spirit takes down the Rek'Sai. It's a 1-for-1, but there's no Ashe in this fight. The hard carry for Afrika is down. The Afrika are going to disengage. They lose the Drake, and they lose their AD carry.
Now, Spirit ended up getting yet another kill, and then I want to point out that he built a stopwatch, of all things, to pair with the Zanya's Hourglass. So I don't feel like it's a very astute analysis of the game state here. As we take a look, and like you were saying,
I mean, there are a lot of moments when Mystic could have cleansed and flashed.
Yes.
However, he decided to not do any of them. You can't cleanse flash out of a knockup, so wasn't able to actually use it then. But when the Ornhorn was running forward, that's when you could certainly use your flash. Sometimes you want to hold on to him though. And this time it cost him. Has himself a BF sword now. Went for the Phantom Dancer instead of the Runan's Hurricane. Identifying that he needs a little bit more defensiveness. And might just be, you know, fighting against single targets, one after the other. Given how this composition is going to be working. It's not exactly like a death ball comp, APK wanting to have Ixu in the front, Flawless alongside him. So maybe not going to be able to get as much value out of the multi-target.
And Hybrid just going to end up shoving here in mid lane. Probably going to be Runan's Hurricane completed for him here soon, as he already does have the seal. He's been sitting on it for a little bit.
Well,
and okay,
found Spirit. He can go golden whenever he wants, as the heal does come through. Repel onto the ward, and APK going to take a equalizer for their trouble. Otherwise not be able to find the Elise, who's very close to getting flash back up, has those 2 stopwatch availabilities, given the Zhonya's and the added stopwatch. It's not a lot of cooldown on the Ram. The Call of the Forge God, certainly one that can come through quite a few times this game.
Now this is going to be extremely scary. Remember, I mentioned how just because APK gets really strong at 2 items, that's not where they slow down. Victor with the Banshee's Veil, he's also going to get another effective item after this, most likely.
Arrow.
Oh, okay, well. He could go in to Rabadon's Death Cap, but also just has the option to get the Leandre's Torment.
Hybrid had great guns there. Crescendum Calibrum is a good combo. Mark them up with the Q and shoot all of your little chakrams at your opponent from 1,000,000 range. I say 1,000,000 range, it's actually infinite range.
Yeah.
So I apologize. But that includes 1,000,000 range as well.
Okay. How big is 1,000,000?
Really big.
Okay.
Keen going to get knocked up, but is going to survive. Had oranges to eat. Eats them there on the way out. Infinity Edge done for Ash. We've got 3-item power spikes for the Gangplank and the Ash. Now for Afrika, whether it means anything is yet to be known. Because Mystic basically did nothing in the last team fight, and he's the one that we're looking at to really carry things through for Afrika.
And Warmog's now complete on Ornn. And so we'll see if he just ends up going 4th item, Locket of the Iron Solari. That would just allow them to power through Afrika if Ornn were to pick up that item. Looks like Guardian Angel going to be the next item of choice for the Rek'Sai. Stopwatch picked up actually as well for Ixu, so maybe it will just end up being Stone Plate.
Yeah.
As, interestingly, Hybrid did not go Runons. He actually elected
The rapid fire.
Yeah, for rapid fire cannon, as APK, they're just posturing, I think, until the Cloud Dragon. You know, I love this. I love how they're not trying to rush anything. Their champions keep getting stronger. There's no reason to fight.
Yeah.
And unless Afrika want to be the ones to recklessly pull the trigger, APK should be completely content with just continuing to scale up to 3, 4, 5 items on all of their champions and feel good about it.
Yeah. Onus is definitely on Afrika to get the work done here. Flawless gonna start up this Cloud Drake. Afrika now actually looking for a fight potentially. Cannon Barrage is available as Flawless does take down the Dragon. Instant cleanse from Hybrid. Gets him out of that arrow. Good on Horn, but not quite enough as the Cannon Barrage doing a lot of work here. Secret has to flash. Spirit looking for a flank. Flawless comes on over. Shockwave lands, but only gets the Leona. Kaney has already flashed now, but Ixu going gold at the wrong time. Should actually create a target for Afrika to take down, but no, it's Keen that falls. Hybrid was lying in wait, ready to take them. Chaos Storm not enough to take down Mystic, as now Flawless wants an opportunity to get back in here. Void Rush can actually be thrown out as the Prey-Seeker landed, but it did land onto Jelly, not a target that Flawless could actually take out effectively. So as the dust settles, it is a 2-for-1, but in favor of APK.
These kind of trades are not going to be that good for Afrika. Whenever the scaling team is making out or making even, it's always more beneficial for them. And we got a bit of a
Baron.
No, we got a bit of a I don't know really where to go with this, but basic mathematic failure here on the side of Spirit as he purchases an Oblivion Orb into a team that is stacking magic resistance. So
yeah.
Not the best purchase there. Definitely should have just gone for the Void Staff.
Well, we've got an Equalizer. It comes down and does a lot of damage there to Flawless.
Why does he? You know what? You're the glass half full kind of guy. Give me the reason for the Oblivion Orb.
It's so that he can deny the healing of Flawless. As in goes the Ram. Spirit going to repel it.
Quite.
Severum healing.
Okay. But that's
Grasp of the Undying healing.
Ah, yes.
It's not about the Oblivion Orb. It's
Oh,
about
okay.
the Forbidden Book.
All right.
That's what he needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
As Afrika are going for a YOLO Baron. Jelly with the ultimate
They're
almost
all
back
in.
available again. And yeah, this is most certainly an all-in play. Cannon Barrage to try and get them out of position. And Afrika are going to pull away. Cocoon goes wide. Solar Flare is in as now Secret makes its way into the pit. Hybrid takes down Keen immediately, and this is going to be a Smite War as Secret tanking up the Baron. Flawless going down so damn low as Spirit does secure Baron this time around. He will need to flash most likely to get out of this pit and does so, but Kaney's very, very low. Ixu also barely limping out of this one as Afrika walk away with the Baron. Another on-horn. As Mystic has been holding on to flashes all game. That time, of course, was able to. As APK get the Baron stolen out from under them.
That was really weird that Janna never decided to actually enter into the fight. As that was a lot of posturing there by Victor and Ornn.
Yeah, I'm surprised Janna's even here.
Janna is here.
All right.
You see where Hybrid was? Take a look at him in the team fight in the replay. As we're gonna see this replay one more time. Even though APK had the leg up, they got too needlessly aggressive. Ended up costing Spirit his flash and then inevitably his life, and then Afrika bit off a little bit more than they could chew. And just look at Hybrid again. He goes into the Fog of War. Keen ends up going too far forward. Now, take a look at this team fight here. Spirit eventually going to go in onto Keen, locks him up. Ixu doing his best to tank, and watch Hybrid. This whole team fight.
He's wandering around doing nothing.
He's dancing.
He is.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow ends up landing onto the Victor. Hybrid feeling like he can't get into range, and then again, continue to watch him as Ornn walks forward, as well as Keeny.
And Hybrid still.
Hybrid
quite there.
He's doing something.
Well, maybe he'll do something now, as we've got once again both teams posturing against one another. Good cannon. Sorry, barrel lands onto Hybrid in the back line.
And so the Baron flip has brought Afrika a chance where if they can somehow miraculously win a team fight through just sheer mechanical outplay of APK, they have a real chance to try to get some footing back in this game. And I think also if you're Afrika here, you let APK take the Cloud Soul in order to allow the Elder Dragon to spawn, because that's going to be one of their actual outs. If you take the Cloud Dragon, you're guaranteeing this game's going another 10 minutes, and I don't think that's what you want to do when the enemy has Victor or Aphelios.
Oh, heck no. That being said, some of these barrels that Keen is lining up are certainly working, starting to soften the members of APK if he does eventually land them. He will have a lot of damage. The IE Essence Reaver and Trinity Force is all of the CDR that you would need, as well as a heck of a lot of damage, and now building towards something like the Guardian Angel into Sterix for some extra survivability. Gangplank does scale, and we've got a Rabbidan's Death Cap completed here for Fly. He needs a Void Staff. So hopefully, he's going to listen to us, build that one next. Mystic on 4 items, as you can see the heart monitor of a gold graph at the bottom of your screen. Certainly suits APK, who are still just... This is not fast and loose League of Legends by any means.
This is the...
They are slowly but surely boring Afrika to death, and it will work.
It's something.
Yeah,
it really is.
Well, we're on soul point for both teams now, as Afrika did elect to take down the Cloud Drake. As
Morel and Omicron was picked up by Elise.
Yep, got the Forbidden Book Power Spike. There we go.
That's truly something else. I'm gonna need to take a quick photo of that one. Hold on here.
Yep.
And I got that for the record books.
Yep.
And
it's in the record now.
Okay,
that's going on your permanent record, Spirit. You can never wipe that slate clean. As, wow, death rate really starting to tear through the members of Afrika.
Victor also building the Forbidden Book.
Oh, Mystic, not going to get hit by that one, as now Flawless has to be careful. He may just die here, as he does get the tunnel. Equalizer tries to find the Rek'Sai, but doesn't. Ixu going to be the one to eat the arrow, but not exactly the target that Afrika want to be focusing. Bellows Breath to try and avoid some CC, but no hard CC actually coming down there as Mystic, oh my goodness, tagged by the Moonshot, but not the Moonlight Vigil, and will survive for the moment.
Hybrid not able to find his ultimate inside of that team fight. And APK is really fumbling in a lot of these team fights. Afrika managing to dance and just play it a little bit better with their spacing and decision making inside of these fights, and it's really allowing them to remain in this game, even though it should have been over several minutes ago.
So Flawless didn't need to go in there. You can see Ixu, he's got the Ornhorn back up again. Like, it's already up.
Yes.
It's crazy the amount of ultimate cooldown reduction that they do have, and the Ornhorn at level 18, sorry, at level 16, of course, rank 3, is just not a high cooldown anyway. As Secret gets slowed by the dissonance, but there is enough magic with this to mean that it's not too much of an issue here, as use the Searing Charge to get to safety. But honestly, I don't know how much danger he was ever in, as a man with a Warmogs and a heck of a lot of sustain and defensive statistics.
Yeah.
He'll be absolutely fine. Damage dealt, gigantic on the side of Afrika. But if it's all being done to Ixu, who's got a Warmogs and, like we were talking about, a huge health bar, it's not really a big deal.
And Baron's going to be up. Flawless level 14. The junglers are really, really low level. They're almost same level as the supports. As this,
I mean, you don't get much experience from just tunneling between your two tunnels over and over
you
again.
leave Flawless alone. Rek'Sai's getting plenty of exercise.
All right. That's a good point. It's not all about just experience, as Mystic, not tagged by the first half, not the second either. It's only going to land on the Spirit. Cannon Barrage is the trade. Jelly down to half, but Secret as well, almost out of this fight completely. As the arrow lands, oh, just a flash on the spot. It's the Shockwave to find Kenny in the backline. This could be the team fight that Afrika were looking for. The hybrid auto attack, something for goodness sake. Spirit takes one and it does so much damage, but the Q is going to miss, and now hybrid in the front line is not where he wants to be. He eventually goes down 1,000 gold for Keen. This is the team fight victory that Afrika were looking for. A disaster for APK in the game that they were supposed to win.
This was a game where APK found themselves with so many surreal advantages, especially given what happened in bot lane early on, as well as how good of a start Spirit had. And so for them to bring it back to just keep losing by going for one-man Ornn ultimates over and over, to Victor flashing into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in this final team fight, they're just not up to the same level of mechanical ability, as well as these long stalemate games. They seem to fall apart gradually as it kept going on. We saw T1 ended up winning games in similar fashion.
Yeah, and
against
the
other
first match
teams
against Damwon, yeah, they were able to take the series, and they certainly shouldn't have.
The thing for me about this is it leads the winning team to false conclusions.
Yeah, I really hope that Afrika assume that they lost this game.
Yeah.
Because actually, based on the draft and where the game got to, they against most other teams here in the LCK, they would have lost.
Right, if that were T1, if that were Sandbox, if that were Dragon X on the other side, in the spot that APK was in, this game was over for Afrika a long time ago. It never even came down to this team fight. But the decision-making with the Ornn ultimate, the just sheer mechanics that came out of Keeney as well as hybrid, everything was just...
I think Keeney was actually the one trying to carry.
He was trying.
He was trying, and that's why, you know, that one fail flash in the last team fight honestly felt like lights out, and I think Afrika recognized that. They found that, like, this is going to be the Achilles heel of this squad, because Hybrid was playing way too scared all game.
Yeah.
He wasn't actually able to step forward and get any of the autos. He had Gravitum ready for that last team fight, and straight up wasn't kiting, wasn't controlling, wasn't contributing for his team.
Absolutely, there were some spots where he can't realistically get into the fray without putting himself at too much risk, but a lot of that is a byproduct of his decision with positioning leading up to certain things. And
yeah,
even though it was definitely, this is definitely one of those Twilight Zone wins.
Yeah.
Definitely strange, as I don't really know who to give MVP to. I guess Mystic, just for being so consistent. I can't give it to Keen. He ended up actually losing his lane straight up to the Ornn.
Yeah.
Can't really give it to Fly either. He didn't do anything spectacular. Spirit.
And Spirit built a Morellonomicon, so we can't give it to him.
Spirit.
I'm going to give it to Jelly.
Yeah.
Because he's the only other one.
Spirit failed math class, so.
Yeah. I just don't want these Elises to keep getting MVPs.
Jelly would make, I believe that it goes Mystic, then Jelly. Yeah, Mystic, then Jelly. Would be my take. I'm interested to actually see what the vote does end up being, though. Because this was a very long game, and when games do end up going long...
Mystic played this team fight about as flawlessly as you can. Pretty exceptional stuff. His positioning on Ashe in late game team fights is... It just gives me those Prey shivers from the old days. And you saw this game was very close. This game should have been an APK victory. But when it came down to it, the Ashe did a hell of a lot of damage. The cannon barrages were just soaked by Ornns and Rek'Sai's all game, which is why the Gangplank damage stats are so extraordinarily inflated. But Keen, his damage percentage numbers are going to be silly for this split if he continues to pick champions like his Aatrox or his Gangplank. And we'll see what he does pick in game number 2, and whether a Freak of Freaks are going to learn from this experience as more of a loss rather than a win, despite what it says on the scoreboard, because the draft wasn't what we wanted to see.
No. Yeah. And there's no reason for APK to put themselves into those holes that they have to dig themselves out of with mechanical prowess.
Yep, well, let's see what happens in game number 2 after a short break.
파이팅 해야 돼. 앞에 조심해. 앞에 물려. 앞에 화염파. 앞에 맞는데 너. 앞에 봐. 앞에 로플. 오른. 앞에 로플이야. 끝내자. 엑사이 도는 거 생각해. 어디가 중에 이거 지켜. 엑사이 로플일 거야.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 레지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
자, APK와
We are back
아프리카의
after
경기 첫
APK
번째 경기
taken
만나보셨습니다.
Africa.
두 팀
So,
모두에게
it was a
도움이
very
되는 경기가
close
아니었을까
game
싶은데요.
and not
생각한 대로
an
잘
easy game for
풀려가지
both
않는 면이
teams.
많았던
So,
경기였죠.
what's your
먼저
thoughts
뱀픽
on the
어땠는지
draft,
들어볼게요.
Midori?
저 같은 경우는
And Lyra?
아프리카 뱀픽에 대해서 얘기를 할
I want to talk
건데요.
about
풀
Africa's
서포터를 굉장히
composition. They
좋아한다는
really
것을
prefer
느꼈는데요.
Rumble
그게
as a
아니라
support.
플레이적으로 초반 6분 전까지는
Especially
굉장히 많이 보여줬습니다.
Before
그리고
6-minute
상대
mark of the
레드를
game,
들어가는 플레이
they
플러스
really enjoy
어떤
like
어떻게
going
하면
into
이제
invade
할수
the red
있는지에
buff
대해서
and
애쉬의
also
매를
go
쓰면서
proactive
찾고
with
스피드
Ash.
선수가 플로리스 선수를 굉장히 마크를
The
잘하면서
Spirit was also really good at marking Flawless, so they were
조그마한
doing
실수가
really great
조금씩
job
나오긴 했어요.
snowballing around the bot lane, but there were also some of the blunders. With Spirit, they were always being so proactive in terms of the vision control. However, after one death on Spirit, actually, Africa kept rolling up, making more mistakes. So around Flawless, APK also managed to come back. Overall, APK and Africa, there were so many mistakes in terms of skills or just letting the opponent take any points. Feels like both teams were not really heads up to any kind of important plays, but in the end, Africa managed to break the nexus. So the final team fight decided the winner. The most important thing is that there were so many mistakes, but still, I think the positioning of the damage dealers, mid laners, and the bot laner is so important. APK, both the damage dealers were in a position where the other teammates could watch them.
가장 간단하게 말하자면 미스틱 선수는 쉬지 않고
Mystic
데미지를 넣었고
doing damage all throughout the sustained team fight because Africa actually Ash had a very important role to do a DPS damage in a sustained team fight and he executed in the right timing. However, Kaney was actually afraid he got zoned out too far, so the positioning resulted in the loss of the final team fight and losing the game. Kaney was not kiting nor contributing in that team fight. But also, Victor just was not able to do any damage in that team fight, but at the same time, Fly was also cut out in the beginning of that fight. He got engaged. However, Mystic did not stop doing damage. He always kept on autoing, and also with GP's ultimate, Africa didn't really stay afraid. They were really proactive and decisive in that very important moment. So they all need to work on for damage dealers to figure out the best positioning in team fight. Africa managed to keep focus till the late game. So let's see who's the POG for this game number 1. Mystic, who did tons of damage on Ash, picked up the POG. Because the last team fight was so decisive, Mystic got the MVP or the POG. Because Mystic also made some of the mistakes all throughout the game. Watching LPL games, it's actually really common to the final team fight winner to destroy the Nexus, but Mystic really proven himself how AD carries have to do in the very late game team fight. They always have to stay focused on the skill shot, dodging the skill shot, and also doing all the damage on his own. Even though he made some mistakes and there were some blunders in the early and mid games, Mystic knew how to do damage in the late game, which is most critical. So Africa, APK, both teams need to improve on their performance upcoming game. So I guess there must be a lot of feedback going back and forth. So let's check out for game number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. We're up to game 2 between APK and Africa Freaks. And I want to caveat this one because, yes, congratulations first to Mystic for picking up that MVP. But when it comes to APK versus almost anyone, having a look at feedback for this game is sort of comparisons between regions and things like that. But when teams are so split as far as skill disparity, and APK barely promoted themselves into the LCK and are a bottom-rung team by all means. Trigger is going to be coming in here, substitution for Hybrid. Hybrid did not have the greatest performance on a 5-0-1 Aphelios as the game drew on, and I think I can understand this pickup. Yeah, Aphelios? Aphelios?
I thought it was Janna.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean,
I
auto-attacked about as many times as a Janna would.
I'm not sure about that, actually. I think she would have woven some more.
The auto-attack threading, certainly important here. We're going to check out Mia, of course, formerly sub for KT, was behind Mata on that roster. Mia has been subbing quite a lot since that time, but hasn't actually had much game time. So interested to see what he's going to be able to do here with a new and improved bottom lane, hopefully, for APK Prince. Let's see whether it's going to be enough to get them across the line as we hop into Champion Select for game number 2.
Let's also see if Afrika has anything actually special going on here.
An Ornn ban.
With what?
I think an Ornn ban is...
Just pick Ornn.
Oh, or pick it.
Ornn is B1able.
Actually, just B1 for
you know what? You know what I want to... You know what I just want to see?
What do you want to see?
I just want to see... Just ban Aphelios MF.
Whoa.
And then see everyone's brains break.
That's crazy. You can't ban him. It's impossible to ban him. The only AD carry you can ban is Lucian. You know that.
Ban Aphelios and MF.
No.
You're
crazy. You got to ban Pantheon. It's so important.
Just go for the triple AD ban. MF, Senna, Aphelios. Let's have an honest game of League of Legends.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that you're insane.
Okay.
Can't do that.
Afrika banning away the Qiyana as well as the Pantheon. Now, it's strange that they don't want to play it. It is a lane neutralizer, and it does just... His E is really gross.
Yeah, and
his E is so gross.
Fly has been playing a hell of a lot of it. As you can see, Afrika, they don't want APK to have the flexibility of the Rumble, and they want to first pick the Aphelios, and they will be able to do exactly that, unless set is going to be the decision. The B1 set plague has been upon us since week 1, but it is going to be avoided as the Aphelios is, like we expected, locked in.
I would really like to see APK get baited here, and okay, well,
Good God. That was just the instant Soraka. Maybe that's why Mia's coming in. Maybe we can flex the Soraka a little bit better now with Mia on the roster instead of Secret. I don't know.
I don't know if Keen will try any of the Soraka counters here. And so, typically you can play Mage's top lane into her. You can play Tryndamere into her as well. So you can take Syndra top lane, you can take Azir top lane.
You're a big fan of Tryndamere at the moment, aren't you?
I am a big fan of Tryndamere. I think Tryndamere is very hard, both individually for the player to pull off. I think that a lot of people see him on the surface as just being a right-click champion, but to get his abilities off, to actually utilize his W well, to space on him correctly, to do his cancels and everything, it does take a lot of skill. And also, the Undying Rage at the absolute last second to get full value.
Timing on Undying Rage is very, very important.
All right, well, APK is actually taking away one of the Soraka counters as Afrika now picking Victor. And it's always a sad time in the meta when the stat checkers like Victor do end up resurfacing, as Irelia now is going to bite the dust. Irelia, another champion that if she clips Soraka with the E, can just try to all-in her.
Yeah, and you can sort of pretty comfortably throw that one out from range as well, so you can understand why it's something that Ixu Soraka would want to avoid. Showing us more and more that this is most likely going to be heading top lane, which is something that we've been waiting for Ixu to play for quite some time. So far, only Cubase in the LCK has picked up the top Soraka. Khan going to be banned here, which is interesting. Wonder what Trigger is actually going to be picking up here in the AD carry position. Still not entirely sure how this composition is going to come together in the end. Aatrox going to leave.
Aatrox is a very bizarre ban because unless they're suspecting that Victor would go top lane, but even still Syndra would be fine against Aatrox, and Soraka hard counters Aatrox not only in lane, but in team fights. Plays the silence beneath him.
Yeah.
While he's trying to do his fancy footwork as...
That's a Morgana.
That's a Morgana. Yeah.
And you've been calling for Morganas, but just not necessarily in this game.
Definitely not in this game. The enemy has such long range, and now the Morgana's coming in blind.
Well, Spirit's got a big grin, so I wonder what that means. Is we did also get Mystic subbed out. SS going to come in. We've had this a couple of times, actually, where a player gets the player of the game and then gets subbed out. Rewarded with a rest, I guess. As the Lee Sin is locked. And Orianna now being looked at, as it is going to be a mage top lane matchup if this Soraka is indeed heading top lane. And otherwise, it's going to be a Soraka Morgana bottom lane, which I don't know about.
Oh, Pyke.
Oh, we doing Morg Pyke. We are.
Morgana Pyke is going to be the bot lane.
Now, this is one that was popularized by Bang and Effort a while ago. Was certainly a disgusting combo when they were utilizing it to its full effect. Excited to see how it's going to go here against the Aphelios Yuumi on the bottom side of the map. Basically making Double S a machine gun turret monster by himself, just with his little cat on a book behind him.
And the other thing about this is the team composition for Afrika. They are approaching the Soraka with the mage up in top lane, but we're going to have to see how far ahead they can end up going. Now, APK with the hyper carry in the Soraka for the later stages of the game, they are set to do okay, but one of the things that's scary is there's not reliable sustain damage. They're very combo based.
Oh yeah.
And when you have that with Soraka, it sort of detracts from her value, because then you're always playing around your cooldowns on the Morgana, on the Syndra, on Pyke and whatnot, and also there's not very good targets for Soraka to be healing.
Yeah, I actually think this game is going to revolve around what Mia can do on this Pyke.
Yeah.
I think the Pyke is going to be extremely important, making sure you can get to that first pick-off, and this composition picks really well. They've got Dark Binding, they've got Scatter the Weak, they've even got the Silence to put under it if the Soraka is going to be there. Getting that first kill is a possibility, and then moving towards those resets with the Death from Below is going to be a chance too. So let's see whether they can achieve it as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. Afrika now with some blue shorts on, and APK trying to draw this series out after a very disappointing game number 1 that honestly was all but in the bag for this squad.
As it looks like the Prince of Persia skin is the skin of choice for Mia. Do you ever play that game?
Prince of Persia?
Yeah.
Heck yeah, I played the original.
Sands of Time?
I'm a boomer, remember? Sands of Time? What? No.
What? That one was good.
I played the OG.
I'm done with
when you were falling down onto like pits of spikes and you had about 3 pixels to your character.
Okay.
Spectacular. That was when the head of your main character is like 4 pixels large. Beautiful times. Just beautiful times.
You ever play Baldur's Gate?
I did.
You
Baldur's
are
Gate
ancient.
Baldur's Gate 2 was
You're
great.
actually
That was
ancient.
really, really good. Baldur's Gate 2 just felt like you were playing D&D.
You are a fossil.
Do you mind? I was actually very young when I played Baldur's Gate, so I didn't really get it, to be honest. But I enjoyed it anyway. Well, Spirit going to come down and look for this red buff. Ixu going to collect a bit from him, but not too much.
A little surprising. Thought he would add a little bit more damage, but perhaps the minions are going to end up dying. It would have been the funniest thing, he smited, and then for some reason Soraka queued.
Yeah.
Just took the red.
He was already in lane as Double S misses 2 melee creeps. Pulls out the Severum and then wonders what the heck he's supposed to do now with no lane partner, really, and no buttons to press, apart from switching my guns, which he is doing a lot. The APM on this Aphelios level 1 is so high.
He has a lot of dexterity. He's very deft.
Yeah?
You know?
Dexterous?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Look at that APM.
I mean,
what
this guy
monster.
is doing a lot of workouts right now.
Yeah.
And so we have to hope that his diet is correct, not just for him, but also his cat.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can see that as soon as I talked about a diet, which was food, the cat came out.
It was like, oh,
Yep.
wait.
I don't think that's really a coincidence. I'm just throwing that out there.
If it was my cats, it would be if you had have said the word mama, which means treat in Korean.
Okay.
Our cats lose their minds as soon as you say that. So that might have been what Double S was mentioning there in that lane, as Keen going to pick up the cannon creep. Nicely done. See how this one goes, as Keen so far doing okay here in this lane. Staying ahead in farm by just a little bit as the Bone Skewer goes wide. And Trigger just continuing to try and pick up as many minions as he can. Finally, Double S now with some opportunities to actually clear out some of these minions. See which weapon he's going to get next. Is great interrupt there on the you and me. The Tormented Soil comes in as well. Definitely a neutralizing lane is the Morgana Pike, but not necessarily a hard smash lane. You know, this is more, we're going to clear out the minions very comfortably, and the Pike can roam, get skirmishes happening in the early stages, that sort of thing. So the Aphelios should still be relatively fine as far as scaling towards later stages, even if right now it looks like Trigger does have a huge lead. As Ixu's got to hit some of these Qs if he wants to get his health back. Silence comes out onto Keen, but Keen was one of our OG Victor top players. See whether the build is going to remain the same. Do you think that this is just going to be full AP Victor?
Yeah, I imagine that this will end up being full AP Victor. There's no real reason for him to go AD with the Iceborne Gauntlet and then try to go into the weird off-tank Victor. I think that would be a very poor choice. And so far up here, I think he's doing pretty okay. Ixu has an okay amount of HP and mana remaining, but remember, Keen has teleport, whereas Ixu does not. Although Ixu is keeping up in the CS department relatively well.
Yep. Ixu probably going to be a bit of a wish bot towards the later stages of the game anyway. Really excited to see whether APK can actually make these team fights work, because they will be exciting if we can get the death from belows. We can have the wish utilized at the right timing and carry them through that way, but it will require way more coordination than they had in their last game, which is where I'm drawing some worries for this squad. So they weren't necessarily able to start fights effectively. Follow-ups weren't there. Issues with Call of the Forge God, things like that, when they did have a composition that was pretty easy to play. This will require a little bit more, as Mia's going to get interrupted there by the Prowling Projectile. Corliss is here towards the bottom side. You can see Afrika with a lane reset. Should be all right.
Well, everything else is, we're just sort of playing ping pong, so.
Hey, do you know what the good news is?
What?
We start with the Cloud Drake, so we're guaranteed to not have that Dragon Soul.
I got some good news today. I'd like to share with you, yes.
Oh yeah, what's that?
There is English subtitles of Parasite playing again in CGV.
Oh,
I haven't seen
it. Got re-released after its Oscars success?
It got re-released with English subtitles at select CGVs.
That's really cool. As Spirit gets booped back, might actually have to flash as Mia. Goes over early as Fly comes in, but Spirit misses a Q. It may not even matter, as the heal was utilized as well. Mia going to go down for first blood. Oh, it's a cavalcade of mistakes here for APK as Fly. Also very low. And Keen investing the teleport is why Afrika were able to make that one work. Spirit really getting picked up by his bootstraps by his team. Keeny not with too much HP to his name. Trigger now waiting. Black shield going to be there. It's going to keep him alive. Ixu here, just trying to do what he can to gain something. Gets a plate here on the top side of the map, but not much of a CS advantage.
Also, Ixu went double Doran's ring, which when you're against a mage, it doesn't really do anything. She should have just accepted the magic resistance, but we're seeing in this replay here some fancy footwork by both parties here. Keeny not able to get in there without committing himself to death as well. And then Jelly ends up picking up the first blood. You know that cat image from a long time ago, like the bloodthirsty cat? It's very like fluffy.
Yeah, I think so.
It has like really nice eyes, but then the text is something like it's gonna murder you or something?
Yep, yeah.
Okay, that's the Yumi.
Actually sounds like my cat.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what's going on there.
He is a lovely boy, but sometimes he just looks like, you know, he's an angry cat.
Okay. Not bad.
Well, Trigger's going to get himself a plate. And we've got lost chapters abound for the APK side. Fly also missing a chapter by the looks. And Jelly has the final one, so...
Oh yeah, do you think that the lost chapter is actually just Yumi's book?
Yeah, that's why it's been lost, because Yumi stole
Exactly.
it. Yeah. Look at the cat. How that one works. Like if you lost your keys, probably the cat.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. Double S getting his Calibrum online. Flawless up here, clearing out vision, but can't clear the Rift Scuttle vision. And it looks like Shelly's not going to be an option that APK are looking for right now. Slight bit of damage onto Kaney right there as Mia doesn't get the Bone Skewer. Flawless just going to clear out vision, but no, fails to grab that control ward as Spirit has made his way around. Dragon Rage kick available, no flash. As Ixu gets himself into the river as well. Keen looking for a bit more. Fly in there, doesn't throw out the Shockwave, doesn't actually have it, used it just prior, actually didn't notice when he threw down that ult. I believe that's why Kaney's health bar is a little bit lower. Using it off to the side in the mid lane. Freaka have successfully deterred APK from going for Shelly. Haven't found themselves any team fights just yet. Mia, deep water dive, looking for Fly. Bone Skewer misses. Good sidestep there from the Orianna. Now Spirit and Jelly are lying in wait here in this river. As okay, there's the kick into the wall. The mini stun's good as the Q gonna fly forward as well. The final chapter has been read. The wish utilized, but not enough. As oh my goodness, no! And there's the Dark Binding. Spirit safeguards to get out of the way. Ragnarok not enough. As Ixu gets Chaos Storm towards the top side. How did no one die?
Well, Soraka is a hell of a champion,
Yeah.
Atlas. As yeah, she gave everyone a little
Bit of a boost.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a lifeline at the very end.
파이크 한번 봐줘.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at this one more time.
Look at
I
Pike.
love the mini stun.
Yep. Reactivates the Q, goes in, and
Oh, we were waiting for one more auto from the
나
kitty.
방어 제발.
says, "Please let me live."
야 올라프 너무 개대박.
Olaf has no ultimate. It's amazing.
Yep. Nice work, Spirit. Keeping the spirits high. No pun intended. And Fly did pick up his blue buff. Double S down here with a couple of Qs left in his Calibrum. And still just keeping up with that APM. In fact, it allowed him to miss a cannon creep, which is not super great. He straight up misses that Q as well. Sometimes pressing buttons isn't always the best. As ow. See, this is what happens. You get tagged by stuff, and then there's chakrams, and then you're having a bad time.
Well, Rift Herald is going to be tagged here by APK, as they're going to manage to pick that up for themselves. And Ixu is doing a completely fine job right now. He's not really down in the CS department. He also has turret plates. His 2 on himself right now. And so this is definitely a dicey situation for Freaka the longer that the game goes. And Mia coming in here.
Not going to get the stun, though, as you can see. Flawless. Oh, the Bone Skewer does come back. Gravity Field now on cooldown. As Flawless, what are you doing? Tanks up another turret shot as he walks on past, and Keen doesn't even have to flash against 3 people. Not going to give that necessarily to Keen outplaying, though, as Mia's also going to get interrupted. Good ward from Keen, spotting that out.
And it also looks like they're not even going to bother summoning the Rift Herald in top. Kick on
the kick flash
Keeney.
into the Sonic Wave. Spirit's going to die because that turret just decided to target him on his way past. That's suboptimal, and actually probably going to mean that it's fine for Keeney to trade 1-for-1 in that instance.
Still will be a net gain, though, for Afrika.
Yep.
450 versus 300 gold. And I didn't actually see if Ixu's cooldown was up for his R while that trade was going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kenny was probably dead. But yeah, I think might have helped. We'll see this one more time. And the
Soraka
ultimate
does
was
not have
up.
it, yeah. Kick goes in. Nice knockback there, and then Spirit was still holding turret aggro.
No, he broke turret aggro and then
Went back, yeah.
queued through turret aggro. Which is not what you want to do. He was trying to avoid that. It was right on the edge. You know. Sometimes you're not lucky. You know? These things happen.
APK now, they're going to be the ones to actually pick themselves up. The Ocean Dragon, and for how their team composition tends to conduct itself, it's not super terrible.
Not a bad one. Not a great Mountain Drake game, though, and that's going to be our soul for this one, for either side. There's not really any burly boys up in here. Flawless, I guess, is going to build some of those tanky stats.
Yeah, as well as Soraka does get
that's
tanky
true.
items.
Yep, you're going to build Spirit Visage, something like that.
Zanya's on Trigger as well.
Well, now they've got 3 members of Afrika down here ready to die. It's going to be Spirit that goes down first. Double S is going to flash out. As that's the turret going to be picked up as well. APK with a good play bottom side. This control ward going to be cleared out as well, as we're going to get a double charge out of Shelly. And even Mia zoning Double S away from these minions. Teleport to come through from Trigger. He's just going to clear out this minion wave as the Dark Binding comes in. Turret angry against Kane, but not going to take too many shots there, as there's the Unleashed Power. Kaney, is he going to survive this one? Yes, he is. Fly as well. Last Dark Spear, not quite enough there, of course. Fully upgraded. Does a fair bit of damage, as you witnessed.
Yeah. And
getting his roams off.
This is starting to be very similar to game number 1, where APK, their team composition is very obnoxious, actually, when they're ahead.
Yeah.
The impressiveness of the Soraka, as well as just having the Pike combined with the Morgana and the Syndra. They have insane amounts of lockdown. Obviously, the silence there to disrupt everything, but...
And you've also got Black Shield onto Flawless as well, who can Ragnarok to get out of CC, but even if he doesn't have his ult up, he can be relevant and can continue to stick to his targets if that Black Shield does come in. A lot of ways to break it, of course, on Afrika's side, but if they do find members caught out of position, could certainly be an opportunity here as Keen. A couple of upgrades on this Hex Core so far, but now you can see the gold lead finally in APK's favor. It's never been that large, and we're still looking at Double S to be the carry here. Quite confused as to why the Afrika Freaks did sub out Mystic after it was a great performance, especially at the end of game number 1. Maybe just assuming that blue side will be better here for Double S.
I think that one of the other things is they maybe perceive APK to be weak, and so they can give Double S playtime.
Yeah.
We've seen lots of teams do that with subs in the past, even if it does end up coming back to bite them.
Indeed. Well, game 1 was almost back to bite them, but that was with their main roster. Slightly perplexing. Double Super Soakers done for Kaney and Trigger.
And it looks like Pike is going to run down to bottom with Syndra.
Well, Ixu going to get some of his health back here, still holding onto the Wish, as you can see. See how many Forbidden Books get built this game. It's not a bad option against the Soraka, as Keen's got a long way to run. No inner turret, remember, as there's the Chaos Storm. Keen trying to outplay it, but he's not going to be able to. But no extra money delivered, as Death from Below now on cooldown. Meanwhile, topside, Spirit also going to fall down. Bad meat worse. Here for Afrika. Fly not offering too much. Prowling Projectile onto Trigger. This is so interesting to evaluate, though, because like you were talking about, there is no consistent damage for APK. And this is a time of the game where this composition is well and truly online. When you can run around, you can get these picks of people out of position because you're so mobile with things like the Pike that can really be that roaming death squad alongside the Olaf.
You have the roaming Pike, the Olaf that's able to be anywhere, the Soraka who's everywhere in Spirit. Given her R as Spirit, just face-checking a brush. Ends up being punished for it. Keen ends up being caught out here. He summons the Chaos Storm, uses the Q, flashes to try to get away. Fortunately, did not end up giving over a Pike kill.
Well, that's the thing. I actually think that flash is super worth it because it denies all that extra kill money.
Yes.
That he would have been picking up. So instead of 600, goes down to 3. Well, I guess 450 with the assists that would also be divvied out. But Pike not getting any of them is also great news because he will be very important come later stages of the game for APK's composition. 24 seconds on the Mountain Drake, but Shirley going to be taken first here on APK's side. Double S there with his Sentry. AoE Sentry, I like Infernum Sentry. It's pretty cool.
All right, well, Shirley is going to be picked up as Fly is now dead.
He's very dead. I just chose to have a sip of my drink at the wrong time there, and then Fly was dead. As Shirley's going to come out as well and take down this outer turret in the mid lane. This is APK playing with gusto, understanding that their composition is certainly strong at this point, and they're able to leverage it, something that APK hasn't been able to do. And look, if you're struggling to play late game, why don't you just not play late game? As they are starting to snowball this game out of control. For Afrika, Trigger doesn't find the Dark Binding though. Double S will be able to get out of there.
And the other thing about having a 4,000 gold lead is these champions, their items are all really cheap, and they come online a lot faster than a typical team composition. So the 4,000 gold advantage at the top doesn't really represent how far ahead APK is right now as a byproduct of the fact that their items come online sooner than typical team compositions, and also just how effective these champions are when they're even, let alone ahead. So, the Soraka, there's no real answer to her right now. Victor needs so much more time to scale up. You have a Black Cleaver being built on Lee Sin. The opponents don't build any armor, Atlas. I just want to
it's all about that,
you know
that true damage that you can possibly stack towards.
It's 25%.
Yeah, it's not
So,
really going to be helping, is it? And
let's,
it's also percent-based, so
it's all, yeah,
not going to work
let's
the
take a look at how much value Lee Sin is getting. So 24% of 66, Atlas.
Not high.
16.
You divide it by 4. Which is, you know, not a lot. But it's over
16.5.
10, you know? Yeah.
There you go.
16.5 armor penetration with 5 stacks of Black Cleaver. Sounds brilliant to me.
That sounds like it's a U-moves. It's actually worse than
Oh dear, all 3 members of Afrika are in a whole host of trouble. That's a hula hoop that comes out from Fly, but SS, he's trying to kite this one as Mia. Might be a target, but no. Nothing that the Aphelios can do. Ixu going down low as the cat didn't have anyone to sit on other than her book. And that is going to mean a dead Yuumi. APK, the roaming death squad, working out here. Now Afrika, can they pick off Mia? Nope. Still had deep water dive, so the Pike would have been all right. Death Ray coming through. Keen, but just to try and delay some backs. Otherwise, not too much else going to be found.
Well, just take a look at this replay. Strock ultimate comes out.
Meanwhile, Keen's dead.
I think he's tilted. There would be no reason for him to ever die in that spot. I know that we were checking out the replay, so it can't happen in live, but also him walking up to just QE a Pike that can regen most of the HP, I imagine that he's very tilted. And Keen, outside of that Aatrox game that he ended up having so far in LCK 2020, has had a lot of games that look like this.
Yeah, pretty subpar, to be honest. We're going to get this replay once again because it was rudely interrupted by Keen's death.
Everything just really comes out. Fly tries to make it back to safety as Double S not able to kill Mia right there, as all the heals just keep coming out from Soraka.
Yep.
The Unicorn killed the cat. Let's take a look at this. Why is Keen walking up? What the?
Okay. Well, yeah, that was stepping a little bit further forward.
나이스.
야 오빠 나이스. 오빠 나이스.
뭐야 그렇지.
아닌데. 이게 오빠지.
야,
그게
바텀-
오빠지.
바텀 한번 받아먹고 미드
오케이.
다시 붙고 이거 계속 바...
All right, well, Ixu's a happy man. That's what we can glean from that one. We do have one Morellonomicon completed, which is actually pretty important in this particular game. And the Baron has been started 22 minutes in, and there is no one even near this on Afrika's side. It's not going down the fastest because consistent damage, not what this composition is all that good at. The Dark Binding is going to go wide. Spirit might be able to make this one a 50-50. He comes on over. The Q is going to miss, and Flawless is going to be able to lock that one down. Now the team fight not even going to get opted in for, and Afrika just had to watch the purple buff be claimed by APK with nothing to do about it.
Now they're just going to turn their sights to mid lane, but they're down 6,000 gold. Redemption completed on Soraka as well as Athene, so the healing is just going to be absolutely ginormous here.
Yeah. Not enormous or gigantic. Both
Ginormous.
of them
Yeah.
at the same
Combined.
time.
Together at once.
Yeah. You guys understand that that is much worse. For the Afrika side, 5-1-1 for Kaney. This Syndra is certainly plowing along. Rabbiden's Death Cap on the way. And Banshee's Veil has been built for quite some time. Trigger is Spooky Ghosts coming out here. And alongside the Glacial Augment, able to keep people in position for considerably large amounts of time, paired with his QN ultimate. Soul Shackles was actually pretty pivotal in the top lane fight, and works with this composition very nicely. One of those designer comps that our friend LS does like to talk about. So far, it is working.
Taking a look at the level. Heaney is almost up 3 levels over Fly.
Yeah.
And
over everyone else in the
yes,
game.
He is so far ahead. And, you know, if you're an APK fan, or if you've been following their last games, remember, they almost took a game off of Damwon.
Yeah, they did.
And they ended up getting CLG'd by Nuggery.
I mean, they should have won game 1 here as well. We should
They
be
should
looking
have
down
won
the
game
barrel
1,
of
right.
a 2-0 right here. That's how this should be going.
And so this is very akin to the Jin Air Revolt.
Yeah. So close and yet so far. They're winning until they lose every game.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Sky.
So, by my calculations here, even though they are up 6K, there's still the chance that they lose a team fight at 29 minutes.
Oh, is it 29 minutes? Actually, my orders were telling me a 32.5 minute.
I don't have the
loss.
script today, unfortunately.
Ah, okay.
G-Sun a little lacking on getting that today.
Well, we'll see where it actually lands. This next inevitable team fight, you can see the Lich Bane was put on hold because Keen really wants a Morellonomicon for himself. And this game, I couldn't really blame him with the Soraka running around. Spirit not having the greatest performance so far on the Lee Sin, but he can still have that kick. Finish this game off. Of course, Ixu going to be a priority target for that one. And if they can soak, you know, their composition doesn't necessarily do it very well, but if they can soak the first salvo, APK don't have a whole lot more after that. You know, it's not like they have auto attacks to rely on from a late game carry.
Yeah. And the other thing about this right now is Double Mountain Dragon amplifying so much of those resistances. It's really basically negating the magic penetration that's being granted by the Morello.
Yeah, Flawless also successfully recognizing that Black Cleaver is not a good idea this game. Is what looks like going towards a Spirit Visage. As Double S, he has to cleanse. And Dark Binding going to go wide due to that, but he's still going to have to go home. Siege is on, but no more Baron available. And APK's Siege abilities are basically nil. They're probably going to be waiting for the next Baron before that one happens. Thankfully for them, 2 minutes only before that one does become available again. But look at this, Fly and Keen sharing experience underneath this turret is absolutely not what you want. There's Double S and Spirit here in the mid lane. Set up, bottom lane minions going big.
Syndra is so big.
She's huge. Spirit of trouble. And there's the Moonlight Vigil. Ixu going to go down relatively low, but he is a Soraka, as now Kaney, a one-man army against this Afrika squad. Redemption comes in. Wish still not needed. And APK back at it again.
And Ixu there, I mean, he still has his R. He still has Flash, he still has Barrier. This game is so inconceivably difficult.
Yeah, this is a roughie. We call this one a roughie. Well, if we talk about scaling, though, if both of these teams, right, get to 40 minutes on even footing, who wins the team fight?
With the way that the itemization and the Drakes are going right now, it really does look like APK.
Oh, wow. An AD carry not going to be able to save them from this one.
Aladios, I don't think he has enough.
Well, he's got a lot, so that's saying a lot.
Thank you, Alice, for that. Absolutely.
You're welcome. That's
You are a
play-by-play analysis
You're a
right there.
bastion of knowledge. You are
I am.
honestly like.
Well, Keen is not very alive as the Bone Skewer does come back. Oh, Flash comes in there. Mia needed that one. I think to keep himself alive as the deep water dive not going to be enough. And the stopwatch had to be used there from Mia to keep him up. A little bit embarrassing there, but invests everything and they do take down King.
And so that's actually not a bad trade though for Keen. They
break a stopwatch.
Yeah, they break a stopwatch, they get a flash, they get an ignite, they get Sirakazar, although Sirakazar probably going to be up by the time the next team fight transpires, but still.
Keen is also 100 CS up. Ixu sort of stopped doing the farming thing.
Doesn't matter, it's Soraka.
In
Isn't
fact,
that great?
a lot of minions have gone begging on the side of APK. The blue dots just haven't been punished. As Keen does have teleport, so this is going to be a 5v5. Speaking of which, teleport to come through from Trigger as Mia looking for the Bone Skewer, finds it on to Fly, who's now trying to run away, gets the dissonance. That's going to get him out of there. Few buttons now on cooldown, but it's only the heal from this Orianna. Took the phase rush as well, which I think was very helpful in getting him out of that one scot-free. Mia off to the side. Spirit gets a Q onto a siege minion. It's not really going to help them here as Double S, Calibrum at the ready. See whether this Aphelios can actually get some autos to work out during these team fights. Has Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, so as far as bang for your buck 2 items is what you want, but still probably looking for a Runans before he's really going to be the orbital nuke cannon that we see so much.
15 seconds until Mountain Soul is up, and honestly, if you're APK, you could just laugh at Afrika and go and get it, but it does look like they are keen on trying to fight.
No pun intended. There's the Yuumi with the zoomies. Jumping on top of Spirit, keeping him alive. Q gonna land onto Flawless. Gets slowed down. They wanted to get a Ragnarok out, but they're not going to. As damn Jelly is like, it's a lot of healing. Yuumi still does a lot of healing. Especially with the cup completed. Athene's Unholy Grail. Jelly currently with the Lost Chapter and the Final Chapter, which is exactly what you want. Q lands onto Ixu, but he flashes onto Keen.
Oh,
they
into the
want to try
root.
and take him down, but doesn't have a stopwatch, doesn't have a life. And that is going to be Death from below helping grab that kill also, so even more money now available for APK. Keen not having a great game too here for Afrika. And Flawless should just be able to grab the Mountain Soul by himself. The rest of APK there to play defense. As Mia, he had a reset. He wanted to use it before it was done. Wasn't actually able to make that one stick. As Afrika, things are just going from bad to worse. They don't have the options to try and get back into this game. And they're just getting bled out time and time again.
They have 18% magic resistance and armor.
야, 1000 남았다 이거. 야, 보자.
He says, let's see if he's here. Let's see if he's here. Or let's try this.
봐줘.
Look at this.
Not the greatest
nice.
of ultis.
It's nice. And then right here, Silence into Mike, just ripping him right back into it. Now with the Mountain Soul as well, I mean, this game is really looking doomed.
Not great news. Keen has respawned, Flash Teleport, both available, no stopwatch, still in the back pocket of the Victor. He wants that as soon as possible. 3-item spike onto Fly. He does have his Void Staff now. Spooky Ghosts. And Blue Trinket comes in. This could be a team fight, but our Victor's still in the mid lane. Spirit wants to try and go for the 50-50. APK just looking to peel, just looking to turn. They are going to do that. Baron's going to regen. A lot of time being bought here as the inner turret now just taking damage. Lane manipulation not quite there on APK, although they do have pushing side lanes.
Now, the funny thing is that if Afrika were to take a team fight right now in mid lane and then win it, they could end.
Yeah.
Which
it's what happened in game number 1.
a Void Staff also on the Orianna, so a bit of a savant with that item purchase against the enemy team composition.
The Victor went back. Inner turret was claimed. Now these minions as well going to be claimed. At least the experience there for Keen, who does have the final rank of his Chaos Storm. Now Mia going to break the Blast Cone. And APK, have they actually counted the blue trinkets? It looks like they have. Spirit's going to have to face check here as Kaney straight into a Shockwave. Spirit now in position to try and steal this one away. The Syndra at half health is not what they want, although there is a Soraka. So maybe not too much of an issue. Spirit going to try and safeguard his way out. The Moonlight Vigil does come in. They're trying to corral them. As Double S looking for some autos. Will find Flawless to flash over. Double S, Infernum now equipped and a lot of AoE damage now available. Flawless running for the hills, but he's split from his team. Trigger trying to come over and give him that Black Shield. Should be able to do so. Oh, the kickback. The Black Shield is a little bit too late, but Flawless has himself the health regen. Double S, Calibrum online, but Spirit, can he safeguard out? The answer is no, but it's a 1-for-1. Trigger going to go down as well as Spirit, as now Kaney trying to do the work. Double S here, trying to be the army that Afrika needs. And Mia just able to dive over the wall. A much closer fight than most APK Prince fans would have wanted at this stage.
This is yet another example of what just happened in game number 1, where they're being out team fought. Kaney lost so much HP, drained a lot of Soraka's HP as well as a byproduct of it. Here they're all funneling into a narrow corridor trying to chase the Lee Sin. They line up for Yuumi. Wish comes out onto Soraka. An E cast by Ixu for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And the Soraka, honestly, a lot of the decision-making inside of the fight for E and Q cast, even right there, missing the Lee Sin with the E when he was in stasis.
Yeah.
Is very peculiar. Ixu even slow to cast the W on Kaney there.
Oh no, could it just be a face check? No, Flawless a little bit early with the undertow. Not sure what he was trying to throw it at there. They did throw down the ward.
And also,
spot out positioning.
Keen's build has been so staggered.
It's a very strange build, right?
He originally had Blasting Wand and Sheen wanting to eventually complete into Lichbane, but then I think that because of the dragons as well as the game state, he went Morello and now he went Void Staff just so that he has damage. So sitting on that Sheen all game long definitely feels bad, man.
Well, Spirit, he is going to be in there, but not able to steal away the Baron. Kick also not utilized, as now Afrika, they want to try and find themselves a team fight. Their AoE damage, if they land it, is huge. But you can see APK able to corral, get them out of the way. Bone Skewer lands onto Double S. Crescendum and Infernum equipped, but you don't really want to be close range right now. As the Aphelios, now with the Baron buff, APK will break open the base, take the top lane inhibitor at least in this moment. Spirit going to be up in 10 seconds, a possible team fight to erupt after that. All ultimates available here. So a reset for APK will be pretty easy, and then 30 seconds until the Elder Drake, and possibly just the end of this game. 3 games for APK Prince against Afrika. This is not what I was expecting the first series to be. The long series today was supposed to be our second one between our 2 former promoted teams. That was so close from Spirit. He in fact did get the smite off. Just a little bit too early.
Well,
all right.
Mia now coming in here on Double S, yeah.
Did have a bit of the CC, but not enough to actually lock down the Pike. Pesky Pike.
Now, Elder Dragon is going to be the only out that Afrika has. I mentioned this in game number 1 when I suggested that Afrika could just let them take it. Okay, well.
No, Fly most likely just dead. The Zoomies did help him for quite some time. And at least Jelly is going to survive through this one also. Double S trying to get some autos off. Moonshot connecting means that the Calibrum is very dangerous from very high range. Just not looking like enough here on Afrika's side. Keen needs to be really careful. Kaney off to the back. Doesn't have ultimate just yet, but as soon as that comes back off, it feels like one of these Afrika members is just straight up going to die. He is so strong. Keen under the turret, does have Chaos Storm. And Afrika, they've lost every inhibitor, and now it's ultimate turtle mode necessary. Infernum with double S will help clear minions. Pretty lucky Infernum. I feel like a lot of Aphelios players try to get through that ammo as quickly as possible. Fly respawns. Pick successful for APK, and now the Elder Drake should just be theirs. Double super creeps marching towards the Afrika base, and Afrika has to fight now or never. Now, APK, they recognize it. Keen flashes immediately, has a big shield as the Zoomies trying to come on through, but the first reset is in. The death from below, double S trying to do it with the crescendum, but can't quite as Spirit flashes his way out. Trigger now goes golden, Fly gets the command protect Q, misses from Spirit, so Trigger will survive, and that should be the ace as Jelly reads out the final chapter, but it's for himself and not for APK. We will need to go to a game number 3. APK win their first game in the LCK, and it's against the Afrika Freaks. Not what anyone was expecting, but great to see from our newly promoted team, as they had to get everything apart from that very final Elder Drake in order to guarantee this victory, but it was much cleaner than game number 1, and it felt like they were winning the entirety of the game and held on to it.
And the other thing about this is you can just see what ended up happening. It's very akin to game number 1. Game number 2 this time, though, APK didn't let it get away from them, as interesting team composition ended up coming out with the win. Keen looking extremely tilted inside of this game, and I like seeing this. I like seeing unorthodox type of drafts clap the top teams for
I like the
refusing,
design of drafts, man.
yes,
Yeah.
for refusing to adapt to them or recognize them. And I like seeing Soraka win again, because I want to just see how much more stubborn Korea can be in the face of how oppressive, obnoxious, and just powerful the champion is, and yet every team's seeming refusal to either ban it or first pick it, despite its flexibility, and how versatile in defining it is in this meta.
Straight up. Oh, man. MVP selection is quite difficult this game. In my personal opinion, kind of want to give it to the coach for the draft.
I kind of just want to give it to Soraka. There were so many fights that were kept alive and enabled.
Yeah.
By her. See, but that's not giving it to the player.
That's giving it to the champion,
Yeah.
but the player picked the champion, and that's probably the closest we can do to saying, you picked Soraka, therefore you won the game. So I'm with you on that one. I think Iksu deserves it. And he was also able to play out the laning phase that can be very difficult against Keen, just in general.
Mage came out. Didn't really matter in this team fight. Keen was keen to go next. Keen was probably actually FF15 in this game, in his mind, but unfortunately, team composition had weaknesses if APK did end up getting ahead. And so Afrika was never on the even footing. Had they been on even footing, and had Dragons not been bolstering the resistances, you could sort of see in some of the team fights that the long range of the Victor and the Orianna does allow them ways to try to weather the opponent down and cause the Soraka to be very depleted. And it's only through those means can they really win a team fight. The Lee Sin, he is completely negligible. He can't take Qs in because the Soraka's just going to slow him, silence him. Morgana's going to lock him up. Pyke. It all just came down to Victor and Orianna, and they just couldn't do it in the face of all the resistances and just being behind.
Yeah. Great comp to come out from APK, shows the power of drafting here in the LCK. When it's utilized well, it works. And now APK, they have a chance to do it again and topple the Afrika Freaks. We'll see if they can after the break.
킹 한번 하나. 내거.
간다.
내가 이거. 야, 이거 끊지 마. 야, 미끄러.
야, 니체. 야,
앞에 잡아.
앞에 잡았어.
리신.
여기. 야, 얘들아. 우리 하나도 개피긴 해. 우리 하나도 개피야. 우리 하나.
우리 하나. 죽여. 나이스. 야, 내가 끌게.
아이 웹스 괜찮아. 미드 가자.
나 끝내.
그거지.
오빠 너무 잘해.
이거지.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, APK의
We are back
LCK
after
첫 세트는 그
APK
의미
versus
있는 순간을
Africa
함께
game
했습니다.
number 2.
바텀 듀오 교체가
APK
있었고
got their
톡톡을
first win
들이켰죠.
game win in LCK. APK went with non-AD carry comp for this game, and it was really effective. And they got Olaf in the really early phase of the ban, and so Africa took the Yumi away from APK, copying the Hana Life Esports composition. However, still Olaf Soraka comp was really powerful. And Africa, well, Lyra was focusing on Lee Sin. Pyke was roaming all around the map, and also Soraka had the global ults that cover their teammates. However, Lee Sin didn't really have much thing to do. Well, Spirit managed to get a kill from a mid lane gank, but he was also exchanged to Syndra. So, today there were a lot of proactive dive coming off from APK, so we want to really focus on that. Iksu actually was on Soraka, grouped up for the dragon, and then he followed the bot lane turret dive. So Soraka was missing for a long time, so Africa players could be aware of that. However, they were not really heads up to the 4-man dive. And the 3-man silence on Soraka was really critical. Soraka on top lane it's not about 1v1 at lane. Actually, he has to be really flexible roaming around the map, and Iksu did pull that up. So APK were more sustained in that dive, and also they knew how to capitalize on the champ really well. Africa players, they knew what Soraka can do for skirmish. However, APK was really proactive and decisive, pulling off such a bold turret dive, so Africa player was not really able to kind of fight back into that play. And there were also another turret dive in top lane. Well, Pyke already was done with the vision control. So APK players had the information how many backup Africa got. But again, Africa, Lee Sin was at base, and Keen on Victor was pushing the bot lane, isolated with the players. So this was a fine 5-man turret dive, and the APK players did commit everything they got. APK did look really promising in this game. They did not stop making any plays. They were really good at making decisions in every mark of game. For Africa's point of view, when APK players were trying to make a turret dive, actually they had to just group up as fast as they could. So APK was really proactive with the rotation, so let's check out the POG for this game. Mia picked it up. Mia was a KT player for a long time, but this is actually his first game in LCK. So he is on a 100% win rate in LCK, and also got a POG on his debut match. Pyke had so many impact in this game. Pyke was really everywhere in this map, and he was really on the front line to set up situation that APK needed. When they caught out Keen, well, we could see the mic track that he's really proactive and bold going into such plays. So APK successfully pulled off a rotation as a solid team, and Mia got the POG. And let's check out who will be the final winner of this match.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much, Jisun, as always, for the translation. And here we are, the deciding match between Africa and APK Prince. The match I don't think any of us were expecting today.
I'm not happy, Atlas.
Well, I mean, the designer comp won. So that's good news. We've got Hybrid and Secret. They're back. We also, I think, have a bunch of subs on the side of Africa as well. I believe we're welcoming Dread. We're welcoming back Mystic to protect his win rate. And All In is All In the mid lane. I believe formerly Sun, who was
the Anivia.
He's
god.
an Anivia god, and also I believe got a pentakill on Zoe last year. Was definitely a Zoe one trick in solo queue. He's making his way back in. I couldn't find his solo queue account.
I really
pretty sad about it.
To see Anivia. I think Anivia
is
actually
it Anivia
really good.
time?
I think Anivia is a good champion. I know many people probably would be, raising their eyebrows or question marking that, but I think Anivia is actually really good because all champions suck right now.
Yeah.
That's why the stat checkers are coming back. And Anivia is actually really durable and scales really well, and she builds really good items.
Plus ice themed, and you can then pick Ashe as well.
Love it.
Oh, baby.
I love it.
We
Atlas,
should do full
I've
glacial.
Never loved anything more than the words coming out of your mouth right now.
Oh,
Okay.
it's a bit of an overstatement, but I'll take it. I'll
Okay.
take it. We're into pick and ban for game number 3. And team fight commentary is going to be difficult with All In. If he doesn't All In every fight.
Oh no, you just get to make puns.
Is that how it's going to work? No one likes that.
You get to be Twisty Turley.
Twisty Turley?
Yeah.
Is that
You see what I did there?
Is that canon?
You see what it is now.
I liked it.
I'm a bit of a freak with my words, so
Oh.
don't worry about me.
We don't even need freak anymore. We've got LS. It's fine. It's been superseded. I apologize, David. It's just how it works sometimes. Jungle being pinched. The Olaf and the J4 going to be taken away.
Soraka gonna be banned.
No, Akali.
Oh man, yeah, this is the fateful decision now. Now maybe they just don't give any respect because Ixu probably can't even play Akali.
Yeah. I mean, I assume.
I think that's the conversation right now.
Kaney can play it.
Yeah, we would assume that Kaney could play it, but Akali has been so handicapped.
Oh, Akali the first time she hasn't been banned. Who gets her? Well, it has to be picked by APK. So it's going to be a Kaney Akali performance. As we're trying to neutralize it with the Pantheon. Remember, it's All In. So it's not just Fly going back to his Fly ways or anything like that. As Dread, he was our best Elise last year.
And
he was quite good at the champion.
Thing about this is a bit of a sinner comp coming out here for Afrika. They have the Pantheon, they have the Elise. Now, Pantheon in top lane against Akali, it's not that bad of a matchup. And so I wonder if it will be for Keen.
Well, I mean, it might just be that the Pantheon is going to follow wherever the Akali is going to go. I expect Akali to go mid because I don't see it as a Ixu champion unless it was old Akali, which I think he was a bit of an Akali savant back in the day before she got all of her reworks, back when no one was playing her. Of course, if you guys have a long memory, Lupa playing at Worlds, playing the Akali was certainly the last time I got excited about old version of Akali.
Aatrox.
All right, that's looking like we're definitely sinning this time around on Afrika's side.
This is a pure all-in team composition, and when Akali gets drafted, she's pretty aggressive. She's pretty mid-rangey in terms of when she ends up coming online, but when the opponent's team composition is designed to do similar things, but also do it more oppressively and have more tools to suffocate, it's definitely a way to stylistically go up against her. Now, APK, are they going to realize this and add in more type of disengage and scaling to their team composition? It's perfectly fine to even have a mid Soraka come in, or top Soraka, and throw the Akali into mid lane.
Well, they've taken away the bow users. Mystic has most certainly been pinched. At this point, Senna might be an option. Will be a lot of lethality on this squad if she is picked up.
Now, Pantheon is able to build Black Cleaver. And so,
that's a Caitlyn. All right.
Okay, Caitlyn coming in, and they're reserving counterpick for support, so I actually really like this. Makes it a little difficult for APK.
If you're going to play... Sorry, if you're going to play a Caitlyn lane, though, you almost have to have a caster support, right? Like, we need one. We need a mage in the
It's
bottom.
Korea, Alice. Come down. Just calm down, okay? All right, well, there is the type of champion that stops the hard engage.
Oh, heck yeah.
And
They
it's
allow
so
me to come
good.
in. I'm getting excited about APK. Getting excited.
Let's see what kind of support champion they do end up picking.
If it's Zyra, I'm done.
They won't
it-
Zyra.
It works
They
so
won't do
well
it.
in
And then
conjunction with the Leap of Faith.
they would get countered in bot lane, and it would be a really rough time and put a lot of pressure on Flawless. So
All right.
they're going to end up doing the Nautilus. So APK did draft the type of champions that the archetype works very well against what Afrika has. Are you kidding me?
God, you can't. Surely
Honestly.
not. Surely not. Oh, dear.
Production, is the graphic wrong here, or hello?
Well, Timothy Kenshins makes his way towards the bottom side.
What is he?
What is he there for?
This has to be the worst Tom Kench timing I've seen. I don't even know what is he supposed to do that other supports like Morgana or something wouldn't be able to achieve against the champions that APK has?
He's attempting to pop depth charge so that Mystic doesn't die to it.
But Black Shield.
Stop it. Don't. Your logic has no place here, okay? What we're doing is theorizing what he can do, okay?
Okay.
Not providing other options that can just do it better. Because if we did that, we'd make Afrika look very silly, okay?
Okay.
That's not our job.
I'm sorry, Atlas. I'm sorry.
Okay, good.
Okay, I apologize.
Well, let's have a look at this draft first. The Akali finally makes her way in. Kaney going to be the one piloting it as we expected. And Ixu up there towards the top lane on his famous Alawi against Keen's famous Aatrox. This game could still be very fast and very Afrika favored.
The thing is that the top lane matchup obviously heavily favors Ixu, and he's probably going to be a lot more versed in this matchup than Keen is.
Likely. Although, I imagine a fair bit of the practice has been done against Alawis since the promotion. You know, he probably knew that this was a string to the APK bow that was going to be applied. As I'll be able to check out All In his debut. Of course, all in caps as well. It's fantastic. Maybe an homage to the now LEC bottom lane player for G2. As Sepia mode is upon us, so we're not going to be seeing anything.
Where we going? Where we going?
We're just doing some panning. Mystic's got a bit of a mouse problem. Generally, having a mouse that works is a necessary thing in League of Legends, so I can understand the pause. So we are trying to get to the bottom of it. Also trying to work out which track we're going to be vibing to during this pause as well. Still not sure. This one will be fine. I think this one's okay. As what are we looking for here?
I'm not.
I'm perplexed as to what the issue is. It looked like it might have been a mechanical problem.
I'm always confused when stuff like this ends up happening, but you can make it to the point of the game, and then apparently there's a problem.
Yeah, because he was up here practicing for a little while.
Yeah, that's what's so strange.
Yeah. Odd. Now we've got the suspenseful music coming in here. We're actually just showing you the LCK discography right now. All of the options on display. I just want to get in here and see whether APK can pilot this composition to perfection and show us why they deserve to be in the LCK. Being able to take down one of our top dogs. Of course, Afrika, top of the ladder at the moment, alongside Gen G. And they're looking to try and cement it, but it'll be 1 point behind. And honestly, losing games to the projected lowest team in the LCK is a huge deal. Because that is almost guaranteed points that your opposition at the top of the table are going to be getting.
Right.
And so being consistent is something that you need to be. And this is a brand new, mostly brand new, Afrika roster with some parts that still remain. And it seems like some of their old inconsistencies still plague them.
Well, the team composition here for Afrika, we just basically have to pay attention to the first 10-15 minutes, because if they don't get leads, this is going to be the worst chance at having hope in the later stages of the game, and that's just a byproduct of having the Aatrox and the Pantheon combined with the Elise. And the Alawi is such a nice spot right here.
Yeah, it's really cool.
In this game, as
it might actually just be negated, which is the problem. Is Spirit on your screen right now, still a bit of a grin on his face, but not looking as comfortable as he would otherwise. How do you feel about the very casual Afrika uniform? With like the cargo pants and like the drop shoulder jumper situation.
Are you asking what I think of
Yeah,
it?
your fashion opinion. Think it's a little bit too laid back, or do you like it having a bit more of the casual vibe?
I don't think it looks casual.
No?
I don't know. Atlas, okay,
You
look.
don't know?
The color of the pants. No, see, I can't say nice things. You're trapping me right now. You're actually trapping me. You need to stop it right now.
You didn't do very well getting your way out of it. I'm not going to lie to you.
There is nothing nice to say. Oh my god.
Sometimes it's not about fashion, and it's more about comfort and making sure your players
You
are
can
happy.
look good and be comfortable too.
Oh, yeah.
That's a thing.
Well, maybe they unanimously agreed that this is their most comfortable option, and that's what the Afrika Freaks value.
It's all making sense. They're drafts now.
That's why the Tom Kench was picked. It's like, Jelly, I've been trapped in the form of a
I
Tom
think this
Kench
looks
for
good.
2 years. I'm too used to it. It's like the Stockholm Syndrome. Tom Kench Stockholm Syndrome.
This looks like a good pick.
Yep.
This is a nice sweater.
This saved us so many times in 2018, so we should probably pick it, right?
Oh,
Caitlin Tom Kench. Oh, I'd actually forgotten about it.
no. This is actually something else. It really is. Now, the APK jersey, it looks like a NASCAR kinda. It has like a car racer kind of vibe going on there. So
That's
I don't
because
have
it's
any
got
quarrels
sponsorships
with that.
actually
Now,
all over it. Yeah.
the best jersey on stage right now is actually the
Referee.
refs. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the LCK symbol.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best. He also has the white gloves on. It reminds me of Mario.
What we really need,
Yeah.
is to actually get some LCK merch, man. That's what I want to be able to
Dude,
represent the LCK.
I went to the Riot store again last week, and I asked the guy, I said, where's the TFT merch? It's almost been a year.
Apparently, it's supposed to be coming out.
I need my Pengu.
Yeah, I need my Pengu too. I've actually been playing a bit of TFT recently. It's still fun. Been enjoying it.
I don't know how it's doing in Korea lately.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because I believe the League of Legends client, there's no two options, you know? So, anyway, All In does get the matchup that he's looking for against Kaney here. The Pantheon versus Akali.
Now, I do believe that is the Prestige Akali skin.
Yeah.
And I think that looks quite nice.
It does.
So you could purchase that in the Riot store.
You can. It's only a certain amount of RP. I'm not
Yeah,
entirely
exactly.
sure how much it is.
Exactly.
I should do my research more. As still not sure how this is going to go because this is an angry Afrika Freaks. And this is an angry Keen on a champion that he just did 40% of his team's damage on as a melee champion.
Also, it's probably really weird for Kaney to be playing the Akali because she had her knees caved in the last
10-3.
patch.
Yeah.
Right, and so if you have played her at all, it's weird to go from what she is now to what she used to be.
Yeah, true.
In terms of muscle memory, but also how active have you been playing her given her ban rate in the LCK? And I think that that's actually a part of Afrika's bluff.
Might be. They also knew that it was going mid lane as well, so could characterize around it pretty easily. As Mystic just gave up on creeps and decided that he was shooting his opponents as often as possible, which is the Caitlyn way. Harassment certainly a possibility here as Jelly getting his tongue lash out. And this is an Afrika Freak scorned right now. They are needing to prove to their fans that they are a top-tier contender in the LCK, because that last loss was a big blow.
Yes.
Even game number 1, very large, because just wasn't impressive from a team that we had such high expectations of. Now, Flawless, take his rap to camp. Dread is going to spot him out. Finds himself some popcorn chickens, but that is going to be it. And that's all because All In did have the shove in mid.
So they're able to utilize the priority and wave crash that All In had in mid lane. And you can see that Keeney still preoccupied now. Pantheon E in Elise Repel. It's something.
Yeah, Flawless was out of vision. Now comes in. Cocoon is going to go wide. The dive not going to be successful. Dread, bit of a drive-by here. Haney just going to clear out all of the minions. And All In going to miss a couple of them, but not really be in too much trouble. Billy moves on back. Flawless is still bottom side, but vision is there for Afrika. Mystic once again smashing Hybrid. This is the same bottom lane matchup as we had in game number 1. Not sure how that double up missed the Caitlyn. Walking forward at exactly the right time.
From the lane state right now for the Pantheon as well, it's just so good. Akali did manage to recall for Longsword and Refillable, but aside from that, Pantheon is sitting pretty in mid. Also has the teleport available as Jelly.
Oh no, Peacemaker going to go completely wide. Secret completely out of consumables though as the Cocoon lands here, and in fact the Gromp doing some work here onto Flawless as well. Down to 200, Keen gets the first roam. Tries to zone out Ixu, he's going to be able to do so as the Gromp going to be taken here most likely. Control ward, put down. Dread may actually just find this one immediately. Oh no, Flawless, he did not want to start that one up.
And now All In, again, able to utilize his crash in mid lane. And Dread is going to get 2 camps for free.
Yeah, really nice work from All In to make sure that he's constantly abusing the fact that he has the shove.
Yes.
In that mid lane. Annie not quite at the Akali level that we're used to seeing her at. Still, of course, laning phase going fine, and this is costing All In. Not too much, as another double up gets robbed from Hybrid. Still a big lead for Mystic after his relentless shoves. Liking the Pantheon here out of All In though. He was more of a mage caster support player.
Yes. As
oh no.
So far, Flawless is
getting abused. He is straight up abused. This is what Dread does though. He plays so aggressive on Caitlyn in the early game. Great dredge line, Jelly. Uses the Devour. An ability name I never wanted to say again.
Tom needs, you know, I really hope that the meta does eventually progress to a state where Tom does end up getting buffed again.
Yeah.
Right now, in this current state, there's just a lot of other champions that fulfill stuff, but here comes Pantheon.
Yeah, in he goes. Secret back underneath the turret. This might be a botched dive as double teleports do bring the rest of APK over. Test of Spirit down onto Mystic. He gets devoured as the second shot of the ultimate. Not going to land from Kaney. That actually saved them. Jelly, brilliant play there. Kaney having to flash. The flash over from Keen. He is angry right now. 200 health on Flawless, but Keen can't close the distance onto him. Mystic trying to get the autos where he needs them as Keen picks up turret aggro. Umbral Dash comes down and Secret may have actually bitten off more than he can chew. Ignite was down there as that's a test of Spirit. Mystic is going to survive. Now we're going to get the tentacles to come in and Mystic will have to avoid them as Dread, I don't know whether he wants to be here. He absolutely doesn't. Hybrid going to grab that kill, but Afrika still ahead. The Alawi just fell in the interim. So, as the dust settles, it's a gold lead for Afrika.
It's a gold lead for Afrika, but take a look at the minimap right now. Keen's lane state in top is beautiful. He has such a
oh my goodness
thick wave.
Yeah, the
waiting
wave
for
just
him.
meeting it as well.
With 3 Cs.
Oh, triple C?
Triple Cs.
My goodness.
Up there waiting as Grand Skyfall, it came in right away. Pantheon takes 1 turret shot. Hybrid trying to deal damage. Keeney eventually ends up getting in here. Looked like he was looking for Dread, and then the trap.
The Devour was unbelievable from Jelly.
The Akali walked over the bear trap right there, broke her ankles as Keen
Is
with
that what
the
happened
world
in
ender.
10-3?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That is what happened.
It all makes sense. I like how there's a storyline to it.
He ended up having turret aggro, which he was not probably expecting. They ended up dealing a lot of damage to Ixu, but then because of the turret aggro, Mystic gets zoned out of the fight here. Dread doesn't have anything really left going for him here, but they are able to get 1 more kill. So the top lane state was fantastic for Keen, and I think he just unlocked it and shoved it.
Flawless continues to get abused in this jungle matchup, but has been able to get a few of those camps back, considering Dread falling at the end of the last team fight. May actually be huge for the Lee Sin, who needs to desperately farm. Shelly going to get started, and some honey fruits are going to be devoured here. And Flawless goes over to clear out a control ward. Alright, we're taking some damage, but he's going to avoid the Peacemaker for now. Double up doesn't connect onto anything else, and of course needs to kill the target if it's going to do extra damage. Now all in, coming down, Grand Skyfall so close as Dread throws a cocoon into Narnia. That's the repel. Dread actually diving on top of Secret for some odd reason. Now down to about half health as Kaney walking over a ward, and Dread is going to be able to steal away this red buff. Regardless, almost has his next smite available as Mystic tanking out turret shots. And in comes the Grand Skyfall. They're looking for Hybrid. He flashes to get out of the way. There it is. The ultimate flies through for Mystic and picks up the kill, as now Secret will be the next one. A double for the Caitlyn. The Devour avoids the death. And now even plates are going to be eaten up here.
Oh!
Flawless gets out. Not going to be able to do that next. Sorry. That's a safeguard. That is not Kaney. Never mind. It's about to talk about the nerf to the R. But here's Kaney. Should be able to push this wave at least into the turret. But this turret is almost dead.
Mountain Dragon should be able to be picked up by Afrika also at some point in the future here. And you know that meme, Atlas, about my friendship ended with so-and-so and now I'm friends with...
Yeah. I know
Okay,
that
well,
one.
I'll tell you about that after. As Grand Skyfall came in here. They said misfortune, misfortune. Actually, one of the... I know that what he did was just really good, and obviously the execution, the timing on it was all really good, but the pro view, we've gotten actually a few of them here.
Yeah, it's cool.
But the mouse control there, little not as comparable as some of the other pro views that we've gotten.
You didn't like the lack of F key pressing during the mini team
Well, we
fight
can't all be
as well?
Faker.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good point. Actually, honestly, sometimes watching Faker's streams does give me a little bit of anxiety. Because I'm like just wondering how he can take in all that information in a relevant fashion all the time. Like
that's one of the comments that I see all the time when people first see F keys. They think that people can't see everything that is going on inside of F keys, but it really just takes a lot of getting used to, especially in the other game where it was most important, StarCraft 1, the screens move even faster.
And you have to do it
And
as
you
well,
have to do it.
You
so
actually can't not, yeah.
Depending on some situations, there's even more data to sort of take in.
I have a feeling Flawless might die here. Has to flash. Safeguard's going to be there as well, but wanted to use the better option. Guarantee no travel time. But no, you're right, and I get the anxiety because I don't do it, right? I'm a pretty casual League of Legends player myself. And I see that and I'm like, how does he know? How does he understand the information that he's getting in this, 0.3 second window? And it's just impressive, right? Because you just know where to look. You know what you're looking for. You gather that piece of information, and then you move on.
Mystic just getting so much value.
Yeah, and he's doing exactly what he needs to, right? This is one of our old strategies that we used to see quite a lot. It's pick Caitlyn, destroy turrets. And he's got the perfect build for it. You build Berserker's Greaves so you can get to a lane as fast as possible, and then you build flat AD and attack speed. Crit, basically unnecessary here. I'd actually like him to build something like a Zeal next. More movement speed, more attack speed. There's the dredge line. Depth charge, I believe. No, just used as Jelly goes golden. Teleport now to come in as there's the Grand Skyfall, and Tahm Kench kept alive, and the Dragon taken just solo by Dread. I love this, the damage control. I understand the thinking for the Tahm Kench. I know we don't want to do it, but he's buying so much time and allowing for these teleports and for the Grand Skyfalls and everything to channel, and then for everyone to get there, and then Mystic to survive, and also giving Mystic the leeway to play hyper-aggressive in these laning phases, and that's allowed the 35 CS gap, the gigantic amount of plates. I believe he's got 10 plates now. Yeah. Not solo on 10, but has been present for 10.
He has a lot of plates on him. That is an extremely fed Caitlyn.
And Caitlyn has to be fed if you want to be relevant moving into a mid-game, and they have a mid-game comp. Like, this is how the Caitlyn had to be played to get through what is the trough that Caitlyn suffers from at about 2 items. So now with the Infinity Edge, there is no trough. That's not what we're talking about here, because if you're accelerated, those sort of statistics don't really matter.
Right now, it's going to be so difficult for APK's team composition to handle a Caitlyn that is as big as she is
Keen's
inside
also
of this game.
40 CS up.
Yeah, I mean,
in a counter matchup.
You know what though, Atlas? Having one really good game every 3 games
is not enough.
Yeah, my friendship ended with Keen. I'm friends with Mystic now.
Yeah, well,
that's
he's the carry, and he's about to go 100% win rate if they do win this game.
Yes.
So what is it telling?
Well, it's telling me that sometimes a freak likes to play with their food. That's what.
Yeah. And they like to give all of their players as much experience as possible. I do like how All-In's been playing the Pantheon as well. I don't want to play favorites with mid laners either, because I know that Fly's won a lot of games on the Pantheon. 3 out of the 4 that he's played so far, but I liked what All-In was able to do in the early game. As Flawless now going to take way too much damage.
Okay.
Ace in the hole, not going to be utilized. Too many friends around as Test of Spirit comes in, and Jelly is going to, I guess, pass the test.
Now he looks like Jelly.
Yay!
See?
All right, Shelly doing some work here, split pushing.
Shelly is a little angry up there.
Yeah, Kane going to give her something to chomp down on, I think.
Ooh. Atrox's sword must be really strong.
Oh, didn't quite get the activation of the Infernal Chains, but it doesn't actually matter because there are no turret plates, nor was it able to actually take that Test of Spirit. Shouldn't have landed, but it did. That looks very odd. As that's a dredge line to end all dredge lines, but there's the Devour. Bullet time, Mystic outranges it. Another Test of Spirit. The most important ability to hit when it was Kleptomancy. Alawi, I don't know whether that's still the max now.
Apparently it is.
It's still a max?
Yep.
Okay. Needed to double check. Because of course, Alawi's ability to abuse Klepto was just broken.
Yes.
Because you got stacks off the Test of Spirit.
Interestingly, Ixu is going Conqueror on Alawi, whereas the Alawi enthusiast on Korea that a lot of the Korean pro players will look at to evaluate Alawi's standing in the meta. And they do that by determining, well, is this player in D2 right now, or did he eventually make his way back up to High Grandmaster Challenger? And then they will look at that for where Alawi might be fitting in, based on things going on around her. And so
I like that. I like that.
That player only runs Omnistone on Alawi.
Okay.
So when it comes to the one tricks, usually on the Korean ladder, they do spend a lot of time trying to min-max areas that other players might not do. We also saw that with Hushin Huya, the Jax god.
Yep.
Who managed to remain basically in the top 20 for like 2 years playing Jax. I'm not quite sure what he's up to right now, as the ladder did have a reset, so Also don't even know if he actually name changed. And also Spear of Sojin.
Yeah, Spear of Sojin
leave the
being
game.
missing is it's really hurt our Renekton mains and our Jax mains, most definitely. Riven as well.
And okay, well, 5,500 almost is the advantage for Afrika. And a lot of that is inside of the Caitlyn, who is where you want all of your gold to be.
Yep,
and then after that, probably Elise you would want it to be in.
I guess so, because she's the sole magic damage dealer. It's funny having sort of in the same series conversations about Elise should not have any money, and then when she should, as Make It Rain comes down. Good Dredge line once again from Secret as Ace in the Hole comes in just to soften up the members of APK. Dread coming on down, looking for Kaney. Finds a control ward instead. There is a Drake to be picked up. Keen looking like he has his eyes set on that one as another minion wave is going to travel towards the outer turret. And Dread is going to start this Drake up. Afrika are desperate for an Infernal Drake to be coming up next, but Ocean, I guess, wouldn't be too bad. And it is, in fact, going to be that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Ocean's actually really good for Afrika. And the reason is because Akali and Alawi fight around cooldowns.
Yep.
So the cooldowns give enough time for the Ocean Soul to come back up and keep applying it. And if that ends up happening, Afrika's going to be virtually unkillable. Whereas if they had an Infernal Soul, sure, they deal insane amounts of damage, but there's still the chance that Akali and Alawi can bring you down. Whereas Ocean prohibits that, and when you're Afrika and you're already so far ahead, you're already dealing unnatural amounts of damage. You have higher base stats because you're likely going to have level advantages. You have more HP because of level advantages. So Ocean is definitely the ideal dragon for Afrika in this spot, all things considered, because it just strips away potential outs that APK could end up having.
I also think it looks the prettiest, as I've mentioned many times before.
I think
so
that
I'm
too,
totally
Alice.
Okay with this.
Sort of like
Ocean Drake.
the Mists of Pandaria.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it?
I want a panda character in LoL.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a panda skin. I mean, there is a
You
panda
can make a
character
panda Volibear.
because Tivers is a panda in one of the skins.
Okay.
There's Panda Teemo.
Ooh, there is Panda Teemo.
We got multiple pandas. I don't know how you don't.
I really hope
the
Teemo gets buffed at some point in the future, by the way. I think that he is on the cusp of being competitively viable.
Oh my goodness.
I know that you would like that. I would like that too.
I'm completely against that with every fiber of my being. Oh, the scariest traps, the most delicious of cupcakes. And not going to be eaten by Secret. And look, this is at the moment Afrika just going around, taking turrets, exactly what this composition is supposed to do. Rapid fire cannon done for Mystic. He's probably going to be going for another attack speed item of some kind next up. Likely Phantom Dancer to avoid being one-shot by the Akali.
Yep. Runon's Hurricane isn't particularly bad here because of how clumped up APK will tend to be when they fight.
Yeah, the only problem is your Caitlyn, of course, and so you outrange it often. But I can understand it, because APK do want to be jumping on the Caitlyn as much as possible.
The other thing about Runon's is that if Atrox and Pantheon are giving you Black Cleaver Shred, and you're hitting multiple targets, that'll obviously feel very nice as well.
Yeah, I like that all-in rush to Black Cleaver as well, because a lot of armor is going to be built this game, so you just have to try and soften up the targets as quickly as possible. And so if they're both attacking the same target, both him and Keen, then Mystic will be able to start chunking through. Crit Cloak going to be the next purchase here for Mystic, most likely heading towards another Zeal, as is the Caitlyn way. Haven't really seen too much from this permaband Akali. Looks a little bit like Keeney wasn't entirely ready. They had to pick it away because Keen would have put on a clinic on the champion.
And
Ixu.
Yeah, this is definitely weird. Definitely a bit strange of a game state right now if you're APK. You're so far behind, minute and a half until Ocean Dragon ends up coming up.
And then Ocean Soul is threatened 5 minutes after that. This Afrika squad are on track to what they want to be doing with this composition. Doesn't have a lot of modes, but the one mode it does have, if it works very well as Ixu. Taking a lot of damage, Leap of Faith, not going to be used. Actually did, but doesn't do anything. You need to hit multiple targets for it to really be effective. As Keen now looking for more. World Ender still available. Death Dance online. He'll be able to get all his health back very quickly. And this is reminding me, do you remember watching Avatar, the movie, the Blue People movie? Do you remember
what do you mean the Blue People?
Not the cartoon is the reference. Do you remember the Na'vi? The Na'vi
Tread lightly here, Atlas.
Okay, I apologize.
Tread lightly.
Anyway,
You're talking about Rise's parents. Go ahead.
it reminds me of the bulldozer in that movie. This
The
composition.
bulldozer.
You know, the giant bulldozer moving towards the Earth tree?
We talking about the Amazon rainforest?
Oh, God. There's no need to get topical with absolutely everything that I say.
Topical? Well, you meant tropical. And you're just making these jokes because of Ocean Drake.
No, you're the one making the jokes.
I don't know where you're
trying
going
to
with this.
Make a metaphor, and it's not
Today
quite
is
working.
Wednesday.
All right, it is. That's correct.
Just wanted to let you know that. Tomorrow's Thursday.
Thanks, man.
And after that, it's Friday.
Well, Ixu doesn't have ult. Would have liked it. Some sort of flash ult play. Doesn't have flash either, though, so I guess didn't have too many options. This Jelly wants to avoid these tentacles. Ixu in trouble. That ult is there, but he's just dead. That's what happens sometimes when you're playing the Alawi. You find the perfect leap of faith zone, and you can't press the button because you're dead. As Keen, I believe, just stole away that. No, he didn't. That was Flawless that managed to secure it.
Well, let's take a look at this one more time as Dread gonna get ready to go into Ixu. Does the leap of faith, but Dread tells him that he's not a believer.
Well, sometimes if you make a leap of faith, it doesn't work out, right? You know, life's about taking risks, calculated risks, and that was a risk that didn't pay off. You know? And once again in the next fight as well. And sometimes when you take too many risks and they all don't pay off, it's time to cut your losses. We'll see how Alex is going to be able to play that one out as this game goes, because...
Well, this game is, I mean, it definitely, now take a look at this recall animation. Looks absolutely exquisite, looks extremely royal. Also like the music that it plays.
Yep. Prestige KDA Akali, absolutely fantastic. Available in your Riot store for a certain amount of RP. If you would like to have that one yourself. She doesn't come with kneecaps anymore, which is a little bit unfortunate. Oh, wow. That was very close to Flawless getting pulled back. Didn't even need to use the safeguard, apparently.
Well, when you move like Akali moved for 2 years straight,
well,
it's probably
where
not.
is Keen
Okay.
He's moving over the wall, trying to get the heck out of there. Oh, Devour. See, pretty cool ability. As Lee Sin dies as an afterthought, all in, turns up, and his target's already gone. That's how you want your Pantheon experience to be, is now able to eat up so much of the hybrid damage as in goes Keeny, but it's a perfect exhaust out from Jelly. Are we in a game on 10.2 where the Tahm Kench deserves an MVP?
No.
It's really sad. It's really sad because I almost think he does. And the Runon's Hurricane was actually the decision, like you were talking about. The Mystic went for. Understanding that, you know, will help his wave clear, will help a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, helps the siege.
Won't need to worry too much about outraging it.
And the enemy clumps up so much, so it's a really, really good item to just end up picking up. And I love the itemization on All In right now. He gets the Guardian Angel. This opens up the dive potential, lets him dive turrets with the E, come out of res, E again. And this is such a obnoxious amount of essentially a stasis. As we see in this replay here, Keen biting off a little bit more than he can chew, almost ends up dying. And yeah,
we need the slow-mo?
Well, you know what?
Strong.
We had to get that bread.
Oh,
that's what.
Yeah, well, we got it.
Just happened right there. As
Jonah Strong is, of course, LCK Observer. And he sometimes likes to have some fun with things. As Keen misses a cannon creep.
Is his name a play on the Korean word, which stands for the English F word with ing at the end? Is it a play on that?
I don't think so.
Because is literally what his name means.
Really?
It wouldn't translate it, yeah.
No, I don't know.
All right, well.
I don't think so. I like to think that he's a wholesome gentleman.
Okay.
As our Secret
Or
not
might
going to get cocooned. Dread was trying to cocoon the wall and did so successfully. I believe there's a bug in that wall that is now covered in web. No. But APK are watching themselves just slowly go down the drain. And I was actually, you know, to be honest, a little bit sad that this was likely to be the outcome for this game. It just shows that Afrika haven't quite got that consistency, haven't got themselves together, but when they're pushed, they are able to do so. And I want them to play clean every game. And, don't use the LCK to experiment. Scrims are for that.
Afrika, I mean, they're threatening
nice
Ocean Soul in 1 minute. And that's if APK doesn't try to just lose the game right here or try to win it.
Well, they're going to go for it as the Leap of Faith did come down, but the tentacles aren't moving. He can't actually press his W button as now Kane trying to dance around the back line, but the allow is already dead. Kane is on a huge rampage right now. He's an angry man as Flawless trying to fight him at the World Ender is straight busted. It's only a triple for Keen, but it's an ace for the Afrika Freaks, and they should just win the game.
Yeah, they're going to be able to win right here. Caitlyn, Atra, I mean, 4 members remaining is more than enough damage with this cannon wave to end this game. 11 seconds on Secret, but I got a secret for you, Atlas. We're going to the next series after this one.
We are. We are up
Which
to
I guess
the...
it really wasn't a secret, but...
Sandbox versus Griffin up after this. Our 2018 promoted teams at it once again. We'll see whose power level is going to be higher, but congratulations to the Afrika Freaks. They turn around a woeful game 1 and 2, honestly. Both of their games weren't great, but they still were able to get there in the end.
I'm watching you.
Yeah, I know. You're really worried about my MVP vote. All right, never mind. I'll give it to Orwin.
What?
I liked his Pantheon. I thought it was good. But I really did want to give it to Jelly. I just feel like I would be bullied if I did.
All right, so in this game, Afrika, I mean, they maintained permanent priority in all 3 lanes because they had 3 prior lanes.
Yeah.
So another really good thing about this game is we got to see Akali be off theme from some of her teammates' champions, and then we also got to see her lose. So
100% loss rate.
100% loss rate. Previously 100% ban rate.
Yeah.
But
she was 100% absent until she 100% lost.
These are the type of things that make me happy in leagues when champions are being held to this standard of 100% ban. We saw it with Lucian even early on when Lucian came out.
Yeah.
Didn't end up performing that good. And so you have to wonder really where is the hype coming from, and just because a champion's strong doesn't mean that there's not ways to answer it.
Yeah, and oftentimes when a champion like this is left available, it's because you have a strategy that can neutralize it, right?
Yes.
The only reason you would leave it up is so that you can counter it with X and Y.
Right, and so that's why baiting it can oftentimes just be effective, but so many times we've been seeing bans allocated towards Lucian, Elise, and these other champions where you sit there scratching your head like, why isn't just Aphelios getting banned if he seems to be so problematic?
I'm still so surprised that he hasn't really been banned. He was banned in the last game of this series.
He was.
That was what Afrika decided to do, and then he didn't get first picked, and he didn't run them over. So there you go. That being said, didn't run them over in game number 1 either, just had a decent laning phase. As we check out some of the highlights here from our first series and the final game of said series. This first dive was not the greatest, but Jelly saving it right there.
And honestly, that was Keeney just falling on a bear trap. Then eventually getting pinned down by the Pantheon, Keen flashing over the wall. Got a little bit overzealous. Mystic not quite able to kill Secret right there.
Very close.
Then had to run for the hill due to the turret aggro. And eventually Ixu was brought down along with Dread, so I gave the MVP to Mystic.
I think it's understandable. I just feel like he was there shooting the turrets, but All-In was down there making sure that he could do it for the entire game.
so far in the LCK, it is almost non-existent to see such discrepancies in roles. We have it in top lane, typically with Summit, Nuguri, and Keen to an extent. And then when Chovy went up there, we had it with him as well. And in bot lane...
And Rascal in his good days as well is certainly performed.
Right, we have it with Mystic, but there's almost no one that is as so consistent at doing it as Mystic is. And so it's definitely a bit nostalgic almost from when League was lesser understood and players were less capable. Used to have this happen a lot more.
And it was more about not necessarily the champions, but it was about the players just being amazing. And we didn't have these extended conversations about draft as much. So this is about Kaney like doing everything that he possibly could to try and get some sort of kill, but unfortunately wasn't able to, and eventually Ignites also wear off, so Keen gets so much of his health back in like 3 auto attacks after the World Ender. No quadra kill for Keen, but a triple to end this one. 11k damage. This time Hybrid was able to get some auto attacks off, able to get some ultimates there, but just was not enough for APK Prince after Afrika managed to control that early game. And I like to think that it was in a large part to All In subbing in and being so proactive. Dread being so proactive, getting around his jungle and getting into the lanes and controlling things here for Afrika, showing that they can use their subs and can use them to great effect. And when Dread came in the Casper Cup, it didn't look great. But now, comes in here for LCK 2020 and he's fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, and taking a look at player of the game, it is actually going to be All In.
Max chose correctly this time.
Congratulations, Max. I just want to
congratulate
you on that one.
I like to think that I had a lot of room to grow after some of my other embarrassing moments when it comes to POGs.
Well,
and getting a kill with the Grand Skyfall is always fun. As in he comes. That's all the Pantheon. And look at the mechanics.
I mean, he is baking some bread, the way I look at it.
And
so
he's bringing that bread home alongside some bacon, because that's exactly what that skin was demonstrating.
There was no Sejuani in that game.
Well, that's a good point.
And also the fact that you would suggest killing Kevin Tuggles. Honestly.
Oh, that's what you call Bristle, isn't it?
Kevin Tuggles.
Kevin Tuggles. Sorry.
Kevin Tuggles, thank you.
I've forgotten because we don't have Sejuani in our league anymore, thank goodness. She might be in our next game.
Stop.
She might. I mean, Tarzan's in. He's not exactly in form, but he was the guy that played off meta Sejuani.
Oh, I'm feeling a bit ill.
Yeah. The nausea starting to set in.
Oh.
It's all right. We're going to have an interview very soon, and you can write yourself. And thankfully, it is right now. So let's pass it to Ji-san for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the Universe Translation, and we'll be hearing from Mystic, All In from Afrika Freaks, picking up 2-1 victory up against APK. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling? Well, in the beginning, we didn't really do a great work because we did not focus. So if we focus better, we could get a faster win. So it was really eye-torturing game. We just got one-ered, kind of. What went wrong, especially? Nothing really happened. It just we weren't really focusing in game. And All In, I guess you had a lot of pressure subbing in for the decider match. Well, I really didn't want the game to go easy in the early phase, so I just want to destroy the bot lane. Then I think we have to talk about the destroying bot lane strategy. Because the first bot lane turret dive was not really clean, but the consecutive one was really impactful. So can you tell us more about it? Well, actually, they were in in a really dangerous situation, but they did not back, so we wanted to just go for the dive. And the reason we prefer Pantheon a lot is because it's really good to destroy the bot lane. And if we destroy the bot lane, the game gets destroyed. So bottom equals game.
전략이 제대로 통했고요.
I guess that strategy
사실
really
플라이
worked out.
선수는 좀 이제 판테온이 질린다 이런 얘기를
And
하긴
Fly
했는데
also
오늘 좀
mentioned that
어떠세요?
playing Pantheon, he's kind of sick of it.
저도 지금 이제
Me too.
생각하고 있어요.
Same.
아니 판테온 자꾸 그렇게 좋은 모습 보여주셨으면서
Well, you did pull off a
버리는
great
거예요,
performance on Pantheon, but
아,
you're
버리는 건
now
아니고
네.
not using it.
그런다고 해야 되나?
I mean, like,
오이 묵혀놨다가 또
we're just gonna keep it, hold it on to the right timing.
자 이렇게 세 번째 세트를 가져오면서 승리를
So with that
장식을
third
했는데요.
game
뭐
win, you
그다음에
guys
여러
got
가지
the match
어려움이
win.
있었지만 사실은 첫 번째 경기를
However,
승리로 가져오게
let's go back to
했어요.
game number
뭐
one.
여러 가지
Mystic,
복잡한 일들이
you
많았던
were the
1세트
really
경기
critical
결국
role
이제
to
마지막
close out
한타로
game
끝났죠.
number one.
그때 이제 미스티 선수의 한
That
방이
last
제대로
team
벗어났는데
fight
포지셔닝은 어떻게 하셨는지
started with your
설명을
ultimate
보면서 이야기
finding
들어볼게요.
Victor. So, can you tell us more about this situation?
이제 마지막 원딜의 소임이 남았을 때였죠. 기억이 나시나요?
Well, I just
빅토르
Victor, you know,
그러니까 저기 딱 저기 잘 서로 자리 잡았을 때부터
when we were in position,
저기 혼자 있길래
Victor was isolated.
볼수 있냐고 얘기를 하다가
So we were talking about we have to engage on Victor. So when he was a little bit stepping forward, I just landed ult.
시키는데 저분은 플래시 쓰고
Well, usually, players just dodge it, but he used his flash and also he got the ultimate still landed. So yeah, that's about it.
전반적으로 아쉬운 게 굉장히 많으신가 봐요.
I guess you are really unsatisfied with today's performance.
그중에서 제일 아쉬운 거는 계속 말씀드리지만 선수들이
And,
아닐까 싶습니다. 다음 경기
so,
각오 볼게요. 네.
Let's talk about your upcoming match.
오늘 좀
Today,
전화 전체적으로 다 별로
me and my teammates were underperforming. So
다음 경기부터는 잘
starting from the next match, we will do
어,
better.
잘할게요.
We will.
네. 파이팅 하시길 바라겠습니다. 자 그리고 올인
And
선수는
all in.
사실 뭐 마지막 경기 나와서 본인은 잘했기 때문에
Well, you did a great performance subbing in the last game, so you might not be as unsatisfied. So
계속해서 경기 출전에 대한 각오가
So,
남다르실 텐데 이번
I
시즌
guess you
목표를
also really want to
세워볼까요?
be a starting player. You know, you want to sub in more. So any goal for the split? I want to win every game I play, and also I want to play more game than Fly.
진짜 고생 많았고요. 네.
It was a really tough day for you guys, so shout out to the Africa players, and this will be the end of the interview with Mystic, all in from Africa Freaks, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-Sun. Fantastic to hear from both All In and Fly. All In, of course, previously Sun, who did play a few games last year, was able to pick up a pentakill on Zoe. Probably one of the most uninspired pentakills, to be honest. He was just tidying up, but still was able to do it. That goes on his permanent record. Great news. As Africa, you can see, able to sit themselves at 3-0, but not exactly the most, I guess, heartening 3-0 that we've seen thus far.
No.
As gives Dragon X an opportunity to even out the tables alongside Africa with a 2-0 victory in their next match.
And the other thing about this is T1 probably surprising some people on the right-hand side right now.
Yeah.
They're in the Eastern bracket. I believe that's what they call it here, right?
I believe
West
so.
and
They are
East,
going to be
yeah.
playing tomorrow up against KT for our telecom war, but we still have one more series tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Sandbox and Griffin are going to take to the Rift. Griffin will be on our blue side starting in their first game. And we'll see what our 2018 promotion teams are going to be able to offer to us in 2020, because I think maybe, finally, the tables have turned. This is most of the time been a Griffin-favored matchup, but certainly, considering the start of the season thus far, Sandbox looking better. So we'll see you after about a 30-minute break.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Get in our way every time we touch. It's like a paradise. Come on. Come a little closer, babe. I want you right here next to me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget. So come a little closer, babe. 'Cause tonight it's just you and me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. We're up to our second series of the night. I know, starting a little bit late, but our APK Prince versus Afrika Freak series went a lot longer than we expected. Also, a lot of things went unexpected, but look, these things happen. We can leave that game in the past and move on to Sandbox versus Griffin, which is going to be a really interesting history lesson, followed up by what the reality is, which could be very, very different to what we've experienced thus far. Pretty sure the win record for Griffin is pretty damn high against Sandbox.
Yeah, but this Griffin team is different than the previous Griffin team of old.
Yeah.
As this one is currently in 9th place, and at the end of tonight could be in 10th.
Yeah, if this is a 2-0 for Sandbox, Griffin are officially the last place team in the league.
Yeah.
With nobody else there rivaling them. So
And
it's the opposite Griffin to what the one we've been seeing in regular seasons past.
It's Sword going up against Summit.
Yeah. I think that if Sandbox find themselves the Ornband button,
yeah,
I think things are going to be very rough for
So
Griffin. The closest they got to a win was with that.
Yeah, it's with the Orn as well as just with the massive scaling edges that they had, almost bringing them to victory. Now, interestingly enough, though, Sword, in some of their last games, was their best player, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah.
Remember, Tarzan has fallen under the George of the Jungle symptoms, or problem here. He's no longer the king of the jungle.
Yeah, definitely a little
very
bit
shaky.
little bit George. I'm expecting Tarzan to turn things around here. I imagine that he was probably practicing pretty hard in his couple of days off, and so probably wants to prove himself here up against OnFleek's Olaf, which is a matchup he's very used to. I mean, these squads been playing against each other for 2 years plus now, because they were together in Challenger and then they promoted together to the LCK. So they know each other very, very well. And I'm very interested to see what they can now do Sandbox 2-0 win at Kesper Cup Finals. So already demonstrating that Griffin not necessarily an issue for Sandbox so far. Interested to show you guys what the rosters are going to be. A slight adjustment here and there. But you can see Dragon percentage is pretty damn high. Do you know why? It's because there's been 2 Olafs and 3 Rek'Sais being played by OnFleek. He's been able to get around the jungle early quite effectively.
And I mean, take a look at Griffin's stats. They are almost last place in everything.
Yeah.
On their stat board right here. Sword, this was a Freaka sieging the bottom tier 2 turret, and Sword actually getting quite a lot of value. They managed to turn this around, and this was a byproduct of Freaka just being super impatient.
We have to remember
throwing the game back.
Yeah, having a look at these highlights, we have to remember who the enemy nameplates belong to and how close these series actually were.
Yes.
Because it says 0-2-0-2, right, on their record, which feels really bad, but so many of these games came down to really clutch moments and incredibly difficult to call situations that, honestly, Griffin should have won. So they've been up against Afrika and Gen G, our top 2 teams after week 1. So maybe not exactly an accurate representation of their power level, as Sandbox, they had their debut against APK Prince and they looked like gods, and then Dragon X proved to be a little bit more of an issue for them.
Yeah. Sandbox made quick work of APK. Dragon X in this video Summit just phenomenal on his Aatrox.
But he was stubborn. He played the Aatrox 3 games in a row, and they couldn't make it work for the majority of them. Dove, however, his Zoe is just legitimately good. Pretty sure Deft had full health here, by the way, and then he definitely did not. So, looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. Summit now up against Sword in this matchup. As it was Doran in the last one. Doran actually playing surprisingly well in his debut game. Missed out on the first one, but came in the next. And Sword, the previous starter with Doran behind him on Griffin, now has Antara there instead. This could be a really rough matchup for the Griffin top laner because Summit is just really good and plays the lane better than most.
And the funniest thing is that this key player thing right here is Summit stats don't look, or they don't reflect who he really is as a player.
Yeah, I don't think he's found himself yet.
And so, as the split draws on, I imagine that things will become better and better if he does keep getting featured in the key player matchup in regards to his stats. And for Griffin, the question is ultimately going to be today, is Tarzan going to...
It's King or George. That's the question that we're going to ask.
Right. Is it King or George?
Yep.
Or is it King George?
Ooh.
That's when you actually
So that's actually his redemption
and then you
part.
fail mechanically.
No. That's what his redemption arc is.
Oh yeah? Tell me
He
about
went
it.
from the king, he became George, and now his return to kingdom is
as
King George.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I like what you just did there.
I'm very excited about this. Also excited to welcome Root and Joker to the bottom lane. First time we've seen them. Leo and Gorilla having a little bit of a rest. And we're putting our different older gentlemen into the bottom lane in Joker. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do. Hopefully this isn't off the back of recognizing Tahm Kench being utilized nicely in the last game, because Joker did very much like Tahm Kench. I'm a little bit worried, a little bit frightened, but we shall see. So far, having a look at this roster, of course, Irove, formerly Cabby, so has been on Griffin for a very long time. Yukal and Naeun, the 2 new additions to this squad. And it's going to be Yukal starting here today. Naeun's played 1 game, wasn't great. He was still smiling, so that's good to know. That often doesn't change regardless of the outcomes, but this is where things change up a little bit, and I wonder what it means for Sandbox. I was really excited when Root was announced for this roster. I think that after going through his Jin Air Purgatory, he actually did look pretty good on the roster in 2019. So seeing whether he can perform up to that level after Leo has had some really good games as well. Of course, the former T1 trainee. And Root looking very serious in his picture. First time that we've seen them so far in this new AR that we have for 2020. And here we are into ban and pick for our final series of the night, but game number 1.
Let's see what the draft phase is going to have in store for us. Will we finally get another Soraka? Now, Soraka, if Summit were to pick Soraka, that just doesn't, you know, that would be like, I don't even know what I would compare that to.
Yeah, it feels a little bit wrong.
That would be like, when I think about that, I think about like Zangief from Street Fighter wearing a dress or something. Like,
yeah, that's actually sort of what I was thinking. I was thinking of Dwayne Johnson doing it.
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
The Rock,
basically
yeah.
the same. Perfect. Anyway, Elise and Ornn. So Griffin found the Ornn button. That was the opposite team to what I was expecting. However, still Ornn off the table does mean good things mostly for Sandbox. It means that Griffin might be looking for a set. No, they're going to look for that in the ban list as well. They have a specific first pick that they're after. Let's see what that is going to be. Or maybe they're just terrified of Summit. Not entirely sure. Sandbox with 1 ban left. Aphelios taken off the board. We've discovered that you can ban him. That is a thing you can do.
Well, see if they also ban the MF or something of that nature. It's gonna be Lucian and a insta hover.
Oh, I like this.
On the Talia.
Remember, this is UCal.
Yes.
And
so
UCal hard carries on this champion at will. Can also be flexed into the jungle, and Tarzan was one of our better Talia junglers. Oh no, why do we keep doing this? This weird Nautilus flex.
I like how you're
stuff.
slowly getting converted.
Yeah, I know,
getting,
it's infecting me. It is
really
infecting me. But I was actually pretty excited about the original pick, but Senna being locked in is actually really, really cool. Another flexible
MF.
one. Yeah.
You know that MF is coming. Here it is. Yeah.
Well,
No.
no.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay.
I kind of would
It's
prefer
gonna be MF.
Oh no.
Oh, dude. What?
Joker. Well, there we go. We know what it's there for. The Tahm Kench is coming in because one of the more popular Senna lanes has been Senna Tahm Kench around the world. So they're going to deny it, and we're going to go back to an old favorite here for Root and Joker. No straight look, because they haven't played yet after week 1, they're like, all right, we're not going to stretch you too far. We're going to play the most standard 2019 bot lane duo in Korea. And that's what they've done.
Gragas.
I like how you just completely left that alone.
I'm gonna just ignore any. Oh. Oh yeah. Slather me up.
We're really testing. We're testing LS's patience here today. That's what this draft is all about. But Gragas and Braum to be picked up here. I mean, Braum, again, going back to old Tahm Kench metas. Braum always utilized up against the Tahm Kench because you can use your passive very effectively to CC the Tahm and try and go against him that way.
See if they end up banning away the likes of Syndra. Or something of that sort. They also have option to R4 the Syndra pick, and then reserve counter pick for Summit. So they're banning away Yasuo first to take away from the Gragas-Yasuo combo.
Understandable. UCal also one of our better Yasuo players, so I do respect that one. Aurelia to be taken off the board as well. Just trying to give Sword some leeway in his top lane matchup. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Renekton ban next. And that does mean that Summit will have to go to a different champion unless he's actually able just to pick up his Aatrox, which, looking at Sandbox's current composition, is likely.
Well.
Oh, they're going to ban the Renekton themselves. So Griffin do have the opportunity of just getting straight in there and taking away the Aatrox, if they would like. I expect them to do so, but we'll see whether they deviate from my internal monologue plan. Because I am, of course, not the coach of Griffin. That is H-Dragon.
So the last ban is going to be, as Aurelia has already been removed, and now LeBlanc. And the LeBlanc being banned away could definitely be an insecure Zoe.
Yeah, actually.
We've seen that sometimes.
Well, honestly, Sandbox should just pick Zoe. Dove currently has 32% of his team's damage and has played 4 out of 5 games on Zoe. He's just good at the champion. Plus, they have a mid-game comp already. May as well just play around some Zoe bubbles and utilize it. And look, seems like my brain finally turned on. Here we go.
Griffin now probably just going to respond with Syndra.
Nah, they'll pick Aatrox first.
Oh.
Because they need to pick it away from Summit.
They're going to pick both here.
Ah, okay.
You know? So
okay. Syndra, Aatrox?
Yeah, you know,
I mean, Syndra does have Sin in the name, and therefore
really
that
stop.
enables the Aatrox.
Exactly. You know what? I actually like how astute you are.
Look, I sometimes nail it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't. That's a Jace. Which is pretty different. I do like it.
Okay.
Often playing around the Gragas jungle, so Gragas is now relied upon as a nuke. You've spoken about this before with Karthus jungle. Gragas can sort of do it. We've seen Cuz do fantastic things, doing maximum damage on the Gragas jungle if you can create a composition like this around it. Oh dear.
They're hovering Kennen right now.
Summit has been... It's the Keen problem.
Yeah.
This contagion that is Kennen.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Very
Kennen
strange.
will end up being locked in here. Go up there to the top lane. So it's going to be Zoe versus Jace in mid. Kennen versus Aatrox up there in top lane. And honestly, Griffin didn't find themselves with that bad of a draft. Eventually, though, it will just come down to, can Tarzan find Gragas casks onto Zoe that can really kill her? But with the Tom Kench there, it's going to be pretty hard. It just feels like if this goes into a mid to late transition, so 25 plus minutes, there's no reliable answer to Zoe.
Yeah.
And they can have all the scaling that they want.
The one thing I do like is that, you know, Zoe's portal jump is so projected that explosive cast can be very useful in those moments. You just time when she's going to pop back again, and then Tarzan can lock down that kill for the team. I do like the siege available for this Griffin roster as well. The Senna and Jace certainly will be able to crush turrets pretty effectively and make sure that everyone is at low health bars, so that then you can have Sword come around the back with a World Ender and go for that all-in engage that Gragas can certainly facilitate as well. And if they need disengage, they've got things like the Glacial Fissure, and they of course have the door that they can put up. From, of course, okay into the Zoe for that reason as well, because you can block Paddle Stars for your teammates that get trouble bubbled. Griffin shoring some things up here in the draft, but Sandbox just sticking to their guns. This is a very, very Sandbox composition right now. And see whether, once again, it works out. It worked very well against APK Prince, but Griffin might show themselves to be a very different 0-4 team than what APK were heading into today.
Well,
so if we just turned the names off, right, and we looked at both of these compositions, which one do you like the most? And which one can you identify as having more win conditions and more outs?
This one is another one that is extremely close. I think that they're favored at 2 different points. And so the nameplates to me are almost always irrelevant unless I would state otherwise. In terms of, you know, whenever I say that I'm unsure if it's going to matter due to the discrepancy between teams. And obviously
like a
here,
Aatrox type situation.
Yeah. Here, if Griffin end up getting ahead, there's very little that Sandbox can ever do. But if the game is completely even, then Sandbox is pretty okay. Zoe, I don't know what she's doing with her Paddle Star. She did just summon one. So you can see by her mana pool.
Maybe throwing it into the mid lane.
Oh, Iroh showed himself. What?
All right, 2 versus 3, but nothing's going to land. And yeah, Iroh is here for some reason. Isn't too bad. Senna, of course, this is 10-2, so those nerfs haven't hit just yet. Otherwise, we would have expected Senna to likely be in the support role. And do you think that we're going to get any of these weird Senna funnels?
No.
Because we like funnels here in the LCK.
Well,
might be a thing.
Senna, from everything I've heard so far, she feels a lot worse as ADC now, but her support is really gross. She just gets a kill or two, she starts getting going.
Pack up that, stack up that passive.
Yeah.
And then everything gets better. Rope did make it down towards its bottom side. Viper gets a free ticket towards level 2. And as this wave got shoved in, was able to pretty comfortably farm as well as Dove clears out some of this wave. UCal hanging out here in the mid lane. See how aggressive this Jace is going to be? Does take the cleanse and the phase rush. So not exactly a full Biffo Jace build with electrocute and ignite or anything like that. Just trying to play this one a little bit more sneaky. Not too many of those to be coming out after the nerf. I think the percentage chance is like really, really low.
So far, not too much action. Summit has a massive wave up here. And let's just watch what he does right now underneath the turret.
He's just harassing the heck out of Sword. Sword
Plus
not having a great time.
To miss the cannon, and Sword is getting rode quite a lot in the CS department right now.
Yep, early days, early days. He's taken electrocute as well on this Aatrox, an aggressive choice to say the least. As Root and Joker on their first time of asking, let's see how they're going to perform. They are, you know, at least 50% closer to being the bottom lane that has the most experience against Viper, at least. Lehens, of course, over at Humble Life now. As, yeah,
well.
life for Sword doesn't seem to be getting better. LS?
No, it doesn't.
If you were to read out his future, would you say that things are looking brighter?
I would
like,
say
what's the horoscope saying?
The horoscope is saying to me that he's going to die at level 5.5, okay? That's
level
what the
5.5.
Level 5.5, okay, he's going to end up dying for unknown reasons.
Unknown reasons?
Unknown reasons.
So our observers aren't going to catch it, and we are guaranteed to not have a replay. It has to be completely unknown.
Now, if you notice what's happening right now, the wave is pushing away from Sword.
Yes.
And Summit is looking to get a freeze off. And now on Fleek is here, and you will notice that Summit...
Not quite level 5 yet, so sorry on Fleek. You are not welcome in this lane. Horoscope states differently. Always fact, by the way.
This lane is so over. Now, Gragas is going to Predator top lane, but Kennen is going to end up hitting level 6 on this next incoming wave.
Ooh, and the Scryer's Bloom is going to spot everything. Tarzan comes up with vision. The reason why I used it is because he was well aware that the vision was in the area, judging by OnFleek's proximity.
Common Varus down there in bot lane. I mean, nothing is really happening so far in this game, and if you're a Sandbox fan, you're completely content with that. Obviously, Tarzan being in close proximity allowed Sword to try to get the crash on the wave, but at the end of it, Summit is already going to be up, I believe, 25 or 26 CS.
This is actually a big deal, though, because Griffin now have to worry about Summit getting completely out of control.
Yeah.
And it means that OnFleek is able to do this. For example, continue Sandbox's fantastic Drake record. But also, he's able to just straight up hard farm, get himself towards the mid game that he's comfortable with, grab his first item, things like that. Dove always has a redemption by at least level 5.
Yes.
Does so once again. As UCal has the most experience in the game. But so far, the start for Sandbox has been very good. I think they just need to ban Redemption from Zoe's.
Do you like it?
I'm not a big... It just feels a little bit
You're
unfair.
not a hashtag fan?
No, not really. I am a big fan of Summit, though. He's very good at the video game. Currently double CS.
I also have no idea about Sword's Itemization. Picked up a Doran's Blade. Well, he picked up a Doran's Blade, and then he ended up getting boots. Now, the interesting thing about the Doran's Blade in terms of sustain, which I assume is what he's picking it up for against Kennen, is I believe that in order to get greater healing than that of Cull, I think you need 167 AD? Something like that. And so, otherwise you're just getting it for the small amount of HP that it ends up granting you, but why would you not just...
Yeah, he's not going to be able to auto-attack that much in this lane, really.
Yeah, exactly, that as well. So, the item choice just really perplexes me as to why it's not just a null magic mantle.
Yeah.
And you can see Summit going Proto Belt first item. He acknowledges his current advantage.
And let's try and press it forward, yeah.
Right, he wants to try to press it forward, and he's going to do that by purchasing one of the quickest first core items that you can achieve in the game.
I wonder whether he's going to go Gunblade after this as well.
I would hope not. There's no AP.
Oh, wait, do they... I don't think they... I'm trying to work out how the Hextech change was. Never mind. I think you can still use both of them. But it's been a while. There's now like the 3 Hextech items.
Yes.
I was wondering whether they share cooldowns. I don't think so. Don't remember. Let me know in chat if you guys have any idea. Has my brain stopped working? Cooldown is shared. According to Twitch chat, so...
Twitch chat is sentient, they know all.
It generally, yes.
They really are. Look.
The collective minds of the 40,000 people in Twitch chat, obviously.
I was watching, this was a couple of years ago, I was watching Lee Sedol versus AlphaGo, and I just thought to myself, can you just please connect the Twitch chat? You know, like, this Alpha whatever program, it's no match.
Nope. Well, Summit continues to make life hard for Sword. He grabs himself his Mercury Treads, so maybe that will help out. At least those Mark of the Storm stacks not going to be stunning for too much longer. Root still behind. Viper actually doing a great job controlling this lane, as he might look for a recall relatively soon for that Neuromana.
This is the biggest lull state that we have had in an early game Atlas.
Yeah, I think so, for a long time.
Yeah, a really long time. I have no idea how
what
this
does
is.
it mean?
Well, what it means is that currently Summit is threatening to be about 40, 50 CS up by the time Sword is going to do his next recall. And that is where all the gold advantage really is coming from. At the top of the gold graph. Lethality item going to be the first purchase for Jace.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for a Duskblade. It's generally what you're going to go with if you've got these two. Of course, Ghostblade does use the same items, but it's just not really the one that you're looking for. It's far more raw stats on that Duskblade of Drakthar. The Sword was very close to missing that cannon, but I'm impressed Sword managed to grab it. Summit will be able to go back and grab the Proto Belt on his next back. He's on fleek, looking to go home. Sword not greedy, only wants one of the honey fruit.
Yeah, only. I mean, he's really just he's on the app that counts how much you ate today. Yeah.
Okay.
The app told him not to have any more honey fruit.
But he could have one.
But, and look at Mr. Piggy over here. Tarzan, George of the Jungle, ran over. I think he stepped over all of it.
I think he may have just seen it at all. He needs to install the app. I just don't think he's got it yet. That might be it.
What was it Miss Piggy? Or is it Mrs. Piggy from
yeah, Little Miss Piggy?
From what is it?
Muppets?
Muppet? Yeah, Muppet.
Yeah. It's just Miss Piggy.
You remember that, huh?
Yeah, dude, I'm a bit of a boomer, you know that.
You remember
really
Arthur?
Me some Sesame Street. Loved Arthur, dude.
I loved Arthur, actually,
Did
too.
you like DW?
The girl?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She reminded me of my little sister a lot. At the age that I was.
Wasn't
which meant
DW
that I
a
thought
jerk?
she was a bit annoying.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I love my sister now.
You remember Hey Arthur?
We're both in our... What?
Hey Arthur?
You mean Hey Arnold?
Oh, I thought... Oh, yeah, Hey Arnold.
Football head.
Yeah,
I love that show.
Yeah.
The show was great. You remember Our Real Monsters? We're on a Nickelodeon bend right now. No, don't remember the Our Real Monsters?
Goosebumps?
Yeah, I remember Goosebumps.
Okay. Do you remember Afraid of the Dark?
Yes.
Oh, that's some boomer technology.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Yeah.
All right, Root and Joker have found themselves here, grabbing at least even in farm, but I guess that's a whole wave behind technically. As Sword, Electrocute going to be put to good use here as World Ender is just negated. As now Dove is being looked for. That's an empowered Shock Blast, and Tarzan says get back here. As Griffin move on up, they're unable to actually contest the Drake, but grabbing first blood onto their Jace.
And also the Rift
move
Herald.
forward.
Yeah, the Rift Herald's going to be spawned right now. A little bit late, but doesn't matter.
Ooh, it is on Flake's favorite time, though. Time to pick up lane minions.
That is any jungler's favorite time.
Loves it a lot. That control ward very close to being able to see that ward, but isn't able to. Irove is going to arrive in the bottom lane.
3 plates going down in bottom.
A little bit rough that Dove falls down there because there is so much vision available for Sandbox on the bottom side, and after you've made an investment like that, you really would prefer to be able to guarantee your safety.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to happen.
Let's take a look at how this all happened. Dove really greeting for some of the damage on UCal right there. Ends up flashing really late.
Cask was just stunning, though. Really nice stuff coming out from Tarzan. Might be demonstrating that George is about to be promoted.
And now at this point, 800 gold lead for Sandbox, and unfortunately for them, a very lackluster Soul.
Yeah, Cloudsoul coming in again. But movement speed on ult cooldown, pretty good for a cannon.
And an Olaf.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, not so
also
bad.
helps Root Kite.
Okay.
You know,
Sure.
helps Joker run around a lot faster after he gets out of the floor. With the Abyssal Voyage.
How do you know that he goes through a floor? How do you know he doesn't?
Oh, it depends where he uses it.
How do you know? You understand?
Yeah,
what, you
absolutely.
understand the physics behind the Abyssal Void?
Yeah, it goes into the whatever is
Oh.
standing on.
Sure,
and
okay.
then up out of
whatever
whatever else.
Yeah, whatever, Mr. Smarty Pants. Sure.
Wow, just identifying what the...
Alex, you don't have to brag.
Do you know what I think is the most impressive about Tom
What?
Kench? He seems to repair every single hole that he makes. Whereas you got Rek'Sai on the other side,
That
she just
really-
leaves
yeah.
all of her tunnels everywhere.
She just leaves messes everywhere she goes.
Yeah, but Tom Kench, no,
Tom
he's not
Kench-
about that life.
Yeah, he's not.
He tidies up instantly.
Yeah.
On
Some
the
might
way.
even say that he has OCD.
Yeah, maybe.
He definitely is a clean guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you can really tell by the way that he takes care of himself, too.
I think that must be it.
Yeah.
It's because he does certainly look like a well-groomed gentleman.
He definitely is. And I mean, you take a look at his fashion sense as well, and...
Yeah, there's many outfits that he does have available
Indeed.
to him.
And he's a man of many jobs, too. I mean, you've seen him in the chef outfit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Certainly able to take care of his friends. Currently, just sitting in his pajamas. This is the original. His birthday suit, as it were. That's a great flash out from Summit. Tarzan just went Georgian.
There's something that got me about that. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. I wasn't making an Atlanta reference or anything like
Oh,
that.
one more time.
At first, you don't succeed. Try again. However, Summit should be able to get to position.
Wait, Summit's dead now.
Unless he can get himself some stuns, because of course that does damage to minions now. His sword has to flash to get out of the way. And so for that dive, what they've decided to do is just bring another member to the top lane.
Okay.
Summit doing the very best he can. As Yukal could be in trouble, misses the first axe though to Zonfleek and leaves it on the floor. As now Yukal forcing the flash out from OnFleek's Olaf. This should mean the turret falls down. So in the end, Griffin actually doing pretty well in the exchange. But in the meantime, the bottom outer turret fell.
Yeah. Viper down in bot lane, just trying to collect whatever it is that he can.
This is feeling like a real Griffin game. You know, one of those games where there's just not a lot on the kill score. Summit, we're going to check out the pro view.
나 왔다. 긁어 노플, 긁어 노플.
Did the
Karg's no flash
노플 진짜?
no ult, no flash. Then he said Jinta, which means seriously, as if maybe his teammates wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I'm actually really confused what happened there as well, because I feel like the you shouldn't be able to react fast enough to a flash body slam unless you pre-flash. But it didn't really look like he pre-flashed. It looked like Tarzan missed. It was weird.
Well, I will tell you one thing. We do have an Oblivion Orb on Kennen. And the enemy already has magic resistances. And there is certainly an argument to be had for Morello this game, though, because of Senna. Senna is present in addition to Aatrox and I suppose the later stages, although he's lacking Conqueror. So it's just going to be the Death Stance. Senna does get quite obnoxious, though.
She does. In fact, Ultimate and Q both doing some pretty ridiculous healing. Although Ultimate more about the shield, I guess. Now Cloud Drake, number 1, is going to be started. Shock Blast, narrowly avoided there. Joker understanding his width very, very well. No stranger to Timothy Kenshin's. Double Bubble goes wide. Dove needs to be careful, though. They're reacting to this Zoe in this mid-game very, very well. Over on the side of Griffin, Sword looking for his flank opportunity as the cask is not the one that you want, as now Sword maybe in a little bit early. Ragnarok coming down, goes Golden. Does the Aatrox as Tarzan locks down the first Cloud Drake. Sword in trouble, he's going to go down first as Root grabs it. Summit, gigantic damage into the backline as Dove looking for Viper. Portal jump, not going to find it. Trouble Bubble was so close with the vision available, but not quite there. And Sandbox do get themselves the team fight that they were looking for.
They end up winning the team fight. They're going to be able to convert this into a mid-tier 1 turret capture and even cancel Viper's recall to boot. So after this, most likely going to also get the Rift Herald probably off the back of this fight. Not right away, but post-recall for sure.
I think it's really...
Although there's only 1 minute left, so actually maybe neither team will end up getting it. But take a look at this replay. Summit gets knocked away by the cast. Sword going in there on Olaf. Senna ultimate comes out, and then Summit says, okay, this is my time. Looks like he's about to go down onto Sword, and then
Summit
takes the turn in with the slicing Maelstrom, not able to get onto Viper. And as you said, that bubble almost hit.
It was close. You, of course, have to get it in specific angles as, yeah, 3,000 damage in what was about 2 seconds of Summit being alive. Because, of course, the Oblivion Orb Sorcerer's Shoes Protobelt build is not exactly a large amount of survivability. He's going for the Morellonomicon very quickly. We'll have one on Dove as well. Like we were talking about, it's not going to make us, you know, rip our hair out this time around, as we generally do treat Forbidden Book purchases. But Senna really is one of those champions where things can be different, especially when paired with Aatrox, whose World Ender requires Grievous Wounds, and Gragas to a certain extent, with his W being quite obnoxious. So one of those games where you're certainly not going to fault them. Root going for what feels like a bit of a different build, because normally it's a recurve bow in his back pocket instead of that Zeal. This time around looks like it's going to be Runan's Hurricane first. Understanding that, you know, there will be likely to be a Gragas, a Aatrox, and a Braum in his face. So more AoE damage is always better. Unless it's going to be an early Phantom Dancer, which wouldn't be too bad either if he's caught out. I'd be interested. No, it's going to be Runan's Hurricane. I got to stick to my guns. Been getting some things right today. Well, Root's going to come back, and it's a bit of an extended LoL state situation here. 3,000 gold the lead for Sandbox. Things pretty together. And honestly, when it comes to the anti-Sandbox playbook that I think everybody should have downloaded, who is in the LCK, you should probably realize that you need to put Sandbox behind as quickly as you can.
Yeah, if they're behind, they have a lot of difficulty playing back from it, but on even or ahead footing, they tend to be pretty okay. And also, in this game, we're just having a lot of posturing. 1.5 minutes until the next Cloud Dragon, but it's not a soul. No turret has fallen yet.
Yeah,
that is going to be meaningful.
Moment.
Yeah. At this stage of the game, because the mid-tier 1 turret is just a thorn in Griffin's side. Because with the Zoe and the bubbles and stuff, this coverage that the turret grants in terms of safety is just really valuable at this stage of the game. Now, the mid-tier 1 turret is on its last leg, but still providing a lot of safety.
Yeah, it's the vision that it provides. Often, like, when we're talking about turrets being alive and you see them on a sliver of health, you're like, well, that's not going to do anything. Even through a backdoor bonus, you can just kill it.
Yeah.
But what it's doing is providing Sandbox with guaranteed information that no one has passed through that area, which is why you see a lot of these wards put down on dead turrets.
Yes.
To try and mimic that sort of vision control. I know a lot of you guys know that already, but sometimes these things need to be explained more than once. Is Tarzan possibly going to be discovered here, but OnFleek sees him, gets the heck out of there. As Joker just wanders on over. Really haven't seen... pardon me. Haven't seen Tahm Kench's original skin for a really long time. I feel like Tahm Kench, you know, Master Chef is like really popular. As well as his cool Lunar New Year skin as well.
It's been a while since he's left the house.
That's true.
So
forgot to get changed. Wasn't expecting much work today.
Oh, hold on, mating ritual.
Timothy and Tahm. Timothy and Shelly.
Now,
just hanging out.
I don't like the Morello pickup from Zoe because her role is a little bit different than Kennen, who is going to get a multi-man slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, gets to stack the...
Yes. Zoe, she just wants to kill you in one shot. And so the Morello being picked up on her when it's already unreliable for her to apply the debuff.
What you want to do is allow for follow-up damage to come in, though, and that's where I can sort of understand, because Senna is right there with Piercing Darkness to immediately give a big health boost. So I can understand that side of the argument a little bit better. But has it anyway. Dove got a Super Soaker on the Zoe. I like the amount of GLPs that we have running around. There's still only 2,500 gold, something like that. This game yet to blow open. So we're looking for Cloud Soul. Griffin were able to grab themselves one of these Cloud Drakes, but the most recent one was just soloed out, I believe, by OnFleek. He's got a big lead, but another person who's got a big lead is Summit. Really letting us know why he decided to pick up this Kennen. He's been playing very, very well thus far.
We're in this game has been a lull state.
It has.
It really has. We've had 1 kill on average every 5 minutes.
Hasn't been the worst lull state though, because I've liked some of the decisions made. You know, it's not all bad.
Well, just lots of posturing here. Maybe it'll end up going all the way until a 4th.
It might just
Dragon?
be Baron.
It could also go to Baron. I mean, we're getting to the point where Baron is becoming a real possibility. Varus looks like he's going to be building Bloodthirster as his 3rd item.
Double
Jace,
life still.
Yeah, Jace going to end up getting another lethality item. It looks like even Atrox with his Warhammer. Let's see what he ends up purchasing. As, do you really want to complete into Death's Dance at this point? Probably not.
Yeah.
The enemy has 2 Morellos. You're not going to get a lot of value out of it. You don't have Conqueror. You have Electrocute instead, so there's a lot of stuff going on. This game is in a very awkward stalemate, and when you have a team composition like what Griffin's has, going longer and longer into the game does not feel good. These champions start to get a little bit worse, with the only exception really being Senna and Gragas. And Gragas, fortunately for him, he isn't doing that bad in this game. He has the Oblivion Orb, and no one on the side of Sandbox has any magic resistance. You can even see Kennen, bottom right, 39 MR.
Yeah. It's working out very well. Hasn't actually found too many targets yet, but the next fight, just watch out for Tarzan, see whether he can get some angles. That explosive cast could definitely be something to look out for. Currently even as far as levels with OnFleek. Is Griffin all submerged with the help of Viper. Be able to prestige that particular skin pretty soon.
And
Tarzan was thinking about looking for Summit, but doesn't get it.
Not gonna find him. And by the way, Gragas is wearing his base skin.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I know why. To look like Tarzan, you know? Because he just runs around with...
yeah, that's true.
It.
That's true.
But, I mean, he's really let himself go.
I feel like the physique certainly is not our King of the Jungle physique.
Well, you just haven't seen the remake.
Well, that is a good point.
Yeah. Is there a remake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And yes, his body did not look like that.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much.
So the remake.
The remake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, one of them.
I like the
coming up
Disney
soon.
one. Disney one's
I
my
really like
favorite.
this. Now, this is the welcome to the K-Ram. They've adopted this actually recently. They've noticed that
Summit could just be dead here. Joker is going to devour him. Flashes out of the dawning shadow. Now Sword thinking about this as his opportunity, but the chains that come out, that is going to keep them all alive. And the Shock Blast, even empowered, not going to make the distance. As even cheekily, we do have a bit of a Rift Scuttle steal from On Fleek on the top side. But yeah, Summit, you know, a little bit of an int, but otherwise, just cost him his flash, which does mean that it's another 5 minutes before Sandbox can team fight. Are you all right? You had a bit of a reaction to that team fight.
I did have a bit of a reaction, yes. And
Do you
I just
tell
want
us
to let
about
you. No, I'm perfectly fine, Atlas.
No, you're just okay with leaving that one up to audience interpretation?
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
I respect that.
As we are coming down here into bot lane right now, and Cannon just waiting on Rabadon's death cap. They've cleared out vision around the right-hand side, and so Sandbox are the one with the low ground. Sword doing his best effort to die here.
Well, the Abyssal Voyage should certainly help that one out, as we've got 4 onto 1, and that is not odds that I would be taking anytime soon, especially not when I'm as far behind as Sword is. On this Aatrox, bubble being collected here by the Cloud Drake, and so Cloud Soul now invested. Sandbox squad not going to have to worry about cooldown timings, and certainly not going to have to worry about repositioning. They are going to be very, very zippy on this map.
Kennon's going to complete his death cap, and then from there, his engages are going to be monstrous. And Sword is just overextending, and I think that this is just him suffering from maybe mental fatigue inside of this game because it's so
It is drawn out and slow, yeah.
And very drawn out, and so he seems to have forgotten about the Abyssal Voyage, or just had a lapse of judgment with how far up he was pushed in the lane.
And also you get lulled into false senses of security when games, like we've had 6
when
kills in
games
29
feel
minutes. This is crazy.
So slow, yeah.
Yeah.
What you're saying does end up taking place quite often. Lots of pings right there that we heard. Well, not pings, but tab pings. Like summoner, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, many tabbings.
Yeah, many, okay.
Dove was looking for someone, but that bubble is going to come up short. On Fleek, over to the side, realizes that his Krug camp is gone. Not worth as much these days, so not too much of an issue there. Bloodthirster completed. Root now has a pickaxe on it as well, and a slight CS advantage. So this game is well and truly at a snail's pace.
Okay, well, this is definitely something.
Just trying to think about more content here, you know? Like, what's your opinion on axolotls?
What are those?
Like Mexican walking fish.
What?
Is another way of I think is another name, but axolotl is their official name. They're like little fish. They look a bit like Tom Kench, and I thought Tom Kench was an axolotl until I found out that he was a catfish.
Yeah, he's a catfish.
And I got a little bit sad because I really liked axolotls. Used to have a pet axolotl back in the day.
Okay.
It's just a really fun name to say over and over again.
Do you know what you just reminded me of when you said pet? Is I recently saw, I didn't know what its breed name was, but I saw a Samoyed. Samoyed?
Oh yeah, you were talking about this.
My.
The floof.
Oh, a floof is a bit of an understatement. It is a cloud on feet. It is something magical.
Yeah, it's majestic.
Definitely it really
majestic.
is. Like, it's a legendary Pokemon in real life.
Yep.
So I saw that, and I think you know.
Are you gonna get one?
Maybe sometime in the future, not now.
Hey, yeah. You got plenty of room
they definitely
in your place,
don't.
don't you?
Well, I do, but not intending to stay there
okay.
for much longer. And then also, Korea doesn't actually, it's not that ideal for large pets.
Yeah, actually, I would never want to own a dog.
Yeah.
I feel like you need a backyard for a dog to be
right.
the happiest.
You need a backyard, or you need the
A
I was
park
actually
nearby.
I was watching. Well, there's a Samoyed like breeding person facility in the States, and they have these mini treadmills that are for dogs.
Oh, that is
really
really
it's the cutest
cute.
thing ever. It's the cutest thing ever. They just run on the treadmill for like 30, 45 minutes.
So adorable.
And the owners are very elderly, so I assume that it's either that or you hire someone to take them on walks, but the dogs just seem like they're in heaven when they're on the treadmill. They have little boots or something that they wear too.
Oh, I like it.
It's great.
By the way, guys, just to go back to the game just for 1 second, an attempted Baron happened. Sandbox peeled away from it because they managed to get the teleport like they were looking for, and now they can put on whichever much pressure that they would like for the next 5 minutes or so, knowing that Sword will have to be grouped as 5 for the entirety of that time. And what they make of that is yet to be discovered. 60 CS, I believe, is the gap between Summit and Sword. 50, give or take. It's a big number. We've got stopwatches being collected, getting to that point where even though it's 34 minutes into this game, it's feeling a little bit like next team fight wins.
Yes. It definitely is. Elder Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, and no matter what, one of these two objectives is just going to be the game ender. And when you have games that go like this where no one gets any gold and all the champions for the most part are on even footing, comes down to one team fight, and then that's just going to decide the entire game. And when it eventually gets to that point, like I mentioned earlier on, this is the Zoe show where if she just lands a bubble, you win the game.
Yeah, and also, if she doesn't land a bubble, you don't lose the game.
You don't
that's
lose
the thing.
game,
Like,
yeah.
that's the ridiculous thing about Zoe at this stage, and what makes her so good is that you can just fish. And Griffin don't have those fishing options outside of UCal softening people up with these shock blasts, as we can see.
Nice.
Viper, a little bit aggressive there.
I love when
Bubble's
Zoe's
going to
do
go
that.
wide. Yep. Oh
The
my
cur-
God,
Oh.
Viper. That's a great stopwatch, but it might be the end of your life. Flash has to be used as Viper very, very low, but on fleek he falls. Dawning Shadow interrupted by death. That is the best CC in the game, and now Root just kiting the Aatrox out. He's an afterthought being ignored by this Sandbox roster. And they got their priority target. They took down the secondary. Now they'll grab a Baron and most likely push to win the game.
They're going for the Baron, but Elder is an infinitely better objective. And now this probably means that Dove is going to have to go over and defend against the Elder. I don't know what Tarzan and UCal are doing. They could already be out on the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, they could be killing it right now.
They could be killing it right now. Braum could go over, cast... What is...
Oh my goodness. Whoa, this is another one of those moments where it's like lulled
Wake
into
me
a
up.
false sense of security situation.
I think that they're asleep.
No one's aware that Elder Drake is even a possibility right now. Very weird.
Oh, man. Well, we just see a team fight that ends up breaking out, and this was a byproduct of Viper being in stasis. It just gave the opening, and even though Olaf doesn't do really anything...
Well, that's how Zoe can kill someone without even actually having to kill them or hit them with abilities. As Sandbox, they go for their reset. So does the Elder Drake.
No.
Going to hang out.
Here's
Dove
the...
taking a bit of damage there, but we're still going for a 50-50. Can Sandbox effectively turn onto Tarzan as they think, nope, they don't even need to worry about it. Body Slam gets him out. And now we've got Baron, we've got Elder. Onfleek doesn't have much of a health bar, but he's got a GA. And yeah, the Pain Train has officially left the station. And Sandbox, I mean, this game has been controlled, but you have to look at that top side of the map. You look at Summit, he controlled his lane from the very beginning and made the Aatrox a bit of a non-factor. So the way that Griffin were wanting to structure their team fights was just impossible because Sword didn't last long enough when he was bouncing around into the backline causing a ruckus. He just gets turned on and destroyed.
We're having the siege take place now in mid, so we have a 0-4-1 being orchestrated.
Yeah, Bubble not going to find the mark, but Fruit just walks up. Tanks the turret for a little while. Summit, like you were saying, part of the one. Still very, very strong. Didn't have to use the Slicing Maelstrom in around the Elder Drake, so still has that threaten, still has flash, and still has stopwatch as well. But you can feel it. He's feeling antsy right now. I even thought maybe that was the time, but first inhibitor goes down, second will be soon to follow. But I don't think Sandbox need to worry about spending time top lane. It might be sieging time, but they decide not to. They're going to play with as much respect as possible. Rageblade just completed by Root, and if you're going to debut in a game, in the LCK stage, 3-0 and 2 certainly ain't a bad way to do it.
But there's 6 kills.
Oh, that's true. No 100%
yeah,
contribution,
just,
so
you know.
We're not impressed, but I wouldn't be disappointed either.
Okay, 666 is the gold score. Ooh. By the way.
Ooh.
Yeah. I think that that number is taboo in Korea as well. Have you ever noticed that whenever they do damage share or anything, it's always 667?
Huh.
You ever noticed that?
Maybe that's a rounding thing. Sure. Well, that's very dead wrong. That's one of those fishing moments that we were talking about. Tarzan gets discovered, I believe, on a sweeper. There's the undertow, and he's definitely under now. But honestly, this game has been over since the pick onto Viper. He's died once. It was the pivotal death. And it's not necessarily something that you can blame him for solely. Griffin needed to have done much more this game to stop Sandbox from just doing whatever the heck they wanted. Because they have. They've been the team that's been making all the decisions, making all the moves. And even when they're left open, it's an issue. As Summit goes in, I think there was a center there. Not entirely sure because she's gone now. And these Nexus turrets are going to follow suit. The Nexus dies extraordinarily quickly. And that will be that. 3-9 is the kill score. The game lasted a very long time. But there's almost no doubt that Sandbox were going to win from very early on.
I mean, the game unfolded pretty picture perfect to what one would probably expect between these two colliding. It was very early and stable, or I mean, very early advantages accrued by Summit in the top lane, an extremely stable mid-game transition.
Yeah.
And then eventually, the Sinner team composition with Aatrox and Jace did not manage to get ahead or do anything. And in the mid to late transition, favor Sandbox so heavily, and then that pickoff onto Viper that really did just seal the deal. So
I'm just thinking about what this exact composition would look like if piloted by a Freak of Freaks, or even if Sandbox was to be on the other side of this rift, right? And you've got Summit up there commanding on the Aatrox, or you've got Keen up there on the Aatrox, who can actually become a side lane threat. I think that honestly, Sandbox's tactic of let's nullify Sword entirely broke the composition down completely. And this is why we talk about like comps needing to have multiple modes, because Sandbox saw the mode that Griffin could win playing and said, well, you're not allowed to play that. And then Griffin realized, well, hang on, wait, we're trying to play this comp out the way that it's supposed to work, but it just straight up didn't. So
the players seem to be talking to each other a lot in the backstage.
It's good to see.
As soon as they went back, yeah. But you have to wonder what their conclusions are of this game. And remember, the responsibility in the ask is put onto Griffin from the get-go with their champions. And when it's just not able to be met, then nothing ends up happening. So
I was just very happy that it was exactly 10,000.
Can we get a Soraka game?
At the end. Well, I think you
Sword,
probably
can you just... Come on. Come on.
Maybe that's just what you need. The answer to all of your problems is Raka. That can be the next horoscope that we might read out, but we'll see. We'll have to wait until pick and ban for game number 2. But first, we will need to go to a short break before Sandbox try and conclude this series against Griffin. Don't go anywhere.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 그리핀과 샌드박스의
We're back
경기
after
함께했습니다.
Griffin versus
1세트 이미
Sandbox.
벌어진 차이를
Game
메꾸기는
number 1.
불가능했죠.
Griffin
샌드박스가
failed to
가볍게
reach out
승리 따냈습니다.
Sandbox and
두 팀의
Sandbox
뱀픽 먼저
was able to
살펴볼까요?
close out the game.
세나를 굉장히 빠르게 가져가고
Griffin
아펠리오스가 베니전
just B1 Senna.
기대감이 있었어요.
So we were expecting a lot from that champion.
세나에 대한 평가를 다시
Because
한번 좀
people really wanted to figure out how LCK rates Senna in their current meta. However, we were not able to find out how much utility Senna has as a champion, because actually the game ended out with the Viper's mistake. Sandbox, their signature pick would be Zoe and Olaf, so Griffin was trying to counter it with Senna, Gragas, Braum.
조커 선수의 약간
However,
노련한 사이드 운영.
Joker was
그리고
really good at side lane
아쉬운 세나의
rotations,
모습까지
and also
나오면서 조금
Senna
아쉬웠던
made
것
some
같습니다.
mistakes in
말씀하셨듯이
the
탐켄치가
middle of the
실점을
game,
하면
so
큰일이 된다는
Sandbox
거
was
또
able
증명된
to
그런
easily close
경기였고요.
out the game.
일단 용쪽 한타가 무척 중요한 장면이었어요.
So
그
we
점을
have
다시
one
봐야겠죠.
highlight,
네.
the 18-minute
그게 두
Dragon
가지
team fight.
포인트였던 것 같은데 첫 번째는 역시나 이제 저
First,
브라움이 들고 있는 탈진의
Braum
변수였잖아요.
has
그렇죠. 지금 용한타
exhaust
LCK
on
같은
his
경우는
summoner.
용한타 때 대부분의 선수들이 플래시를 갖고 있습니다. 전멸이라는
So
스킬을.
usually,
하지만
every
이때
LCK
브라움이 가장
game,
중요한,
players have
마크를
all
해야
of
될
their
것은
flash
캐넨의
on.
이제 진입각을 봐야 되는데 브라움이
And
먼저
they were
진입을 하면서 피가 빠져서
well, Griffin
탈진을
player had to
써가지고
keep their eyes on Cannon. However, actually, Braum moving toward bot side following sword, he used his exhaust on Onflick's Olaf for no reason. So Cannon had a perfect angle to go in, stuns multiple enemies, and the game starts to go to the Sandbox side, which could be easily be the Griffin's game.
승리의 바람으로까지 이어질지 경기 계속해서 지켜봐야겠고요. 그리고 그리핀의 뼈아픈
And then
실수도 나왔습니다.
there was this critical mistake happened in the mid lane 5v5.
결정적인 장면이었어요. 세나가 사거리가
Even
굉장히
though
긴 상태이긴
Sandbox has
했었습니다.
a
그때
lead,
여기서 이제
Senna
계속해서 이렇게
got a lot of
쳐야
stacks,
되는 조합도
had a
맞고,
very long range now.
올라프라운드 치고 그다음에
However,
아마 영혼을
he tried to
획득할 때
kite
앞으로
Olaf
나갔던
and
것
pick up the
같은데
soul, but
어둠 속에
he
있었던
just
저
outstepped so
조이의
far,
변수를
so
예측을
letting the
못하고
Olaf go in
놀라서 초식의
and
반응을
engage
거치고
on
그렇게
him.
되었어요.
Even though Olaf died with that engagement, well, Root was able to follow, and the rest of the Griffin players started to fall as well.
끝나는 장면인데 약간 비슷한 것 같아요. 딜러의 이제 심리상
So it's
전멸을
similar
쓰기가
how
좀
the AD
아깝고
carries
그냥
always
저거
like
조이의
keep
그냥
their
기본 스킬이잖아요.
flash
그래가지고
up
초시계를
when they die.
썼지만 전멸을 쓰는 게 더 좋은 판단인
So,
것 같습니다.
well, overstepping is one mistake, but also using breaking that stopwatch was another mistake as well. He should have just used his flash to just back as soon as possible.
이번 경기 POG
So let's
만나보시죠.
check out the POG for this game.
네,
Summit
선수
on
MVP
Cannon
포인트,
picked up
POG
another
포인트 200점입니다.
POG
지난번에
point.
인터뷰는 못했었는데
네.
아마 오늘은
Hopefully,
만나 뵙고
we will be
싶다는
able
욕심이
to
서민 선수는 있겠죠.
see him on the inner
후반전 때는
stage.
오히려 활약할 타이밍이 안 온 채로 경기가 끝난 느낌이 있었고
Well, with
초반에
this
라인전
early
같은
dragon
경우는
fight,
서브아스
he was
공으로
able
해가지고
to
아주 악랄하게
stun multiple
쏘는
players
모습을
and
괴롭히는
let
모습도
the rest of the
인상적이었고
Sandbox
이안타
player pick up the kills.
멋진 플레이 보여줬습니다.
서밋 선수를 이제 제가 전지적 시점으로 보는데
Well,
서밋 선수가 아래쪽으로
watching
갈 거라고
Summit's
저도
point of
개인적으로
view,
생각을 했는데
Summit could have just
순간적으로
go
풀면서
for
혼자서
the
지배하는
bot side. However, he had another twist
저는
in terms of his
그리핀은
decision,
지금
and he
너무너무 아쉬운
boldly
건
moved
아까
to the
조합 컨셉 자체도
middle
샌드박스가
of the
제일 잘
enemies, and he
쓰는
was
올라프
able
조이에 대한
to
어느 정도
just
카운터 치려고 준비한
drop
것
the
같다는
CC
이야기를
on the
했었고
multiple enemies.
초반에 올라프의
So 10
그
people
블록하점을
out of 12
대비해서
voters
브라움이
voted
끝까지
for
숨어
Summit
있다가 받아치는
as this
전략도
game's POG.
상대의 전략을
And
예측한
also,
전략 준비를 진짜
there were
잘했다는
some of the
느낌이
super plays on the side of Summit, but
게임에서
at the
그거를
same
제대로
time,
하나도 못하면서
there were a
지금
lot of
너무
mistakes on the
이루어졌기
side
때문에
of
그런 잘
Griffin.
준비된 전략을 잘
Braum's
하는 모습을
exhaust
통해서
and
그리핀도 좀
Viper
저력을
making a
보여주면서
mistake
양팀이
as a
멋진
damage
경기력을
dealer.
보여줬으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 특히 샌드박스처럼 좀 안정적으로 운영을 하는
Sandbox really prefers to go safe in terms of mid game, so maybe Griffin can find their way out. So let's check out whether they can make it in game number 2.
함께 하시죠.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much, Jason, once again. And here we are for game number 2 between Sandbox and Griffin. Really liked all of the identification on the analyst desk about, mostly mistakes on Griffin's side, some errors that were made, and some things that Sandbox could have also polished up. But in the end, 10 out of 12 for Summit. He played very, very well on the Cannon pick. We'll see what Sandbox is going to be able to do now on the blue side as we move into what could be our final game of day 1 for week 2.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're going to take a different approach to the draft. It does look like the coaches are talking to them. Unsure maybe what is going to be discussed here. And now the other scary thing is first pick is going to be available for Sandbox inside of this game. Having some audio stuff going on right now. I am sorry if I seem a bit...
Yeah, there's a little bit of background noise. Sometimes these things happen,
Super sorry about that. As
we've nailed it, though.
Griffin And I really don't know what they're going to do. If they lose here today, now remember, last time they ended up losing, Tarzan looked visibly upset.
Oh, yeah.
And very quick to exit the stage.
The other thing that I want to remind you guys of was when Griffin first made their run through the LCK, they did basically the opposite style of run that we're seeing here. Because in their first 2 games, they faced off against Gen G and Afrika, I believe, which is arguably the most difficult first 2 matches that you could go up against. Sandbox certainly one of these top 5, maybe top 4 teams now judging by week 1.
Yeah.
We're into pick and ban here for game number 2, but Griffin, this is the opposite of that, and what that does is it provides you with 0 momentum, and you need to use your own, like, inner control, your emotional control, in order to pull yourself out of a funk so that you can get the wins that you know you can get.
Yeah.
And it might be difficult for this Griffin squad that has shown that they have a few of these emotional tendencies to overreact to these situations. See how it's going to unfold here as Ornn and the Talia both banned away. And the Aatrox and the Akali going to leave. So no more Aatrox issues this game.
See if Aphelios ends up being allowed through. Otherwise, this is a pretty alphabetical ban order out of Griffin almost.
Yeah.
Akali, Aatrox, and Aphelios.
Sounds pretty good. Ban the A's. Triple A bans.
Triple A, yeah. And, you know, that's normally who you have to call when you have car problems.
That's true.
So,
or the batteries that you put into your torch.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. What is a torch?
A torch? Flashlight. We call them torches in
Really?
Australia. Yeah.
Okay.
We're a bit old school.
All right.
You know
I
what
like that.
You know what a torch is? You know, the original thing, which is fire on a stick.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Just call it a torch. Maybe I just call
Back
it a
in
torch.
your day.
Maybe I'm just
no
crazy
big deal.
person. I'm such a boomer that I actually, when I was growing up, we of course just lit fire at the end of a stick. That's how we did it. As Set was the ban choice to take it away from Summit, and that means that Aphelios is most definitely an option.
Ooh.
But Lucian, the
could be Lucian for
consideration.
Summit. Now,
all right.
You know I am not a big fan of this champion.
It is a triple flex.
Yes,
which I do not mind.
It is a triple flex, and it's also Summit versus Sword. So, one of the largest discrepancies that does exist in terms of some matchups that we can have in the LCK.
Well, I'm assuming Jungler and Aphelios should come in here, as Elise is theoretically top of the priority list, despite being pretty much at the bottom of the win rate list. And she will be locked in. Aphelios then to come in afterwards, of course. This means that Sandbox obviously have a plan into Aphelios, because they could have first picked it themselves and decided that they wouldn't.
Okay, well, apparently
maybe we're going to have husband and wife. Here we go.
You know what? I think that what ended up happening is somewhere over the weekend, the translated stuff about how Courageous refuses to play Senna.
Yeah.
I feel like that made its way in here. Okay.
And then they're like, but we played her in Casper Cup. Can't you guys get your head around, you know, the fact that we might want to play something else? And then they realized, no, we won't. And so they picked it up. Should just be support, I would assume, coming in. But no, Yukal's going to go with the Pantheon instead. Get him around this map, try and prey on some of these side lanes, and allow for Sandbox to be made accountable of being very pushed up in their lanes, especially, we're looking at you, Summit, on the top side. On this Lucian, it means that Yukal will be able to help that out.
Well, if, you know, Pantheon mid or top, it can go up into top lane.
True.
And it does have a very similar combo compared to the Elise Renekton, obviously. Pantheon Elise is extremely scary.
I just wrote Ophal instead of Olaf in my notebook. We're getting on in the evening. As Aurelia, once again, going to be the ban here on the blue side. It was an Aurelia ban on the Griffin side last time around. Is LeBlanc also going to be secondarily banned. Griffin did this last time as well, just wanting to make sure that Dove couldn't jump onto that champion if he would like to. His Zoe is, of course, still available if he does want to play it.
Now, the Aurelia being banned makes me think that Sandbox is thinking that the Pantheon is certainly going to be mid lane, most likely, as Aurelia one of the champions up in top lane that if she does grab Lucian, she can kill him.
Uh-huh. Well, Jace is another one of Sword's only other more aggressive options as far as top lane that he found decent amounts of success on.
I don't even know what Sword is going to pick if this isn't going to be his Pantheon. Maybe he's just going to go onto a tank and play Scion.
Nautilus is going to be the support choice. And they have seen, you know, the bottom lane face up. So they may as well pick this one. And the Naut is going to be locked in. Something that Tahm Kench can play around to show that Irove did not want to be on the Braum once more. Might be Sandbox either baiting out a Zoe pick or something like that. Of course, Braum does okay into Zoe. But mostly it's picked into the Tahm Kench. I find it interesting that we've deviated.
Gragas now.
Are we just going
Now,
to
I
Gragas
really
Yasuo?
thought this could have been a spot for Karthus. But on Fleek, maybe not a bit of a Karthus enthusiast.
Hey, it could be Lucian mid, Tahm Kench top.
Ooh.
And then Gragas support. It's not going to be, of course.
Zoe.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. As Dove has certainly padded the stats. It was one of his more forgettable Zoe games in the last one, but, you know, a win's a win. Which solo lane would this Aphelios be going in?
Well.
All right. Varus is locked.
Could be Aphelios top lane. We've seen the Shy actually play that a lot on his stream.
Yeah. You were talking about this the other day.
Yeah. A lot of Aphelios top. I am very doubtful that would be... Oh! Is it going to be Lethality Varus in mid lane as a means to answer Zoe?
The old school picker. And Varus was picked a lot, mainly into the Azir matchup in years gone by, largely because you can just straight up outrange. And you can still do that, especially with Zoe's projected positioning. It means these piercing arrows can really stack up. So I actually don't mind it. Yukal was one of our, you know, premier Azir players for a time. I'm sure could easily just hop back over to that lethality Varus. Excited to see how this is going to go as Pantheon versus the Lucian. Now, Pantheon can soak a lot of damage that Lucian can throw out, especially, you know, the culling comes in, you press E, you stack that up very, very quickly as well.
Yeah, Lucian does not find that to be very amusing.
No. Doesn't enjoy it. We once again have Tahm Kench, but it's Joker. Joker is basically a Tahm Kench player or bust. And alongside the center, you can understand it. We've seen this cross-region in regions where they actually play center, paired with the Tahm Kench a lot regardless. So sticking with that flavor. But I want to see once again whether Summit can have the dominating performance that he's shown us in game number 1, or whether Griffin can tie up this series and bring us the entire distance. 6 games, the dream. This current stage. Varus mid. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it really has. And also Dematerializer.
Do you know who Varus? Do you know who Varus mid reminds me of the most?
Let me think. Zoe?
LGD.
What does that mean? What?
Varus mid was...
Godby?
Yeah, Godby playing Varus mid with Marin on Rumble top lane, and they would lock it in every game, and they would lose every game. It was really depressing. I was a bit of a LGD fanboy back in that time. I think it was like 2015. Sorry, 2014?
Okay.
2015.
No big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal. Don't worry about it, Atlas. I'm not going to tell anyone.
Maybe a bit sad.
Yeah.
But this time, there is no Rumble top lane. In fact, Rumble's been ignored during this series. It's interesting how things change series to series. Rumble, pretty high priority in our first one. As, the Trouble Bubble just doesn't quite work out.
Ends
Odd
up.
Scenario.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's a paddle start. Just looks a bit weird with this skin.
And Yukal getting the much better end.
Yeah, I love these autos that he's threading. With how consistent you can be with your Qs as well on Varus, your W is the main investment of a cooldown when it comes to maximizing damage on Varus.
Yes.
And getting those Qs to really hurt, especially if you're playing lethality. So if you can guarantee that those W-empowered Qs are going to land, then it really does increase your value. Yucal now, let's hit that level 2, and just 2-tap Dove with a couple of his abilities, and that's what he's going to be doing throughout the majority of this game. Sword and Summit up here towards the top side, just chugging through these corrupting potions. The Piercing Light, great dodge there from Sword, and that's what he's going to be relied upon to do the majority of this game. Don't get hit by Q. Be a great start.
Sword did manage to tick him. Now Sword is all out of corrupting potions. And he's down in HP, while Summit still has one, and one is still ticking.
Yeah, Biscuit is in his back pocket. Tarzan walks over a ward. As OnFleek now in his own jungle does know that the Elise is in the area, but this ward is genius. OnFleek spots it out very, very quickly. But full information given. Tarzan walks back over a ward to try and help Sword out.
Yeah, and Tarzan right now, he feels pressured to do this. Ooh. Didn't end up getting that last ward, and so Elise right now, even though she has 12 CS, Gragas is locked to 12 CS too. Mid laner is winning.
Yep, and Rift Scuttle is actually claimed by Tarzan here as well, so a win out. They're on the top side. But as all of this jungle shenanigans is going on, OnFleek will be able to find the last hit on this ward. Zombie ward going to be there, but it's a 3-man dive attempt, theoretically, here in this mid lane. Could be dangerous. Level 3 and level 4.
They're going to crash, and yeah, okay, Zoe is not long for the world.
Well, Exhaust comes out onto Yucal. There's the dredge line. It lands. Can they actually get the aggro to work? And yes, they can. Yucal picks it up, takes one shot, walks out, and that is enough to lock down that first blood very easily underneath the turret.
And OnFleek still trying to just clear out his jungle. Elise going to go back into farming her jungle as Summit piling a very large minion wave.
Yeah, should be able to get himself a pretty comfy recall off this. See whether he decides to use the teleport to get to lane. It's not exactly like a teleport response from a Lucian is all that powerful, as press the attack working out very well here for this Lucian. As OnFleek will walk around the alcove, but little does he know he's already been spotted. Maybe a lot of space. Oh, Sword probably didn't want to do that.
What?
Just gave it all away. He would have wasted so much time.
Okay, well, Gragas is staying here, not really achieving much.
And as that wave turns up, Sword is going to be able to collect everything. He should be able to go back and look, he'll be within touching distance of the CS margin of Summit, so definitely a better game than what Sword was experiencing in the Aatrox versus Kennen matchup. Also a rough one. And this was his choice into the Lucian as well. As we're going to check out this mid gank once again. Cocoon goes wide, but doesn't really matter. There weren't a lot of options that our friend the Zoe had in that lane.
Bot lane, just going to be recalling, Senna is down quite a bit in the CS department. Ended up picking up a pickaxe to Viper's BF sword, aka the best friend sword.
Yeah, it's a feels bad situation there. Quite a bit more AD on the old BF sword. But also if you have the option of building into it, it does feel a whole lot better. No brown bags to be picked up alongside it either, just a lot of utility is where Root had to go into.
Lots of pings going down, and Sandbox is behind, and you know, we talked about last game that typically when Sandbox is behind, they don't tend to play well.
No, this is the thing. They keep playing as if they're ahead, even though they don't really have the option to. That being said, they're not as behind as they could be. We have Piercing Darkness and Piercing Light on the same team. It might be difficult for me to stay coherent in some of these fights. But Griffin, they're staying coherent. They know what they want. 800 gold is their lead at the moment, and they'll take this Cloud Drake and be very happy that Cloud Soul is not going to be the thing. Stun comes in, but it's not exactly what you want on Sword's side, because he had to move closer to the Lucian. As still, this matchup is not going great for our friend Pantheon.
Ocean Dragon picked up as well.
Several crescendum there.
Cloud Dragon, Ocean Dragon is the next one that is coming up. On fleek now up here in top lane. Viper has TP, so you can see Viper's recalling right now.
Summit waiting for his time to come in. Oh no, the flash just straight up not working for OnFleek. Oh, that's a huge whoops. But they do get the teleport out from Viper like you were talking about. So they'll get out of there. But a little bit sheepish is ye old Gragas.
Well, Zoe's still very far behind in the CS department right now. What?
That's an obnoxious sound.
It really is. And also that recall animation, I don't know where he gets those wings, but I think he needs to get that checked out.
Pretty cool.
Now, will he just Grand Skyfall back into the lane?
I mean, that's what I would do if I was playing old school Pantheon top. But I also would never have taken teleport. He's an Ignite champion.
Okay. I like that. I can respect that, Atlas.
Yeah, good.
As he did just run back into top lane. So Lucian's going to have a recall. Lucian will return to a good lane state. Double Doran's Blade, Boots, and Vampiric Scepter.
Yep, looks like it will be the Blade of the Ruin King build to come through for Summit. Likely to be complemented with the Essence Reaver afterwards if he wants to go max damage. Not too many tanks on the side of Griffin. In fact, only iRove if you're really going to talk about it. So you don't necessarily need to go any sort of Black Cleaver build. Although it would work out quite well paired alongside Senna. Just because eliminating armor for your lethality-based 80 carries, pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Senna, of course, does build a little bit of both.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Summit just clearing out yet another ward, and we're in another lull state, which is honestly a little bit surprising. Usually, Sandbox likes to play fast and loose.
No matter whether they're behind or not.
Yes.
So this might actually show that they've grown a little bit in the couple of days that they've had between weeks 1 and 2. It's what we've wanted to see. And honestly, we will learn a lot. If Sandbox can, you know, dig their heels in and say, look, we're just going to let this game play out for a little bit longer, wait for our own item spikes, wait for our own time to fight.
Oh, man.
Be a different showing as Tarzan in a whole host of trouble does get the culling across the top of him, but there's the Dawning Shadow. Summit will be the sacrifice, but Sandbox are now here together. A 1-for-1 as it stands. Tongue Lash going to land onto iRove, who takes a lot of damage, but Dredgeline does get him out of there. Teleport available for Summit so he can get back to lane pretty effectively, but that was pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
That maneuver from the Lucian.
So they ended up getting 1 kill, and so all things considered, it's not the end of the world. The reason that they couldn't push on any further, though, is Zoe did not have any mana.
Yeah.
And, you know, I really like that. I really like that Senna down there in bot lane gave Lucian the assistance up there in the top. Yeah.
There we go.
This is really...
It's a long-distance relationship right now, but it's certainly working
So
out.
Senna right there with the long-distance call to help out Lucian, and then he died after. And you didn't see it in chat, but she definitely typed noob husband.
Yeah, or yes.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Actually, she came to him with papers. Oh, no.
That's a whoopsie. Ardent Blaze going to interrupt iRove from getting out of here. Yukal going to make his way up. And he's looking for a little bit more. It is going to be the Lethality Varus, but not the Muramana variant. I like that if you're playing mid lane Varus. It's because if you get a blue buff, you can stack it up a little bit faster than if you're playing the Lethality Varus from the bottom lane.
The other thing is that if you end up having Presence of Mind and you go for the Muramana, you just get so much AD.
Oh,
once you end up stacking it. Yeah, it's really nice.
This is lethal tempo.
Yeah, it's lethal tempo.
It's weird because often with the lethality version, you can pretty comfortably go into Comet and then land it basically on cooldown with your Hail of Arrows.
Yes.
So strange that Yukal's opted out of that. Wanted to go a little bit more hybrid. See what that does to the build, because right now you can see it is definitely lethality, but you might be able to throw a Zeal item and an Infinity Edge in at the end and really transition into more of a a crit 80 carry that can scale a little bit more reliably into the late game.
I think Sir
no,
Thomas.
He's been baited, but we get in here. That's a great barrel to come down, but the Flash is actually going to get into range as Summit. He's alive for so long. Joker just eats him up, pops him out, and Dove's going to grab that kill onto the Nautilus. Sick outplay from Summit, our MVP from game number 1, and looking like he might get there for game 2 as well.
Yeah, and at this point, Summit going to be able to retain full control over top lane. He's going to heal all the way back up with Bilgewater Cutlass eventually. Never mind, he's actually just going to end up recalling on the crashed wave.
Now, Root's going to scooch his way down here as Viper has been left largely on an island so far. Supports are mainly roaming champions this game. Graviton being employed here by the Aphelios. We call him Elodios a lot of the time, but
yeah,
he's not doing a lot this game. He probably is in the lane, but we haven't been able to watch it because it's elsewhere that all the action has been occurring. Griffins still have themselves a slight lead and will be able to grab 2 turrets for themselves. And Viper even able to stack up the Crescendum on the turret. Seems to always have Crescendum Severum, and it had to actually waste just a little bit of time taking down that last turret shot.
And now they're going to give all the turret plates up in top over to Summit.
Yep, just in time there as well, as Joker might actually be caught out of position here. Has to flash, has a blast cone available, is going to lick it. There we go, Chains of Corruption, largely eaten by the time spent in the sky. He is going to be able to make it out, but flash utilized. The turret that we were talking about does fall down as Piercing Darkness comes in, but the Moonlight Vigil and everything else is going to destroy the center. Meanwhile, her husband up towards the top side, getting rid of an inner turret now as Dove. Not a lot of options roaming around this jungle. They do have some vision, but otherwise, this is Griffin taking care of business spot. Sandbox's attention entirely placed in the top lane as Yukal does have to use his cleanse, but doesn't get out of the way of the Paddle Star regardless. Going to take relevant damage there.
What?
Oh, what? Okay. Viper just puts his teleport on cooldown.
I think that what they're intending is the teleport, and then they'll see if they stop attacking the turret to kill Viper, and then Grand Skyfall comes in.
I don't know.
Go now, go now, go now. Can you eat me, please? Or can you eat me? I can eat you, I can eat you.
먹어줄 수 있어요? 먹어줄 수 있어. 먹어줄 수 있어. 천천히 나와.
Yeah, I can eat you, I can eat you.
좋았다, 좋았다, 나이스.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Nice.
Oh, this one not so fun. Having a look at the replay, just look at Viper's contribution. Loved it. Pressed an R button in his general direction and went back to doing what he wanted to do, which is chase the red dots around the bottom lane. Oh dear.
So a lot of this game is going to eventually now come down to Lucian and Zoe, mostly against Aphelios. So it's sort of like an anime battle or something. I don't even know exactly where we're going with this one. But also, Mountain Dragons coming up. So if you're Sandbox, even though you don't get a lot of resistances, the enemy team is all building lethality.
Yeah.
And so minor amounts of armor, it still does mean something, especially if you end up picking up Ninja Tabai or Zanya's Hourglass on Gragas and eventually Zoe.
This is huge for Sandbox. If
Because
they can stack 4 of them, it's actually insane
it's the
against
soul.
this team. Yeah.
So if you end up getting 2 of them, you're almost invalidating a lethality item.
And a
the
magic
mid to late.
penetration item as well. I mean, Tarzan not going to be doing as much work on this Elise at the same time. I think the magic resist also going to be relevant because Elise does rely on magic pen so much. Yukal also missing a cannon creep, so evening things out between him and Root as far as that comparison is concerned. Now Dove turns up. Tarzan doesn't get the cocoon, but a fair bit of damage there is, oh dear, not quite enough range. And Dove didn't want to invest the flash. I think did the calculation while he was portal jumping forward and realized, nope, don't have enough for that, as Barrel's going to be used just to clear the wave. And Sword and Root now facing off in the mid lane. Summit on the bottom side looking to try and grab himself even more gold. Battlestar once more. This was a bit of a tempo play to try and use the explosive cast to clear out that wave, just to force an extra wave and mean that Summit has extra time down here on the bottom side. Grand Skyfall comes in.
Now, he did just use his E, which leaves him a little susceptible.
Yeah, no, a lot of it susceptible by the looks of things.
Doing? I have no idea. I don't think he knows. And now also, without the Grand Skyfall...
No, he's got teleport as well. That's why you don't take...
Although that cooldown is so short. What? Oh, Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah, that is. I'm noticing the ticking is moving quite rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Total damage dealt. Summit obviously up there in the top lane.
Teleport to get back for the Lucian here as Yukal is relatively slowed. Iroh doesn't want to be here. As everyone just sweeping out the area. Tarzan comes over, and this is the time where Dub really needs to earn his keep. This is Zoe's moment from 15 to 25 minutes. Is my opinion the Zoe sweet spot. We do have players wanting to move around and grab these outer ring of turrets. On Fleek, can you get the special delivery as Tarzan? Okay, minions are there. Moonlight Vigil does come in, a lot of extra damage. Paired with the Chains of Corruption is actually a lot of work to be done.
Senna's going to try to heal them up.
Sword also going for some sort of flank. Doesn't have the ultimate back available just yet, so isn't able to man drop down onto this one as Summit has now found him. E going to be used, but Summit doesn't care. Just trying to deter Sword from being able to do anything. On Fleet comes on over, does have Flash available, and oh no, Body Slam still up. That's a very dead Sword, and Summit just grabs that kill. That was as free as you want, just a positional error from the top laner of Griffin.
This is a Mountain Drake that's going to be able to be picked up now for free. And this is a doomsday scenario right now. If you're Griffin, Gragas, he only has 63 armor right now, but Thomas Kench, 113.
Oh yeah, this guy tanky as you like. Didn't even change clothes between games. No, we thought that he was unprepared.
Okay, I mean, he got half a cloth armor. So, but on the second one,
oh yeah, that's when it really starts to stack up.
Yeah,
Joker might even go back to base and buy a cloth armor. Like who knows? He could do some crazy things like that.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Actually, the Sentry with Gravitum Crescendo is actually pretty cool. Because you get the slow on the offhand weapon shot.
Okay. Oh, did you see the 10.4 updates?
No, I haven't seen that yet, but I heard about it as Yukal is in a heck of a lot of trouble. That's the flash body slam, but Yukal's going to flash as well. In comes Sword, but the flash out from Joker should be able to get him to relative safety. Eats his Grey Health. The Moonlight Vigil comes in, but barely doesn't land. Joker steps just that bit enough forward.
Oh my god, the Mountain Dragon mattered!
Did it? How much health did he go down to? Did we see the number? I don't know whether we did, but maybe it just did.
There's no way the Mountain Dragon didn't just actually play a part in that, like, 20 HP that he just had.
That's huge, as Viper is being very frustrating, landing all of these marks onto his opponents and then causing them to take way too much. All of those chakrams that were chilling there were really, really hurting. It was Black Cleaver that was opted into there from Summit, wanting to go more towards his fight against Sword.
And so, you see on the right-hand side here, Sword, now you have to wonder where he's trying to go because you know that Zoe and Gragas are right over there.
And then he was obviously dead.
It was 110,000% dead.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That is so much percent.
It's an exact number as well, Atlas.
You know that percentages only go up to 100.
Incorrect.
And it doesn't make sense if you say any higher than that.
Incorrect.
Unless you're talking about an increase. So I guess, but I don't know whether that's the context that you were really aiming for.
That's what I was aiming for.
It did certainly add some
It added some flair, right?
Added some bravado. Yeah. I like experimental English language as well. Big fan of that.
Yeah, I am as well.
It's all right, Yukal. Piercing Darkness going to land, but he had himself a shield. Okay, there's the trouble bubble. They're going to have to try and block it, but they're layering the CC pretty well.
What?
Zyra, what? Root? Oh no,
Root
didn't
took
flash
the wrong
or anything
route
like
right
that.
there.
Yeah,
That's
it was
fine.
a little bit the wrong way. As Dub, he's desperate. He wants this. The slow lasted almost forever. But the Dredge Lane going to get him to safety in the end. But this is what the Sandbox comp can do. It can siege, and it can poke. And it's doing so very, very nicely. Dawning Shadow very close to being available, so iRogue will need to get out of here. As another bubble lands, this time Sword can't follow up, but Joker, he's going to be dead. iRogue going to be traded, so no more supports on this map. Onfleek was off to the side, threw out a barrel. That was what secured the beginning of the fight, but now is this siege going to be working out? Barrel charges. Onfleek going to be deterred from clearing all this vision.
And right now, Griffin, they're on such the back foot.
Oh my god, Yukal just being torn apart. Dawning Shadow gets stopwatched there by Tarzan and gets turned around. Viper finds himself, but Root able to take down Sword, and now there's such low health bars. Onfleek, he was desperately trying to find the last bit of damage, but Sandbox a little bit over-aggressive, and if this was a normal Sandbox game, that would have been an ace and possibly 2 turrets, but this way, it's a different story. Joker turns up with his ultimate, and they will be able to defend outer and mid. But again, overextensions seem to plague this Sandbox roster.
Well, let's take a look at this one more time. Bubble lands on the right-hand side. Dove is preoccupied, killing Sword. Gragas Cast comes out, obviously, eviscerates iRogue, and then from here you can just back off, but they push on because a cosmic force is telling them the 500 gold is necessary. Skyfall.
Yeah. You saw Tarzan was actually just in the sky on his way down and stopwatched. As Root really wanted to be able to keep his jungler alive, but wasn't to be the case.
And now 40 seconds until this Mountain Dragon. It really is such important pickups for Sandbox. I mean, for both parties, really. If you're Griffin, you end up threatening Drake Soul.
Yeah, it's of course not useless by any means, and there's center on this roster. I mean, they still do have lethality to base themselves off. Onfleek as well. He's going to be building a lot of magic pen. Has the Oblivion Orb already completed. He's going to forego heading towards Morellonomicon in favor of a Zhonya's, because of course had to use the stopwatch, so does certainly want to complete that as soon as possible. And the healing on the side of Griffin is not something you care about whatsoever. Successfully identifying it, though, can be difficult, as we've proven.
Oh, that was really close.
Yeah.
iRogue sort of playing with fire, but it looks like they're actually just going to give up the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, that's going to go down very, very quickly.
And so Zoe, right now 106, ended up getting 6 armor.
Not bad.
And
that's a Zoe. She's got an arm guard, I guess. So
yeah.
Not too bad. Okay, Chains of Corruption land. There's the Moonlight Vigil as well as the Dawning Shadow to keep Joker alive. Comes in. Sword parks himself right in the middle of the situation and gets booped back by the barrel. And now the culling flies over Griffin. Sword is not having a very good day today.
No. Sword ended up Grand Sky falling in, and that's sort of like when you jump into a swimming pool, but then you were a little too high up and it felt really bad and you hurt yourself.
No, I think it's like you've turned up at a party and you think that you know everyone there, and you make this really weird entrance, but actually it's like all people you don't know, and you've got the wrong house or something. You're like, oh,
and you thought it was a Halloween party,
oh
but it
yeah,
wasn't?
maybe.
Oh, that's awful.
That's what it feels like, just a little bit.
That's terrible.
Feeling a little bit off from Sword at the moment.
And also, Sword has he has a Yumu's Ghostblade, a serrated dirt. And then it looks like he's now made the decision to go into Black Cleaver. And I wonder if this is because of the Mountain Dragons that are going to keep getting stacked up. And really, Sandbox is rolling so favorably in terms of dragons here. Cloud Dragon, first one for Griffin, then an Ocean. Those are arguably the 2 worst for Griffin to roll.
Especially because Sandbox want to be murdering champions straight up. They don't really care about any sort of regen, as the Dawning Shadow was brilliant right there, showing that Senna is a champion that you should probably consider picking. And then Sword diving straight into the snare, and then Viper getting culled. No way of re-engaging that fight whatsoever. Really been enjoying how Sandbox have piloted this so far. It might be the first Senna victory for the LCK. Also, I believe the first time someone other than Viper has played Senna. If I remember right. I can double check here, having a look at my Senna statistics. As, before today, she was only 1 loss, which was, of course, Viper.
And, I mean, at this point, it is looking like she is about to get yet another win here in the LCK. Almost a 2,000 gold lead right now for Sandbox.
Ooh, Summit really wanted that, but knew that Tarzan was in the area. You could see that question mark ping, but he wanted it. You could feel it. We're getting towards a Flame Horizon here for Summit. But, you know, his farm actually isn't super low. You know, you can see 208 for Dove. He's also relatively low. It's just that Summit's got around this map and has murdered a lot more minions and not been worrying about all the shenanigans that has been going on otherwise. Actually a pretty low farm game just in general out of anyone else other than both Summit and Viper. Viper, of course, always just pretty good when it comes to farm. Well, I think it was a full Essence Reaver that got purchased by Summit. So I remember him sitting on a Blade of the Ruin King and a Black Cleaver for quite some time, and now he's got 3 items.
Well, at this point, minute and 30 until the next mountain. And if you're Sandbox, all that you want to do is just sort of wait around for that. And I mean, it's getting to a point where 18% amp, even getting tank items becomes pretty good, like Guardian Angel or something of that nature, in addition to its passive, just the armor that it ends up giving you.
Something that's got a bit of extra defensive capabilities on it. Banshee's Veil also does go up in value, and also was something that you probably wanted to have anyway, especially if you're Dove, who wants to be jumping on forward. May actually already have that one on the way as Griffin now getting into position. This will be a lopsided fight, but you can see Sandbox able to maneuver themselves into a better spot. On Fleek over to the side, doesn't invest the flashes. Irove has to invest his. Fleek going down pretty low, but has himself a drink and he'll be absolutely fine. Piercing Darkness tops him up. No worries at all. Dove carries a barrier into this fight. And now with 25 seconds left on this next Drake, Sandbox wanting to threaten the Dragon Soul, as well as that big old shield, and even more percentage flat defenses.
Well, 5 seconds now, and it is about to come up. And this is one of the interesting things about Mountain Dragon, is the Scuttle Crab doesn't tend to provide that much value against this Drake in particular.
Well, there we go again, but the bubble was placed down right on top of Sword's feet, and he is straight up dead. Dawning Shadow flies across, but Griffin, they were already leaving. Sorry to interrupt you there. I know you probably weren't expecting the...
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting the Sword Jenkins
come out of this
either.
Sword Jenkins.
I was not, you know. I can tell he's been playing WoW.
I can too.
Perhaps, so.
Yeah. I mean, Blackwing Lair comes out this
Oh,
week.
you know what? I've never asked you this, I don't think. Or, oh, no. Do you play Hunter?
Yeah, I do.
That's enough. All right, well.
Hunter, Feral Druid, and Hunt Shaman.
Oh, okay. All right, let's take a look at this as you can see Dove delaying his approach forward because of the Pantheon E, but it looks like that ended up hitting at an angle anyway, and so didn't seem to matter all that much. Viper taking away some of the farm away from Tarzan. Yeah. And at this point, the champions on the side of Sandbox, not only are they pound for pound more valuable at this stage of the game, they're also being bolstered by the triple Mountain Dragons, and now Soul is being threatened by Sandbox.
Not to mention they also seem to be not only playing more cohesively together, but their composition seems to work more cohesively together. They're able to get around, they're utilizing Abyssal Voyage nicely as the bubbles fly through. This is exactly where Sandbox want to be fighting. And it's, alright, Moonlight Vigil does come in,
that's
so
a lot of
bit
damage
comes down the Calibrum. Devour utilized there, but in goes Sword from the backside. Senna already dead, Joker probably going to follow, as now the turn onto Onfleek is there. Viper going to lock that one down as Sword probably will fall down. Here's a flash forward from Summit.
No.
What was that? Just rush of blood to the head? Is that... I don't know. The Aphelios is going to be taken down, though. That means no Baron. Oh my goodness. That may have saved it there from Dove, because otherwise that was 5 members alive.
That was absolutely going to be a save from Dove, and it's so bizarre. He does this so often on Aatrox especially.
Yeah,
when his team is losing fights or when the team is behind, and it's the real only negative trait that tends to stand out. As we see here, Root just gets eviscerated at the very beginning, and it's so strange. Joker's W was on cooldown, but they didn't elect to get onto Zoe, and then Summit, watch this, he flashes forward. And even if his Q ends up killing Pantheon, it's still not worth it.
He might have been hoping the dredge line was zoned by the extra terrain that the Mountain Soul put out. But, look.
Yeah.
I think
it's not
it was,
it's not worth using your flash when Drake's coming up in 3 minutes.
Yeah, pretty silly.
It's a lot better to take the enemy summoners away from them and be like,
However,
okay, we lost the battle, but we're going to win the war, which is the Dragon Soul.
Do you want me to fill your cup up halfway? Let me fill your cup up halfway
go ahead.
1 second.
Go ahead.
Right?
Hold on, let me poke a hole in the bottom.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, you see, Summit's flash is now on cooldown for the next Drake fight.
Okay.
So therefore, he cannot flash his face into the enemy team.
Yes.
See? It's a good thing.
I feel like I just got educated by Patrick Starr or something, you know.
Yeah, it was pretty hard to. You put a hole in the bottom of the cup, remember? So like, it's not exactly gonna stay half full for very long.
That's why we call it bikini bottom.
Yeah. Can you say a third full?
You know, I mean, a quarter. I'll give you a quarter.
Quarter full?
A quarter full.
Okay. If I say that a glass is 3/4 empty, does that mean that it has 3/4 of the contents, or 1/4 of the contents?
Ooh, I see where you're going with this. You want to have these conversations again.
Well, Moonlight Vigil says no. It does decorate. We've got Calibrum. It is in there as sword. Actually, it's going to get moved towards the Gragas, and that is Jungler now down. Sandbox certainly have changed feet this stage of the game. The lead is still there, honestly, for Sandbox, but it may not be there for too much longer as Irobe has found Joker. Oh no, Summit culls in from the side. A lot of damage now, as remember, doesn't have flash, but Viper has to go golden. No more DPS for that Crescendum, and he's immediately dead. Tarzan comes over. They do manage to take down Senna, but Dove now looking for Yukao, looking for Tarzan, as that wasn't his actual flash as the bubble goes wide. He still has his flash available.
Gragas is up in 10 seconds. You just don't fight. Give all the minions solution. Let him heal up. Don't damage them so he can get back to full HP. Go over to the Mountain Dragon with Gragas. You get the Mountain Drake. You win the game.
Yep, and Tarzan's going back home, so they're going to be able to get themselves an inner turret alongside it. Yukal's walking back, and Tarzan desperately wants to be able to execute one person on their way to the Drake. Oh, Control Ward going to be in here, but Dove is kiting. Oh no, just out of range. No, it did actually land there as Dove. Portal jumping over. That's his real flash, but is able to get himself to safety. Trouble bubble, but now no Zoe for this ensuing dragon fight.
They have Tom Kench and Senna is coming with teleport, so they need to burst this down, but Tarzan doesn't have smite.
Oh, yeah, Tarzan doesn't, but On Fleek does, and he's able to secure it. Even if Summit falls down here, it is going to be Mountain Soul. If Griffin can get Baron, it is going to mean that that trade does favor Griffin. But this extra shielding might be a big deal in fights to come. This game is so close.
The thing is that if they end up getting Baron here, all their lane states are so miserable. It's going to take them a minute to a minute and a half alone just to fix them.
Yeah.
And so...
Also, Sandbox aren't going to let them, right? They've got 4 members here.
Going for a flank.
Flanking Nautilus. It's not exactly Vladimir, but it ain't bad. As the man drop does come over the top. Oh, he finds the center out of nowhere as Root with the Piercing Darkness actually just flashes over the top. Gets himself the ult, as now Irobe does have the Gargoyle Stone Plate, but he gets snared up by Senna. This is the power of this damn champion. Finally, we're witnessing it in the LCK, as Root will go down immediately after I say that. Joker, can you lick them to death is the question, as Aphelios was trying to do the work, but didn't quite manage to. The bubble goes wide, and Yukao gets it with the piercing arrow. Summit says, sorry guys, I had to sacrifice myself earlier. But the Baron was not completed.
Take a look at how all of this transpires from actually a while ago. Grand Skyfall came in, Gragas ultimate actually knocked Sword closer towards him. He eventually got pulled up. You can see Zoe coming from the north. And then immediately following this, Iroh finds himself another auto onto Joker, locking him up. QSS didn't do anything. Summit doing so much damage. And then managed to bring down the Nautilus right there as Dove made work of the Pantheon at the north. And then this is where they began their chase.
Having a look at this next replay as well. This was that last team fight. Iroh.
Yeah, that was a really good eat by Joker.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Root there as well does get himself the shield back. Now, Tarzan tries to execute on Fleek, but he does have the stopwatch. Tarzan somehow still not dead. He was on no health this entire fight and is still able to slink away. Insane stuff. Yukal just gets into the brush, so guarantees positioning. But it's not over until it's over. We've got a completely shored up game.
Yes.
The only difference between these two teams is one turret in favor of Sandbox for map control and that Mountain Soul that is now buffing up this Sandbox squad.
And this Varus is so strange. It's a hybrid mix of having value.
But actually it's not. It's just not a hybrid because it's got the lethal tempo for
for
likely
attack
no
speed.
reason, yeah.
Well, just for attack speed,
I guess
but
you
it
have
has
a bit of
options.
extra, yeah. And Yukal's having a great game, so I can't really fault him for it. Viper, though, he's down to basically no health as the man drop. Going to be Zonya'd, thereby on fleek. Sword having to flash, Moonlight Vigil comes
so
in, Root's
tanky.
able to lock down that kill, and yeah, the Mountain Drake stats and the shield are incredibly relevant. Root was dead.
Yes.
If it wasn't for that. And on fleek, they've got it back already. It resets so fast.
Yeah, honestly, the souls are so insanely valuable. Only second to Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
And so it's a really weird thing.
Oh no, that's a face check. That ain't a great one there as OnFleek doesn't find the body slam, but they will be able to claim Iroh pretty quickly in this fight. Viper finds his way out the back though, and now it's only Joker and OnFleek in here. Double kill comes forward. Yukal finds himself another one, and I'm never saying bad things about lethal tempo lethality Varus, because Yukal is currently 8-0 12, hard carrying this game.
Oh, and
good sidestep.
If the tongue lash had hit, I'm actually curious if Tom could have. I think Tom can actually kill him. Yeah, Tom can kill him with a little bit more.
I'm never saying anything about a player ever again.
Tom can kill him.
He might just die to the minions, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Joker's is gonna go home and let them do it. What is this? But wait, he's going home to a base that's being absolutely destroyed, and no one's going to be available. So we are going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Griffin tie up the series on the back of an undying Yukal on his Varus mid lane that almost died to minions at the very last moments, but it was just making sure that Joker couldn't back because they were winning the game. It looked very interesting. However, it was for a reason. There's GBM there. Did have a bit of a stint in Turkey now, over helping these guys out. See what he's going to be able to do in a deciding match. Once again, we are going the distance. Of the 4 days that I have worked thus far, we've gone to 6 games in 3 of them. Not bad.
I don't know what just happened.
Well,
they had a
Summit put his face into the opponent.
Okay.
And died.
They just lost with 4 mountain.
Yeah, and they lost also after winning a skirmish, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they could have just gotten the Baron.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm really not sure what just ended up transpiring here, but we're somehow going to a game number 3, as right here, the Pantheon is dead for 35 seconds, and a cosmic force of unknown power managed to convince Sandbox to chase Griffin into narrow corridors and then split up on top of it rather than do the Baron buff.
look, sometimes things happen. Who would you like to give your?
Yeah, I think I think
you know
Cal.
too.
Yeah. I have no idea what I just watched. I'm trying to think.
I actually feel a little bit like I just woke up.
I don't know what was a bigger throw, this or the T1 game. In very similar fashion.
Or even the APK loss to Damwon as well, where
that one was really big too.
Yeah. And that wasn't necessarily throw. That was more of a.
They got cheesed in that one.
Yeah,
they got
that was a catch, like an interception. That was an interception, not a throw.
Right.
I think if we're going to stay with terms like that.
They just punted it.
Yeah, this was just really weird situation. It's now 6 games for Dove on the Zoe as well, and I want to see compositions that don't revolve around this Zoe. So I feel like it's getting a bit coin flippy, and he just doesn't have his eye in here today. It's starting to feel like Sandbox has been a little bit solved. So I want to see them mix it up, change up the theory moving into the next game.
Yeah, it's something's going on. I'm not so sure. They managed to really recover and stabilize the mid game. They got to winning. They got to a winning point. There's no doubt about that prior to that final team fight. And then they let the aggression get the better of them. And that's their downfall.
Yeah, I'm
sometimes.
not entirely sure what possessed Summit to make the decision as well. Let's see whether the coaches can work it out as well, I guess. The Cosmic Force definitely was it, but we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the final and deciding game.
아직 찾아봐.
루시안 누구? 이거 봐도 돼.
이거 어때 이거? 나?
뒤에 봐줘야 돼. 세나 잡아. 세나 없어. 해.
야 앞에.
아펠이 다 잡는다. 다 잡아.
나왔다.
컨텐츠.
야 끝내끔 나와? 야 미드가 도야.
기다려.
야 이거 무조건 죽여라 이거. 입만 끊어도 된다.
미드에 탈출게.
한 끊을게.
뭐야 이거 게임 끝났다. 끝날 만한가? 끝났다. 미드에 탈출게.
나 막기만 하면 되지 이거. 나 이거 개빨리 깨 이거.
30 쏠 수도 있겠는데?
막기만 해봐.
끝낼 수 있으려나? 내가 미드에 탈출게.
끝낼만 해. 타워 쳐.
바로 죽으면 레전드야.
아 오케이. 레전드.
빨리 타워 쳐보자. 캔치 노플 이거.
야 바로 죽으면 레전드다.
15초.
끝났어. 몸대.
일단 이겼어. 잘했어.
끝난 거 맞아?
아니 안 끝났어. 나 미안하다 이거.
잘했어. 아니 형 잘했어.
너무 봐가지고.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
그리핀이 드디어 첫
We're back
세트승을
after
차지했습니다.
Griffin
정말
tied up
오래
against
기다렸던
Sandbox
승리였는데요. 자,
Gaming. Griffin
그리핀과
got their first
샌드박스의
game win in
뱀픽 먼저
LCK so
살펴보도록
far.
하겠습니다.
제일 좀
Talking about the
그리핀에서
draft,
확실히 뭔가를
Griffin
준비를 해왔구나라는
showed
느낌은
what
드는
they're
그런
prepared.
흐름이었던 것 같아요. 사실 바루스란 픽 자체가 어떤 의미가
Varus,
있었는지
especially
경기
30
내용적으로
Varus.
내용을 바탕으로
We haven't
정확하게
seen it in a
설명드리기
while.
어려운 그런 경기 내용이긴
However,
했지만
it was a really good
한승우가 앨리스를
champion pick
본인들도
into
가져가고
Zoe,
또 상대
and also
루시안을
Yuko
당황하지
had
않고 이런
executed
조합들을
great
샌드박스
performance,
상대로 많이
not dying
준비했구나.
one time
그래서 경기
throughout
속도는 그냥
this
마지막에
long
집중해서
game.
했던 것 같아요.
샌드박스는 여전히 조이를
Sandbox
쓰면서
still
싸움에
sticking to
우리가
Zoe.
위에 있고 싶다
They wanna
했지만
open outrange fight. However, Varus
뭔가 이제
up against
샌드박스
Zoe
너네 내가
had a
머리 위에 있어. 약간
higher
이런 식으로
range,
뱀픽을
so
짠것 같아요.
Griffin got a better
조이가
matchup
두
in
번은
the end.
통하지 않았던 상황이었습니다. 하지만 초반에 뭐 샌드박스가
However,
분위기가
in the
괜찮았거든요.
early game,
서밋 선수의
Sandbox
슈퍼
was
플레이가 나오기도
doing
했고요.
great performance.
를 확실히 활용을 해가지고 아주 좋은
So
플레이가
Summit
나왔었죠.
survived
그래서
1v3
앞대시를
fight
하자마자
over
기다렸다는
here.
그
As
이제
soon as
그리핀이
Summit
낚아채려고
dashed
하는데
forward, 3
소속
Griffin
폭풍을
players
일단
tried to
앨리스로
collapse
만들어줬었고
on him.
이 와중에
However,
평타를
there was
쳐서
an
다시
instant
끈질기게
backup
풀어내는
from Sandbox
루시안이
players,
앞쪽으로
and
대시하면서
also
판테를
Lucian.
피하고
Summit did
판테
the
힐
most
받고
damage he could, and then
여기서 서밋
Tom
선수의
Kens
슈퍼
came to
플레이도
devour him
있었고,
and
지금 보시면 바루스
enabling
선수가
Summit
집에
to
갔다가
survive.
들어오는 상황인데 이 상황이
So
어떻게
it was a
되냐면
very
이제
stylish
집에 갈
outplay
거야.
on the
탑에서
side
안
of
하면 안 돼.
Summit,
약간 이러면서 1초
because
정도
they were
더
actually
루시안을
forcing
잡으려는
Sandbox
플레이가
players to
늦어졌어요.
play
약간
around
프로게이머
top side.
사이에서 1초
However,
늦게 판단하면 탐켄치가
well,
오고
Sandbox
루시안을
players were
살려주고
really
약간
fast
이렇게
reacting to that
해가지고
play.
서밋이 살아남은 것 같습니다.
네, 샌드박스가 이렇게 모래폭풍을
And also
일으키는 듯
Sandbox
패스나
was
쉽지
making the
않았습니다.
sandstorm with the mountain rift. However, we had this fantastic initiation from Affiliates.
특징이 잘 살아났었죠.
So a lot of people are always saying that Affiliates is a high range initiator. It's not a typical AD carry champion. So over here, Viper once again, he used Calibrum and ult, and then Gravitum Q to root the Sandbox player. So not only did it chunk the Sandbox players, he rooted them for the follow-up engagement from the teammates on the side of Griffin.
이거 뭐야? 내가 죽네? 약간 이 정도 쿨까지 나와.
Well, it's really hard to calculate the damage and also the CC from Affiliates because he can do so much damage out of the vision.
활약도 좋았고요.
이 와중에 또 도부 선수의 조이가 아주 이렇게
But
흐름
Zoe,
끊는,
his
아주 묵직한 한
performance
방을
from
날려주긴 했지만
Dove was
그
really
뒤로 이런
impactful
것들이
as well.
서로
However,
하면서
Griffin was the
경기를
one
시작
that
끝나고
maintained
어느
focus
쪽이 끝날지 몰랐었거든요.
till the very end
마지막에
phase up
그리고
the game.
한 발 더 들어간 서밋 선수의 루시안은 잡히고
Summit
그동안에
face
체력을
checking
해본 아펠리오스가
into
그쪽으로 들어오면서
the dark
그리핀이
side of the
경기를
map,
마무리했던 것 같습니다.
kind of the
네,
main
역시나
reason
이렇게
enabling
길어지는
Griffin
경기는
to
선수들의 집중력이 가장 중요한
destroy
것
the
같고요.
Nexus.
드디어 그리핀이 첫 세트 승을 따냈다는
So with
소식
this Griffin's
전해드리면서
first
POG
game win, let's
확인해보도록
check out
하겠습니다.
the POG. Player of the game was the Viper, who opened the fantastic team fight by himself.
네, 참 챔피언 폭이 넓고 다양한 면모를
Viper has a
보여주는 선수지만
very wide
결정적
champion
한
pool,
방이 뭔가
and
매번 아쉬워서
also
이
he had
선수의
to get his
실력이
timing
어느
to
정도냐에
prove
대해서 사실 의견들도
some
많이
of the
갈리곤 하는데
his
이번
ability
경기
with the
어쨌든
super plays, and this game was the
이
one
바이퍼 선수의
Viper
아펠리오스가
finally
보였기
managed to
때문에
pull it
그런
off.
부분을 좀 점수를 받은 게 아닌가 싶어요.
바이퍼 선수 같은 경우는 이제
Viper
레프트, 바이퍼, 뭐 테디
well,
이렇게 3대
was
1이라고
always the
했었잖아요.
top
근데
AD
바이퍼
carry
선수는 약간
player in
지치는
LCK
모습이었지만 이번 경기를 통해서
with
약간
Deft and
활력
Ruler.
있는 모습까지 보여주는
So
게
this
너무
game
이제
he was able to kind of show how explosive he is when he had the game to just pop off.
피드백은 확실하게
네.
하고 나올 듯 하고요, 두 팀 모두.
그리핀 입장에서는 어쨌든 제일 급했던 그런 1승을 챙긴 거기 때문에
Griffin,
거기에
I hope
만족하면서
this
경기를
can be a great
가다가
momentum for them since this is their
아까
first win
말씀해주신 원딜
after
외에도
the Spring
뭐
Split has
선수도 있고
started.
다양한
So
분들
7
가운데
people
그리핀이
voted
결국
for
살아나려면
Viper
남아있던
as
선수들이
this
있으니
game's
바이퍼가 살아나야 된다. 이것도 저희가 다시
player of the game.
네,
And
맞습니다. 때로는
after
경기
this
내용보다
long day,
결과가
we
더
will be
중요할
heading
때가
to
있죠.
the
그리핀에게는
final game for
그런
tonight.
순간이었고요.
Griffin
자,
versus
이렇게 첫
Sandbox
세트승
Gaming,
따냈고
game
이제
number
첫
3.
경기로 향하도록
Let's check out who
하겠습니다.
will be the final winner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks once again to Ji-sun for yet another Analyst Desk translation. She is on fire so far this season because we've had a lot of long nights. Here it's almost cresting 11 p.m. And it is only day 1 of week 2. Ejim could not get here faster.
I think I've cast more in the last 6 days than I cast in like 4 or 5 weeks last split.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I had a lot of 2-0 nights.
Yep.
And I only cast 2 days.
Yeah.
So,
you know, you count that up. That's only like, what, 8 games a week?
But also,
we almost had 8 games tonight.
The games were a lot shorter then, too.
Yeah, that's true.
So, this is, we've had 8. Yeah, that's...
Congratulations to Viper, by the way, for his MVP. Neither of us agreed with that decision. However, this is, of course, a majority rules system, and therefore us not agreeing doesn't necessarily mean it is not the correct choice. And it did look like he did do a lot of things, but Elodios does a lot of things, and sometimes it's not visibly clear.
It felt like a lot of the things that he ended up doing was able to be done through the opponent's mistake rather than something that he himself conducted on his own accord. So I don't think he did bad at all, and I can understand him as the runner-up.
Yep.
But I personally thought UCal...
Well, I mean, UCal didn't die on mid lane Varus and went legendary and had like
and Lane Kingdom
96% kill participation and all that sort of stuff. So I would say robbed, personally. But if Griffin win this game, maybe UCal can pick up that MVP and have a discussion about it in the post-match interview. That is a long ways off.
Are they going to ban Aphelios?
I wouldn't mind that. They certainly have the option to right now. Renekton was Sandbox's final ban in the first one, but Talia was another one of them. So Tally is going to be taken off the board. She was left up in the first game and wasn't picked, so it's an odd decision to make.
Yeah.
As Elodios will be locked in. If it's Senatom Kench immediately afterwards, I'm going to be confused.
Oh, Gragas.
Okay, Gragas is going to be the lock-in. 100% loss rate so far this series. As Aphelios likely to be the pickup here for Sandbox. Well, I would have thought that the Aphelios first pick would have been a slightly better choice.
Yeah. We'll see what they end up pairing him with. Are they just going to take a jungler here? No. They're going to actually go for the 1-2 punch of Aphelios and Lucian, it seems.
Taking both of them away. It will be a slightly different composition than last time around, but a similar flavor as Tom Kench's, of course. Aphelios, Tom Kench. Well, I should have just written it in as soon as I spoke about it. Tarzan, what are we going to round out the first half of the draft with on Griffin's side? Do they just go straight for Gragas Yasuo? They could do it. Braum, consideration here. Go back to that. And if they locked in Braum Yasuo, you know, you got the double door situation with the wind wall and the unbreakable. No fun allowed, though. It's just going to be bottom lane locked in, and the misfortune is going to be just that. First time that we've seen misfortune so far this series. It's been center Aphelios every single time. And now MF is going to see whether it's Viper that can upgrade her win rate just that little bit further forward.
And Lucian will end up coming in, and now they have the ability to ban away picks again. So let's see what Sandbox are going to allocate the bans towards this time. As they're also reserving what I assume to be is counterpick again for Dove. And if you're Gragas right now, you could try to continue to pinch the jungle.
Well, the Yasuo that we were talking about is going to be banned. It's what happens when you don't pick it alongside the Gragas. Just in general, especially here in the LCK, where we do like our Gragas Yasuo comps.
The thing about banning the Yasuo right here is that if the opponent was really so concerned with playing it, they would probably already have picked it. Because if they're willing to blind it into the majority of the comp on B4, B5, there's no reason they wouldn't just select it over Braum, given the support champion pools were still so wide open, and that the opponent had already showed Tom Kench.
The thing I like about it is that the culling is so incredibly nullified by Windwall that now that they've seen the Lucian, maybe they're more inclined to pick the Yasuo. It's my only sort of counterpoint to that. But the Aurelia once again going to be taken away, just to try and shore up the matchups for the Lucian in either mid or top lane, meaning that it'll be a little bit more difficult to comfortably counterpick it with a champion that can also follow the Lucian around, as Zoe is finally banned. So we are going to see something new for Dove. I believe now he's on 6 games on Zoe and 1 cheeky one on the Rise. Rise he didn't die on and got a 100% win rate for the 1 game.
I mean, Karthus is really good here.
Heck yeah.
He is really, really, really. They do not seem like they can. Are you trolling?
That's not Karthus. That ain't even near in the
is
alphabet.
Is his champion pool so weak? Because he's not choosing Lee Sin because he doesn't want to get countered by the Gragas, as well as having difficulty approaching into the Braum and the Gragas as well. He doesn't want to also choose the Lee Sin because he has the physical damage and Lucian top. So if the enemy ends up building Ninja Tabi, then he gets affected by that. He doesn't want to choose, obviously, like jungle Kiana. He can't choose Kha'Zix in Kha'Zix's current state. And so you're reduced to, do you want to actually pick Elise or something, but Elise doesn't have much synergy with some of these laners. Or Elise is actually banned, I'm sorry. That was the, that was the ban one on blue side. So this was a wonderful Karthus spot because Karthus...
They can still pick it and put Zac in a lane.
I mean, this is
imagine the Zac Tom Kench bottom lane.
This is not Europe. There is a player, I believe, in Grandmaster or Challenger that plays top Zac over there. But
Is this going to be Dove playing mid Diana? Or is it mid Zac? And the Diana's going into the jungle. We don't know. Likely that you're not going to put a Zac anywhere other than the jungle. But Diana will at least shore up their damage ranges in this composition.
And at this point, you have Zac inside of the jungle, and I suppose you have a way of reaching MF quite easily, but there's just so much going on inside of this draft that...
Feels like Griffin's draft is pretty well-rounded. I mean, the Aatrox is pretty mono-red alongside the Kiana, but you do have disengage options with the Gragas.
Yep.
Similarly, for the Braum.
No, don't get me wrong, I think that the sandbox draft is still okay.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make all that much sense to me because now you have a jungler that is basically even pacing with the Gragas, and even if the Zac has really good reach, you were set up so nice for a really powerful AP carry to come in from the jungle. And even a champion like Evelynn in her current state probably would do more here than the Zac, who Cinderhulk junglers, they're really weak right now. And jungle Zac tends to look like support Zac, which support Zac isn't bad, but in the jungle you are trying to get a little bit more value.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether OnFleet can make us a believer. Certainly not the style of jungler that he normally picks. He is certainly a early game or bust style of player, and this is not an early game or bust style of champion in any way, shape, or form. But here we are. We're down to it. Sandbox wanting to try and get themselves closer towards the top of the standings, and Griffin looking for their first match win of the season. The last game was, in fact, their first game win. Didn't really get to talk about it because we were too busy being surprised about the outcome of the game at that point in time. But good to see Griffin on the board. Almost feeling like the Griffin versus Sandbox matches that we're used to watching, but the context of this has changed so drastically. As it is Majin Buu, we do at least get to talk about Majin Buu.
We do get to talk about
He chose the correct skin.
And Majin Buu is one of the best Dragon Ball characters ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he turns you into chocolate and eats you. That's a thing that you do. That he does.
That is the thing that he does. But I liked him when he turned good.
Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah. Boo's very cute.
Did you play Dragon Ball FighterZ at all?
No, I really wanted to, but when it came out and there was so many people living at my house, and I asked, does anyone want to play this game? Everyone said no.
No.
Just League of Legends enthusiasts.
Yeah, well, I mean, we
know.
all are those, but sometimes you need to have a little bit of variance.
Well,
Wolf start here for On Fleek.
the only games that I've played that have been different from League in the last couple of years is TFT.
Played a bit of Pokemon
and
as
Pokemon.
well.
Yeah. And that's all that she wrote.
That's it. That's your current game pool.
Yeah.
I've played a few more than that. I really got into my Nintendo Switch. Played a bunch. I'm tempted to buy a PS4 now that Final Fantasy VII's being remade. I just feel like maybe that should be the thing. As we're watching On Fleek.
Doing a dual player.
Yeah, he does have the smite, of course, so we're a little bit worried potentially, but he's going to be fine. Dove doing the Diana thing where you clear out waves extraordinarily quickly, and then you go into the jungle and do what you can.
Get a Wraith Ward, yeah. And now you pull wave 3 and 4 into you, if you want. And we can see Summit is actually setting up very nicely to look for a cheater recall if he wants. So he could hard shove this wave against Aatrox, places the ward so not to get ganked immediately, and then he could recall and purchase a call. And then have the wave come into him and then be in a totally advantageous spot. But instead, we're just going to have him, it looks like, extend the laning phase here against Aatrox.
Well, currently Sword has managed to kill 4 minions himself versus the 17 that Summit has. So Summit certainly having a good time of it at the beginning. Zingo's Dove has that E empowered. Decent trade back there from Yukal, who's trying to terror shape his way around this mid lane, get himself to a decent spot. And speaking of cheater recalls, it's going to be Yukal that grabs his first. He's got Ignite here in this lane, wanting to play as aggressively as possible. And now this is the time that we're concerned, because how much can Summit actually deter Sword from being able to actually pick up underneath his turret? So far, it's been a lot. He's at 11 CS to the 24 that Summit has, and this minion's also going to die, so not great news. On Fleek up towards the top side after taking the Rift Scuttler. He's been farming out very quickly. Of course, Zach has always been a pretty fast jungler. I know you're talking about Cinderhawk junglers, but some of them are just, you know, pretty good at killing the jungle.
Well,
Zach is one of them.
He is currently not going to be able to influence really any of the lanes. He just needs to actually be there to match and counter game.
Yeah.
For the most part, and allow Diana and Lucian to continue to extend their gold lead through their own, or on their own, as Iroh trying to go for a trade right now. Might get the lockup on the Joker.
They do so. He should be able to eat his Grey Health, level 3, of course, as Graviton does come out here from Root. Who now just puts up the Severum, is going to recharge that health bar. And everything's going to be fine. Turret actually being very kind to the minion positioning here. There we go. Graviton and Infernum's actually pretty strong as a combo.
10 seconds now until the Cloud Drake ends up coming up, and in regards to who that benefits the most, I would say that it probably benefits Griffin, mostly just because of the Kiana.
Mm-hmm.
Having the
movement speed.
Well, the true display of talent.
Yeah, up and available again.
Up and available constantly is just so valuable.
And of course, you're not going to get to the Cloud Soul, so movement speed isn't as much of a thing to talk about here. Let's see what soul we are actually going to be gifted here this game. As you can see, Sandbox, as far as laning phase is concerned, they're up over a kill at this point in time, just from some better laning and some faster jungling. Balmy Cinder was what On Fleek was able to purchase for himself, and is only going to continue to get faster around this jungle. Tarzan comes in and takes away his chickens, so it's great. Leaves one cheeky one. On Fleek, I believe, just spotted it. Moving on out.
Well.
Oh, we're holding the wave.
Yeah, this is what I like to see.
This is the denial.
Yeah,
First
Cannon
one gets denied.
Ends up going into the Death Realm, I believe. That's where the dead.
Yeah, I think so.
Reside, yeah. And these games are very slow in the early stages, almost pretty consistently. And okay.
Oh, wait, what?
I do like what I'm seeing here.
My goodness, Dove. Sometimes you just wait long enough and keep saying the same stuff, and people will end up listening.
And I think that he just instantly unlocked it, though.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I think we're gonna let that one go. Not entirely sure, though. I can't see Diana.
Well, hopefully we just never look back and we just assume everything was fine. As there are still a few minions there, just hanging out there in the mid lane. As on fleek. That's cute. I didn't know you could do that. Do the stretch Armstrong. Maybe that's a bit of a boomer reference. I apologize. Oh, Calibrum Crescendum. It was an old toy from back when I was a kid. It was this guy that you could stretch. Stretchy arms. You stretched them.
Is there any photos of that, or is it before cameras?
Oh no, there's photos. This photo. I don't know whether they were digital. But you know.
I'm kidding now.
I know, just being a jerk.
And so, right now inside of this game, all that everyone's waiting on for Sandbox is just Lucian to try to extend his lead to a point where Aatrox can not really do anything on his own. And interestingly enough, Sword, with the Kindle Gem, going to want to get to the Bramble Vest and Ninja Tabi against the Lucian and just accept that you don't really power into your items as fast.
Oh no.
In order to sustain inside of the laning phase.
And also just to not die, right? Like, part of what Sword's job is not necessarily like try and get as many minions as you can, but also like don't die. Like, don't allow Summit to like gain extra money and accelerate himself based on his position. So losing a few creeps is probably not too much of an issue. As Zach comes down, he's gonna just flubber around down here, killing out some wards. We'll eventually go back. As Yukal walks over a control ward. But there is a control on the Sandbox side at the red buff. And after this wall camp, might be an opportunity for the Gragas to come through and get some sort of gank off. Currently a zombie ward there as well, so a lot of information as Yukal. Oh, beautiful Supreme display of talent, just completely devoids on Fleek's elastic slingshot entirely.
I liked it. It was sort of like a Yasuo wind wall of sorts.
Yeah, it was like a no.
Yeah.
I like how gentle it is, because if you don't hit a wall with it, it just does nothing, really. But it was very gentle and said, no, sit. Sit.
Is that what it said?
Yeah. You know, also Elastic Slingshot can be interrupted by Body Slam as well, like...
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways for them to cancel it on the side of Griffin. As On Fleek now gonna move over here and start his golems. As,
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with you when it comes to the Zac choice.
Now, if you had a Karthos, you could almost be at about 100 CS inside of the jungle, and you could be 2 levels up on the Gragas.
You could have had an 80 mid laner.
Yeah, you could have had an AD mid laner. That would have been fine as well.
Yeah.
And all would have been right in the world. All would have been okay.
Oh, you could have also had a very different top laner if you would like as well, as the Lucian could have been flexed into the mid lane very easily.
That's a really nice Diana skin, by the way. I actually really like it.
Yeah, I like it too. In fact, a lot of the Diana skins look really, really good. With the up-close and personal gun combo. Now just grabbing a bit of a recoil here. See how close to the Essence Reaver this Aphelios is going to be. See whether this is going to be an entirely Aphelios-based series. If Sandbox do win out here, it will be 100% Aphelios win rate, 0% Senna or Misfortune, which does certainly fit the theme of the LCK in the bottom lane position.
Ninja Tabi completed for the Aatrox up there in top lane. Blade of the Ruined King probably almost completed. For Summit, probably on his next recall, he'll end up having it available. He places a control ward down, and
there's another one on the enemy red side.
There is just not a lot going on.
Infernal Chains do come in flash, as Tarzan does get into vision. Summit now with a slight disadvantage. A supreme display of talent onto Dove. Irobe is here, but the Devour from Joker is also. There's the flash out. Dove actually with the Moonfall does a fair bit of work, but in the end unable to make it happen, and Sandbox are getting corralled. Root is going to get here. Crescendum is armed. Does in fact have the Infernum alongside it as well, and finally Severum is what's going to come forward. But with Root at full health, on fleek, very, very low Summit now chasing after Viper as the Abyssal Voyage is going to bring the Aphelios towards the bottom side, but Viper does get to safety. And that is just a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Diana being traded for Sword's life as well.
And so, at the end of this all, Sandbox is the one that ends up making out with it. Especially because you pulled away the Aatrox, who had just finally secured an advantage for himself at some point. And now, Diana also crashing in a wave. Diana has quite a bit of CS as well. Did the turret not lose the plate? Yeah, Aphelios is going to take a turret shot, I believe.
Oh no.
Just to get that turret plate.
Still did manage to get it. Cloud Drake now going to be started here as Joker going to be able to provide a Rift Scuttler there. Dub should be able to finish that one off. But we're going to check this out once again. Supreme Display of Talent did certainly work out there, and I like the layering with Irobe.
And you can see what ended up happening is Tarzan tried to flash through to land the body slam onto Diana. And Aatrox, he came out, but then everyone was clumped up for Aphelios' arrival. And on fleek, almost on point right there with his elastic slingshot.
Yep, and that would have meant that Root could have done a heck of a lot of extra damage. Onslaught would have been available relatively soon. I'm pretty sure, although no cooldown reduction, maybe it wasn't going to be a possibility, as now Crescendum Calibrum underneath this turret are just going to be able to slaughter through it. Crescendum does a whole lot of damage if you're by yourself, and can just walk right up to it, and that one is going to be taken, as you can see right there. So first turret going over to Sandbox, and they've accelerated this game to what feels like Sandbox level right now. 2,600 gold. And this is one of those games where Sandbox can just do Sandbox things and go for overly aggressive trades that, you know, in an even matchup, you wouldn't be able to do.
This is going to be an interesting transition at this stage. Diana and Lucian are already completed. They're fine to do whatever. Aatrox still going to be a couple minutes away from completing that Black Cleaver. Kiana, not sure how close she is to her first lethality item, as well as Root now making his way into the mid lane. And Lucian's going to be able to make quick work of the top turret in the event that Aatrox ever ends up leaving it for too long.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to at the moment, as double teleports were utilized in that last team fight. Still have 50% of their cooldown remaining. Dove spend some time towards the bottom side now, getting that one shoved forward. Vision largely available towards the top side. Griffin have spent a lot of time trying to get Sword into a livable position in this lane. It hasn't necessarily worked. He's still 1,000 gold behind. However, he's not died solo just yet, which are not necessarily something you want to completely hang your hat on, but ain't a bad thing either. Summit turns back up again, and we'll just pick up all of this gold heading towards this turret. I swear Root always has Crescendum Severum. Now Yukal split pushing, Aatrox theoretically split pushing as well, but mainly just trying to stop Summit from destroying the tower. Let's see whether Yukal can carry this game as well. He had a great performance on the Varus. And now with Kiana, I feel like Kiana's very feast or famine, you know? Like, you can either do a whole lot or nothing at all.
And against this team comp, she's going to be a little bit more hard-pressed to come up with anything, mostly because of the Tahm Kench, but also Aphelios and melee range. This is going to be a pretty good champion. Diana eventually going to be tanky and durable as well, so Kiana's still going to need a lot of time. Lucian, obviously, is someone that she can eviscerate, especially in the side lanes if she gets the leg up on Summit. And Dub just going to go over and kill that Rift Herald, and rather than freeze the wave, because there's nowhere to be on the map. We're gonna play ping pong now, Atlas. Okay, so
Yeah, that's what we do.
I want you to put your tennis shoes on.
No, I'm a badminton man. Generally.
Okay.
You like also, I don't think you need tennis shoes to play ping pong, do you?
You do now.
Isn't it generally you just wear whatever you're wearing at home?
I'm not even wearing shoes.
No? Oh, you're not either. You've got your, what are they, SpongeBob SquarePants socks?
Yep. True
Very
story,
cute.
actually, because I live in a pineapple.
Ah, right.
Under the sea, yeah.
Do you have a pet snail?
I wish.
Me too. He's very cute. All right, Viper. Let's see whether he can help the Misfortune win rate. Currently relatively even on items, but after that back that Root just went on, the Zeal is going to put him ahead, going towards a build that hasn't been happening as much here today. It's been largely the Infinity Edge second for the more reliable power spike at 2 items. This time around, though, Root heading towards the Runan's Hurricane. Wanting to have a little bit more of that attack speed, and of course the AoE damage does really power up Infernum as well, because you get the Infernum passive damage off the Phantom Bolts.
And also, 15 seconds until, okay, hold on.
It goes on Fleek. Can't collect the arms, connect the arms to anything as the Unbreakable, yeah, 1 element ability. Summit, not exactly the target that you want to be throwing the culling into, and now Tarzan thinking about the re-engage. Dove moving on over, will find Yukal. No real opportunity for an ultimate. Does chunk Dove a little. Now Redemption to the mid lane. Irove going to just give himself back a bit of health. I don't know how that this fight was so long range, but it was. Non-Blink will have the Elastic Slingshot once again. Sword gonna get licked. Not thinking about eating back forward, but there's the Moonfall. Graviton was there, I believe. But On-Fleek now gonna get taken down into the passive. Goes Golden beforehand. Will buy some time. Supreme display of talent avoided by Root somehow. That was an incredible flash. As the Onslaught doesn't really do too much, and the Zac is going to be the first to fall down. Dove already flashing out of this fight, and Griffin should probably just cut their losses and disengage. As it looks like this outer turret in the mid lane is all but dead anyway, but no, Summit has to flash to get himself out of the way. Yukal won't find the Q as the Infernal Chain's not going to pull back Root, who's Crescendum. Not able to do the most work here. Didn't quite have optimal weaponry. Viper going to go back, but the Mountain Drake will be the spoils. Gifted over to Griffin after that success.
And Griffin winning this is actually super big for them. Had it gone the way of Sandbox, that really does a lot in helping, as small as it is, against the champions like Kiana. And so, Sandbox, in response to the Mountain Drake capture, they will capture mid-tier 1.
Ocean Soul sounds incredible with the Sandbox's lineup. Given the consistent damage availability that they have with Lucian and Diana and the Aphelios. Even On-Fleek wanting to get that regen so that he can Elastic Slingshot in, try and get out, and then do it all again after he's lost a bit of his health bar. Certainly would be effective. As Shirley going to get taken down here. Is look at all of those chakrams. That's a lot of chakrams. It is.
And Tom is going to end up eating the Scarlet Crab, which is a little surprising.
He was hungry.
Yeah, he was, I guess. As Stone Plate is going to be the item on Zac, so...
I believe that's why he took Inspiration second and got the free stopwatch. We check out this fight once again. Good flash of the sword.
Unfleet goes in, ends up blowing his stopwatch. Dove tries to follow Yukal, doesn't achieve anything, also wasted his Proto Bell. And then Sword trying to do something to Dove, not quite able to. And you can see Summit, he's itching to go in.
Oh yeah, but the important thing is he didn't.
Yeah.
So he's learnt from his experience in the last game. Going to be holding on a little bit longer before going for those very aggressive engages. See, he's already been able to do some work. Gets donated the blue buff here. Dove not worrying about it too much. I wonder what that Fiendish Codex is going to turn into. At the moment, it looks like Zhonya's second, but it might also be the Nash's Tooth, which is just so good on a Diana in general. Will allow him to chunk through turrets very effectively. Now got a pseudo-siege situation as Sword now looking for the knocker. Stretch Armstrong, nothing to attach his other one to. As Shirley going to get a big charge into the mid-inner turret. Root will take a turret shot, but Severum helps keep him alive. Oh my goodness. There's the Moonfall. Sorry, the Moonshot. Moonfall's the other champion that's coming from the mid lane, and Sword's dead. just gets chunked out. Burnham's going to secure it. Calibrum now attached as UCal looking to try and get this 1-for-1 kill, but Dove gets the reset, gets the lockdown, and Summit's the one that gets the kill. Really like that from Dove, the good turnaround. Even still had his stopwatch, so obviously thinking that it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Baby.
And now Sandbox, they're turning their sights towards the Baron, 20 seconds on the Kiana and the Aatrox. And even though Sword has teleport, I'm not really quite sure what it's going to end up doing. Sandbox, they're doing it a bit slow. Again, this is a pretty early Baron, even though you do have Aphelios.
Well, Elastic Slingshot going to come down. This is 3 versus 5. The door is set up. The bullet time, gigantic onto everyone as there's no passive left available for OnFleek. Now Joker is incredibly low. Sword looking for his way in and finds the first Q onto the Tahm Kench. And now we're strutting our stuff, looking for the rest of the members of Sandbox, but Viper only able to find 2.
And now Griffin are going to be the ones to start the Baron. And this is just how they lost game number 1. Sandbox, there was no reason to pull off the Baron that early and go for that Leroy Jenkins Zac play into the backline, especially.
Oh, great avoidance there from Griffin. Moonlight Vigil did absolutely nothing. Moonfold also absolutely nothing. Not sure what Dove was hoping to achieve in that moment. The culling. It's now Summit's turn to try and get something done, but the Baron is going to go over to Tarzan. Oh man, Sandbox. I wonder whether this organization has a baseball team, because maybe they could think about it.
You think they'd be very good throwers?
I think so.
I think they'd be really known for their pitching.
Yep, there would certainly be some pitching power on this squad. I'm going to have a look at the replay once again. Moonlight Vigil was what I was looking at. Was doing a lot of damage there with the Calibrum and the Infernum.
Yeah, Sword ended up dying, and then at the very top, Dove just able to handle UCal and live with the slightest amount of HP, and this was completely unnecessary to go into that narrow corridor against Braum and against MF when none of your short-range champions can follow. It was I don't even know, that was like the movie 300.
Yeah.
They just didn't quite know what they were heading into. So Sandbox now, I mean, they're not out of the game yet. In fact, I would say that they're even still slightly ahead of their opponents, even though they just gave away Baron.
Now UCal actually thinking of trying to get to a flank position. 6 seconds on the Ocean Drake will be something that Sandbox will be looking for, but UCal is ready to stop this from happening. Full unadulterated vision here as he does find them. Couple of people ulted, and now immediately Dove has to go gold. And OnFleek uses the Elastic Slingshot to get out, but Dove has been corralled, cornered, and destroyed. Root with Severum available, not exactly the optimal weapon unless he can get really close to this. The flash in from Sword finds the Infernal Chains, and they will take down Joker. And Root just doesn't have the right stuff to be able to offer the damage back.
No, at this point, they're going to end up getting the Ocean Dragon. They're going to raise the mid-tier 1 turret. Probably going to push on for the mid-tier 2 as well. And they still have yet, never mind actually, they're going to turn their sights immediately over to the Ocean Dragon.
Viper is an angry man, by the way. This guy, his bullet times have been fantastic, and he's also been pretty consistently good.
Yeah.
Throughout the first couple of weeks, I guess, even though we're very early in week 2. He's 5-0-0, trying desperately to just allow one of his hard carries to actually work out.
This was just really good by UCal. Setting this up for the bullet time. Dove ends up getting picked off. The Zac doesn't really achieve anything at this stage of the game. It's mostly what is the positioning on Root and Summit, as well as Dove. And, all right, well, 4 minutes until the next Dragon's going to end up coming up. Baron buff about to expire.
Yeah, not actually
and
a
at
lock
this point, Griffin are in a pretty good position.
Things still even right now. If you have a look to the top of your screen, 300 gold still in the lead is Sandbox based on their early game and based on their farm. But that all doesn't really matter too much, as our Sword is going to be able to take down this top outer turret and start evening out this structural score. Fleek was looking for a slingshot position, but you really do need vision before you can opt into anything like that. Zhonya's is done for the Diana. Stoneplate is done for OnFleek, so a few more of their options are available, but I feel like Sandbox, much as Sandboxes want to do, opted in for their fights before a lot of these item timings had come in.
At this point, they're just going to keep farming, wait for more item completions to come in. You have Sterix really close to being completed by Sword. Another serrated Dirk going to be able to be picked up by UCal here soon, and Misfortune picking up a Zeal item, so actually not electing straight into the Guardian Angel. Actually opts out of the Zeal item, decides, you know what, actually instead I'm going to go Bloodthirster.
He opened up pro builds or OPGG and had to look for the highest win rate build, and that was in fact.
Oh, is that what just happened?
Bloodthirster third, yeah.
Okay.
That's how that works.
Thank you, Atlas, for that.
And also, you don't want to complete a Guardian Angel until you've used your stopwatch, because otherwise you don't get any value out of the stopwatch.
What if you just build another stopwatch?
But then you spend an extra 600 on the stopwatch, and you have the same conversation about the follow-up stopwatch. Does that make sense? No?
You know what?
You're not picking it up?
No, I'm not picking that up.
Oh, I was putting it down.
I know you were.
Yeah, I guess it's late.
But you know what is being picked up and put down?
The gold lead?
The gold lead, yeah.
Yeah.
That one is being quickly picked up and put down.
UCal was already backing as he missed that cannon creep.
As they, yeah, I mean,
that's
they are
acceptance right there.
So neck and neck right now. In this game.
Yeah, this is the first time that Griffin, I believe, has actually had any sort of lead in the gold. Sandbox certainly had control of the early game. But we've seen this so many times for Griffin. They have been able to fight back. They've seemed like they've had this really stable mid-game where they have the control and then something goes wrong and a disconnect happens. It didn't happen in game number 2. That was Sandbox special delivery video game victory over to Griffin. However, will it plague them as the end of this game does come in? Tarzan's popped the Predator. They're looking to enclose onto Dove. As OnFleek, he's well and truly out of there. Joker might just have to be sacrificed. Can't buy any extra time. Couldn't even find a moment to eat the gray health. And I'm not even going to blame Joker for that. As Dove being out of position, not a lot of vision being available here for Sandbox. Looking like a bit of a face check. Opportunity for the top side, but UCal gets out of there. Doesn't want to take on 2. Now Baron being alive, they've waited out all of the blue trinkets. Sandbox need to get to this pit. UCal shows himself. Root going to be able to take down the big chicken. Now OnFleek, just a quick hop over the wall.
40 seconds until the Ocean Drake ends up coming up, and even that isn't really that threatening regardless of who gets it. No matter what, we're going to the 35-40 minute mark yet again.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a marathon this evening. And
so the games are just so long.
Yeah, and I think it's...
And it doesn't seem to matter what kind of comp you draft.
True, but also I feel like these two teams, just stylistically, lend themselves to long games, because Sandbox struggles so much if they get to this stage, right, where they haven't snowballed the game out of control. They're a team that either like wins now,
yes,
or either never, or at 55 minutes, you know?
Okay. 55, don't scare me like that.
Griffin could still win, of course, and they are in fact still staying very, very close. They're threatening an Ocean Soul coming up next, and they have a composition that can definitely go toe-to-toe with Sandboxes as they progress further into the game. I feel like we're missing, in this series, we're missing those games where one of the teams is so clearly early game focused and the other one is scaling. We just straight up have not had that.
We just have double Sinner comps.
Yeah. And when they're both Sinners, are any of them Sinners, really?
And take a look at something. I mentioned this in the champ select. Take a look at Zach right now. What level is he?
He's level 12.
Okay. How many items does he have over Tom Kench?
I don't know whether he's got any over Tom Kench.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
He is basically a second support but doesn't have anything obnoxious going for him like some of the other tank junglers.
Yeah.
And so it ends up just feeling very, very lackluster.
His Knight's Vow is on its way, I believe.
Like, Gragas is so much more valuable in a spot like this.
It actually is support Zac.
It is support Zac. It's 100% support Zac.
We've got Diana and then 2 bottom lanes.
Yeah.
That's what this composition is. As I swear, I've seen OnFleek only use his Elastic Slingshot to escape throughout this entire game. Viper and Summit now going neck and neck when it comes to the experience.
Joker is ahead of OnFleek.
Yeah, OnFleek is the lowest level in the game.
That's impressive.
It is impressive. Tarzan, you know, not too... No, he's really far ahead, actually. He was a level 14. But they're the same way towards their next level.
Yeah.
You know? Which means that it's exactly 2 level difference. Yukal, now towards the top side, will be able to shove this wave in, but Dove is just going to bounce it back to him. Volleyball in the side lane. And Sword collects another lane on the bottom side and does the same thing. We're just zooming in on Tahm Kench, things like that, who still hasn't got out of his birthday suit yet. The most exciting moment of this game is watching Root kill a red buff extraordinarily fast. That was a very, very quick red buff kill.
You know what else I like here is how the Diana Oblivion Orb actually has value this late into the game. The enemy team has 0 mana resistance. But take a look at Misfortune.
Building a Edge of Night. What? That's weird.
Oh, he's going...
He needs the
Yeah, he needs it for the MS.
Yeah. Okay. Alright.
Atlas, please. We're just waiting until Ocean Dragon.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
thanks. We got 2 minutes.
2 minutes and then it's going to be there. You looking forward to the next few days? You hoping that we can run the full gauntlet, get as many as possible?
I just hope every day is 6 games.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for as well. We can actually have a look at the schedule here. See what's coming up next. No, I can't really find it. We're not going to do that.
It's under way too many papers.
Yeah. It's, I had a look at the clock in the meantime. We're at 11:30, and that's not my rustle through my papers time. That time has passed. That's 11:20. So unfortunately, we're just not going to be able to have a look at the schedule until after this match has concluded. Our attention will have to remain here. And the beautiful Ocean Rift is on fleek yet again. Nothing to Armstrong to. Quite sad. Sandbox all grouped up as 5 members. And Yukal waiting off to the side. I actually like that positioning from Yukal if they were all going to commit to saving this inner turret in mid. He would have been able to get a possible flank on this area. And now Vision given over. Sandbox doing their due diligence in order to make sure they're not caught out with Yukal missing on the map. Mortal Reminder completed by Viper. He's got 4 items still with a 700 gold bounty. Zardan Blaze, I believe, just spotted Yukal, which is why someone was able to shoot the control ward. Sends another one in there.
And we're just constantly playing ping pong back and forth, and the thing about this is, sure, Philios and MF are really just growing stronger, but this is just going to come down to one climactic fight.
Yeah.
And
we're all just building to one moment.
Unless Griffin pull a full-on Sandbox, get the Ocean Soul, lose a fight, and then lose the game, I can't really see a way for Sandbox to win this outside of some miracle engagement.
There's the flash. He gets a 3-man stun, and I have a feeling this might just be it. As Root has to flash to get out of there, but the Misfortune does so much damn damage. Dove wonders where everyone went, and OnFleek is running for the hills. Joker just walking up the mid lane, trying to extend this match as much as possible. Viper comes on over. Sword's able to grab that kill. Meanwhile, the Zac is dead. And Joker, he's been in this position before, and Griffin are once again just going to run it up the mid lane and grab themselves the victory. Their first so far in LCK 2020, and it's against their former rivals. The Griffin win rate in series over Sandbox continues to reign supreme.
This is just actually so surprising how this whole series just panned out, and I'm literally speechless.
Yeah.
Atlas, I have nothing.
And I want to give
really,
the MVP to
I have
Tarzan,
so much to say, but
Yukel,
not that I
and
can't
Viper.
say. Yeah, exactly. But I think that you. Oh man, this is a hard one actually.
It's really hard, right? Because I feel
I
like
think
Yukel's
it's
engagements
Yukel.
won the game.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tarzan whiffed on something that could have been miracles.
True. And Viper was just there in the backline shooting stuff.
Yes.
He got a nice number next to his name, but I do think that Yukel certainly played all of those engagements very, very well. H-Dragon, extremely happy man. Over here just reassuring Sword. Sword having some of his less impressive performances here in the LCK today, but he was passable in the last game and just allowed the rest of his team to carry him towards this win. Yukel, really the first one, I believe, to have success on the Kiana. Going back to my LCK stats page, Kiana has been played 3 times, and I tell a lie. She has won once, but otherwise, she was 1 and 2 before this match.
And GBM on stage as well. So, Griffin, they can feel good about this. And they will not end up in last place now at the end of all of this.
Yep, and going back to our original power rankings that we had at the beginning of the season, maybe Sandbox were put in the position that they deserve to be in about 6th place, I believe.
Yeah.
The one that we really need to rethink is Humble Life. Humble Life, I just don't know where they stand. After beating T1 and having a beginning to the season that was honestly unprecedented given their roster. But sometimes when so much changes, and so much has changed here in the LCK for 2020, it's very, very hard to effectively rank how well players are going to mesh together, how good the communication is going to be at the beginning versus how good it's going to be towards the end, what is the ceiling, and what is the floor. Like, it's very, very hard. But what I do know is that today has been one hell of a long day. Almost hopping off the broadcast, it is 11:30 officially, and it'll be very close to midnight by the time we say goodnight. And then we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is pretty cool. We'll be able to tell you exactly who's going to be playing at that particular moment. In fact, I found my sheet, so I know I'll be able to know. It is going to be the Telecom War tomorrow, followed by Dragon X versus Humble Life. So a bit of a big day, to be honest, historically. And then Humble Life versus Dragon X, I think, will teach us a lot about power levels of a lot of teams. Dragon X showing that they can have up and downs. Harmar as well. We're going to have a look at this was the game-winning team fight. That was all we needed to watch. That's the highlights.
maybe that just means Yukel gets it.
Well, I mean, I've already given
I don't see anyone on stage yet, but
oh, they don't get to embarrass us. If it wasn't Yukel and we're like the only ones that voted for him, everybody else voted for Viper or something like that. I think when it comes up after a 3-game series like this in the deciding game, doesn't tell us. We're going to be seeing who the player of the game is going to be very, very shortly. And still, I think it's probably going to be Yukel. We're going to check out some highlights first and watch. And while we do that, we'll see whether it is actually going to be Viper. I'm going to have a cheeky look behind me to see whether anyone's ready. No, we're not ready. Not ready just yet. Here are the highlights. Without getting caught out of position, this is looking like Yukel. It's looking like Yukel.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
There was the Tarzan, ended up having his flash body slam get blocked. Viper dealing so much damage from the right-hand side, but Root did end up arriving. Summit was trying to do so much, ended up missing the culling.
Yeah, it was the heal out
Viper.
From
Yeah.
Viper. Allowed him to get position. Moonlight Vigil doing absolutely nothing. Sword just actually baiting them in that particular moment. Monfleet took a long time to go down to his passive, but it was inevitable that he was going to die. This is another Aphelios game where he just couldn't find the angles, couldn't find the moments. It was Hybrid earlier today that also suffered from that.
Yes. And, I mean, one of the other things here is that it mostly is Aphelios and Diana versus the world, because Lucian is really good and slippery, but he's going to have trouble finding the angles too, and so it's only going to be Diana and Aphelios scaling. And then they have a champion that does negative damage. It actually probably heals the opponent, Zach, and doesn't really provide any CC or anything worthwhile
I didn't see his ultimate all game. Really?
I just didn't
I mean,
see him all game.
He was flubbering around. But
I think that R4 Zach pick is probably, I mean, it's up there with Tom Kench lock-ins, but
I actually feel like it was worse. I mean,
to-
at least when Jelly picked it in our previous series, he showed us why he picked it, right? Whereas this Zach pick,
you needed a magic damage jungler in this spot, and you went with Zach, and it just makes
he
no
could have gone
sense.
AP Shyvana.
He could have.
That would have been absolutely fine.
That would have been interesting as well.
But he needed some sort of impact, some sort of damage, and also some sort of clear in order to get himself into positions to put Tarzan behind. As this was the game-winning moment, largely off the back of Yukal. He saved KT, he got score, his one LCK championship that had been eluding him for so long. And now he's looking to join this Griffin roster, try and finally get them towards their international victories and the domestic victories that they've been so striving for.
Yeah, they're basically calling to end the game right here, saying to push.
Well, actually, I mean, I think Griffin have had titles stolen from them every single time so far. They have.
Oh, you know,
and so Yukal's coming in to save them again. This storyline's beautiful.
Echo is available as well.
Oh yeah, Fiddlesticks,
Well,
Fizz,
slow down,
Zillion Jungle.
Slow down there, Alice.
I mean, we just saw Zach picked on purpose. I mean, Lulu Jungle, bring it back, Spirit. I just feel like there are just a lot of other picks that could have done a little bit more. However, as you can see, this game was Sandbox in the lead by up to 4.5k. Oh, at least very, very close by the 20-minute mark. And then after that, in the bin.
Yeah.
Everything out the window. It didn't work out. So, Griffin able to get the 2-1. I was actually... So at the beginning of today, my expectation was... And this is when I was just sitting down having a chat to the observers. I was like, it should be a 2-0 for Afrika. Definitely wasn't the case. It was a very long 2-1. But I did expect this to be a Griffin 2-1. I just didn't expect it to go this way. And I'm never going to make predictions again because, hell, maybe I'll be right. and then this happens. So I apologize to everyone. I feel like I've been, getting in trouble for that a little bit tonight. Where I'll say something and then immediately either the exact opposite or the thing that I didn't want to happen happens.
That makes sense.
Maybe I should just not say anything.
You know, how about...
Would be hard to be a commentator.
We could have a silent cast.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Is that a working from home day?
Ooh.
I guess.
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe. It will be Yukal. I wonder how unanimous it was. I don't know how. I don't know whether it is going to actually come up on our screen, but he did play the key points very, very well. I like that he was 0, 1, and 6 and still gets the play of the game.
Yeah.
Because he was the most important.
Yeah.
And honestly, I celebrate those that do things. And Yukal does things.
I mean, it was something.
It was a game. MVPs, it would have been okay if it had gone Tarzan, Yukal, or Viper this game. It was fine. And that means that Yukal will be on stage as part of the interviews as well. And it will be interesting to hear from the Griffin players as well, talking about the difference in coaching staff. I don't know what Mina is actually going to ask them, but we will have G-Sun there to help translate that MVP interview. And yeah, Griffin, it'll be good to have a check-in after their first match victory. So let's waste no more time. Let's throw it over to G-Sun for that translation.
오늘 POG
Thank you
선수죠.
very much,
바이퍼
guys.
선수,
This
유칼
is season
선수
with
보실게요.
Universe Translation, and we'll be hearing from Viper, Yukal, the POG from Griffin. It was a long, long day. How do you feel right now? It's been a while to pick up a win, so I'm really happy. I never thought that winning would be this happy. And Yukal, you are now with a new team. You might be feeling a lot of responsibility, but getting the first win was not easy. Up until now, we were on a losing streak for 2 matches. So I felt sorry for my teammates. So I prepared really hard for this game. So it's really meaningful for me that we were able to get this win today.
가져갔습니다. 2세트 얘기 먼저 해보면
So let's talk about game number 2 first. So Varus on mid lane going into Zoe. So we wanted to find a champion with a really high range and also good skill shots. So that was thanks from GBM, our coach. Maybe that was the meta champion when GBM was the pro player, right? So actually the attack speed rune is much better than the Comet, so I think it was a really viable pick. And Viper, your performance on Aphelios was really powerful. Well, Aphelios versus Miss Fortune is a mainstream matchup in the bot lane, so is MF the best answer into Aphelios? Yes. I think Aphelios and MF will be the top tier champions so nowadays. Those will be the mainstream matchup in the bot lane. And Viper, your performance on Aphelios was on point. How long have you been practicing on it? To be honest, I'm not. Well, playing it well or being used to the champion doesn't really matter because Aphelios champion itself is really strong. However, your performance on that champion was on point, especially the way you initiated that team fight. Zoe was coming in, so we just lended my skills to Senna and Gragas, but it was just too powerful, so the player just fell. Then what's your favorite weapon comp for Aphelios? I like the Crescendum because like shooting it is really exciting. And Yuko, you got 12 votes. Perfect vote for game number 3. What kind of feedback went back and forth? We wanted to go with the draft and plays that can kind of make the best out of our performance and play style. And also our performance is improving, so we were able to get the win in the end. We were always trying to flank, but the final flank was indeed the best flank that came in clutch. You even used your flash. Were you sure? Well, when you ult outside the enemy vision, it's really hard to react. So after you went all in, I mean, like, how were you able to calculate it and be so bold? I knew that all rest of my teammates would not lose a team fight, and so if I make a perfect flank, I knew we were gonna win that team fight. Griffin with that first win. Well, actually, H Dragon, your head coach, this is his first victory after 25 matches. So once again, I wanna say congratulations on the win. So, any message for your team as a whole? With this momentum, we want to roll with it. We want to keep picking up victories, and I'm really happy that we got this win today. Let's just keep it up all together. And Yuka, you are now in a new team, so what's your goal for the split? I want to be really good, so good that I can carry my whole teammates, so I will keep working hard. So this will be the end of the interview with Viper. Yuka from Griffin. I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chisun, and great to hear from Viper and Yukal. Yukal once again in a position where he's expected to carry his team to their first championship. Last time it was Score on the side of KT, and now it is Griffin. And alongside H Dragon, I didn't put it in context that he'd been with Jin Air before this and just hadn't done a lot of winning for a really long time.
Yeah.
So congratulations to him, able to pick one up after 25 matches. My goodness. They are going to switch around here as Griffin and Sandbox very close. Although, I mean, close but not that close. As KT and APK still with a lot of work to do alongside Griffin to get themselves back but -3 points is pretty odd.
It definitely is. And
Griffin, they've been, it's a lot of 0-2s, and then winning a 3-game series really doesn't help get you back towards positivity. Freaky, you can see, with their 3-match wins, are on a 3-0 record, but with the fact that it's been a little bit shaky, it is certainly an opportunity for some of our other teams to really come up and push them off. And Dragonax is one of those teams. If they can get a clean 2-0, it will mean that they will be able to challenge for that top spot. The Telecom War is coming up first, though. And KT versus T1 has had many evolutions over the years.
Yes, and the question for me is, how is T1 going to perform against a KT that is still clearly struggling?
Yeah.
And then the D word again, drafts.
Yes, exactly.
T1 has had 6 losing drafts so far in 2020, and this is not including Keswick Cup, where things got pretty interesting there.
Well, they're allowed to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber now. It is week 2. It is time to start winning. We'll see whether they can. We'll see whether KT, you know, behind Kuro, behind their weird Afrika lineup or whatever, it is going to be fun. But we will see you there for it tomorrow. Good night.
I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark,